This is Honey from the Rock, Wyldhaven, Book 13, written by Lynnette Bonner and narrated by Amy Lilly. To my friend Leslie, we've come a long way on this writing journey together. Thank you so much for all you do for me. My books wouldn't be the same without your creative touch. Our seasons may be changing. There may be a little more distance between us, but I will always hold you close to my heart. Love you, friend. Psalm 81, verses 13 through 16. If my people would only listen to me, if Israel would only follow my ways, how quickly I would subdue their enemies and turn my hand against their foes. Those who hate the Lord would cringe before him, and their punishment would last forever. But you would be fed with the finest of wheat. With honey from the rock, I would satisfy you. Prologue. The fever burned pain in his bones with such intensity that he clutched for the ship's rail, nearly missing it in the darkness. His stomach revolted with each step, but he could not fail. He gritted his teeth against the clawing wind. A cough racked him, nearly taking him to his knees. In the blackness above, the mizzenmast protested the battering gale with a loud caterwaul. Somewhere 2 pulleys in the rigging clanked against each other like an uncontrolled percussionist. Arms folded tight, he leaned into the incline of the deck and put one foot in front of the other. He had to do this one last thing for his son. Just a little further. Ahead, he heard a snick, and light flared. Dismay froze him, but it was only the watchman, far down the deck, lighting his cigarette. Inhaling relief, he ducked behind a barrel and curled himself into a tight ball. Misery stabbed him. His lips juddered with agony. The sailor strolled past, heading toward the other end of the deck. The acrid waft of the man's tobacco hung in the air briefly before it was snatched away by the squall. He lurched from his hiding place and curled his arms against the searing pain in his belly as he stumbled through the shadows toward the main cabin on the deck. Would that he were back in his bunk, but these night hours were the only time the captain wasn't in his cabin. This had to be accomplished now. For Isaiah. All of this was for Isaiah. Finally, he'd reached his destination. The hinges of the cabin door squeaked loudly. He winced, waiting to see if the watchman had heard, but the man was all the way on the other end of the ship now, and the whistle of the wind and flapping sails had likely prevented the sound from reaching him. Inside, all lay in darkness. To find the document, he would have to risk the light of a candle. Still trembling, with an ache like he'd never experienced before, he shrugged out of his coat and tucked it around the frame of the room's one window that overlooked the deck. The seaward porthole he didn't need to worry about. Sweat dripped into one eye. He dashed it away. He took one of the matches from his pocket and struck it on the seat of his pants. A candle on the desktop waited for the flame, and the room soon glowed with golden light. He lifted the silver candle holder and scanned the documents scattered on the desk. Not here, but then he hadn't expected it to be. He began a methodical search and felt his despair rise when he rifled through the last drawer without attaining his goal. Setting the candle down, he sank into the chair and tented his fingers to ponder. Slowly, he scanned the room. Other than the desk, there was only the bolted-down chest beneath the porthole and a small table strapped to one wall. He started with the chest, inside and out, but it also proved futile. And the table held nothing, top or bottom. Devastated, he squatted into a crouch. First, he'd lost Cassandra. And now he'd lost her home. The rent from it was his one hope to ensure provision for Isaiah's future. Now it had been snatched away in one moment of thievery. Anger surged, and he slammed a fist against the floor. He froze. Had the guard outside heard? The only sounds were the creaking of the ship as it fought against the waves. Relieved, he scooped his hands over his head and clasped them at the back of his neck. A floorboard caught his eye. The end he had punched had sunk beneath the other boards by an inch. The other end had lifted by the same amount.
Lord of mercy, you do take pity on this poor fool, don't you?
He scrambled forward and pried up the board with trembling fingers. There. The prize he'd been searching for lay in the small hollow beneath the board, rolled and tied with a string. He slid the string off and flattened the parchment on the table to make sure it was indeed his, and when he was satisfied, he returned the board firmly to its place, snuffed the candle, and donned his coat. He stuffed the parchment into the inside pocket and opened the door to the cabin a spare inch. Now, he just had to make it back below decks without being seen. Chapter 1. Seattle, Washington, February 1898.
Wake up, mister.
The young voice intruded on Ken Davis's slumber. He moaned and clutched both sides of his head. A spike of pain felt like jail's tent peg piercing his temple. The long wail of a ship's horn sliced through the morning. He winced. Oh, why so loud? And why was it so blasted cold today? He must have forgotten to close the window last night. He turned on his side and curled his arms against his chest. He'd get it in a minute. First, just a few more minutes of sleep.
You gotta wake up. Now.
The annoying voice trembled as a desperate hand shook Ken's shoulder.
They comin' this way, and you gonna find yourself deader than Adam himself and turned over for that corpse reward.
The intruder jostled him more insistently. Ken's fingers rubbed circles at his temples. His bed swayed. It swayed? Why was his bed moving? Something pinched his shoulder. Ow! He swung his arm to push away the vexing interloper. Leave me be, kid, I'm sleeping.
That's it, mister. You done left me no choice.
There was a clang of metal, and then a sluice of ice-cold water jolted Ken upright with a gasp. He leapt to his feet, ready to take on his attacker, but a wave of dizziness nearly took him down again. With a grunt, he bent to prop his hands against his knees. Despite his dizziness, he was now wide awake and madder than a teased rattler. He shook his hair back from his face and swiped a hand over his eyes to clear them of water. He was not in his tiny attic room, not even indoors. Instead, he found himself standing on the Seattle docks, glowering at a boy who wasn't much taller than his lowest ribs. The boy held an empty bucket in one hand, and he returned Ken's scrutiny with wary gray eyes. "Gimme that." Ken snatched the galvanized pail and willed himself not to visibly shiver. Water still dripped from his hair onto his shoulders. No matter his efforts, a shudder worked through him. He chucked the bucket into a pile of rope and crab pots. It clattered loud enough to give Jail's tent peg a couple of taps. Ken gritted his teeth against the stabbing torment. The call of another ship's horn drew his gaze to the dawn-kissed Seattle harbor. The ship slid into the dock 2 slips over. Waves slapped at the pier Ken stood on, bobbing it in the Pacific. He broadened his stance to maintain his balance. The last thing he wanted was to end up taking a swim this morning. A bucket of water to the face was bad enough. A frown crimped his brow. What was he doing sleeping on this pier? He fought for memory of the night before, but the last thing he seemed able to remember was stepping into the Merchants Exchange saloon after he'd left work yesterday. He returned his focus to the kid. Why'd you do that?" He gestured toward the bucket. The kid, who wore a coat that was at least 3 sizes too big, thrust out an arm to indicate a dock down the way.
"Saving your life."
A silhouetted group of men moved together along the docks, poking and prodding every shadowy crevice and cranny. "You find anything?" one of them called, in a voice modulated to rise just above the sound of the surf.
"Not yet,"
another replied.
"But we will. We always do."
In the burgeoning light of dawn, Kin noted the strip of fabric fluttering in the man's grip. His heart rapped a tattoo against his ribs. His mouth went dry. He grabbed the kid's arm. "Thanks, kid. Let's get out of here." He rushed the boy off the pier and in the opposite direction of the approaching men. The Reavers were only 1 pier over now, but thankfully the murky dawn light gave enough cover to make escape possible. Kin rested a hand on the kid's back and glanced behind as he urged him across the street. He'd been doing pretty good at staying away from drink lately. He'd purposely kept himself busy with his law studies on nights and weekends. In fact, he hadn't imbibed a drop all month. Until last night. He'd thought he had his demon beat. But yesterday Mr. Riggs had accused him of stealing and told him if it happened again he would lose his job. Kin knew exactly which employee was likely the real culprit. He'd been so angry when he left work that he hadn't been thinking straight when he'd entered the saloon. He'd obviously consumed too much and fallen asleep on the pier. If the kid hadn't come along when he did, Kin pushed the thought away. Parson Clay, the man who'd raised him after his pa had died, would have told him the Lord had been watching out for him just now. He also would likely tack on some mention of how God had big plans for Kin's life. He wanted to believe it. He really did. One thing was certain. Whether God had anything to do with it or not, he had no doubt that the kid had indeed saved his life. Not long past, with the Yukon gold rush in full swing, droves of hopeful miners had streamed into Seattle on their way north. Outfitting for the trek took time, and the temporary settlement camps were a breeding ground for disease. Seattle's streets had become so plagued with corpses that the city couldn't keep up. The council had voted to offer a reward of $25 for every corpse any citizen brought to the morgue. It hadn't taken long for a few unsavory types to realize they could make more money turning in dead bodies than they could in prospecting for gold, and homicides had swollen like the tide. The council had to amend their offer. Money was now only paid for bodies that appeared to have died of natural causes. So, gangs roamed the streets with silk scarves. These they could use to choke their victims without any visible markings. Kin felt a tremor work through him as he tugged at the skin over his Adam's apple. He needed to get his mind off his near demise. He thumped the kid on the shoulder and motioned to one of the ladders that led down to the lower levels of the city. "You hungry? Least I can do is buy you some breakfast. What's your name?" In the light shining from Mrs. Corbell's bakery window, he truly looked the boy over for the first time and felt his brow slump. The shivering kid was dressed in not much more than rags, and the too large coat that was inadequate for these parts this time of year. His thick black curls puckered in shaggy clumps, and mud caked his skin in places.
"I could eat, yes, sir."
The boy eyed the ladder dubiously, a cloth cap twisted tightly in his hands.
"Name's Isaiah, just like that Bible prophet. Why these ladders be all over the place, leading underground?"
Kin led the way down the nearest ladder. "You must be new to these parts?" He stopped at the bottom and motioned for Isaiah, who still peered down, to join him. After a moment's hesitation and a glance back along the street, the kid climbed carefully onto the top rung and descended one halting step at a time. Only when he was safely on the ground by Kin's side did he answer his question.
"Yes, sir. My pa, well, We was headed to the Yukon, but he took powerful sick on the ship here from San Francisco, and he passed on."
The kid's voice broke on the last words, and Kin felt the sharp pain of them like a knife to his heart. How well he knew what the boy must be feeling. How old was the kid? 8? 9? "I'm sorry to hear. How long ago was that?"
Isaiah swallowed. "Last week."
He gestured up toward the street they'd just left.
"First night, that gang almost got me. Only thing saved me was being small enough to fit through the slats of a fence. They couldn't follow. Only my clothes got torn."
Kin dropped a hand against the boy's shoulder. "I'll bet you haven't slept easy since you got off that boat. Where's your ma?"
Isaiah scuffed the ground with the toe of his boot. "She passed on when I was born." "Poor kid."
Kin nudged Isaiah toward the bakery where he liked to get sausage pies. He needed to hurry or he'd be late for work. Mr. Riggs wouldn't put up with that, especially not after yesterday. "Let me get you something to eat. And then I have to get. But I've got a room you can stay in for the day. Sleep. Even take a bath if you want." Based on the condition Isaiah was in, Kin hoped the kid would decide to take a bath before climbing into his bed. "My name is Kin Davis, by the way." As they made their way to the underground bakery, Kin motioned to a ladder. "You asked about the ladders? A few years ago, there was a big fire in town. Leveled the whole place." He kept their pace brisk. Before that, the city had a lot of trouble with the sewers backing up at high tide. Since they needed to rebuild anyhow, they decided to build a level higher. The bakery door squawked loudly as he pushed it open. Mrs. Owens looked at them from behind the counter. "What can I get for you this morning?" Kin dug into his pocket with one hand, while holding up 4 fingers of the other and gesturing to the sausage pastries. He finished his story as he handed over the money. "We've been hauling dirt from the surrounding hills to raise the streets. That's been my job these past months." He nodded his thanks to Mrs. Owens for the pies and held 2 toward the kid. "Here, you eat one of those and save the other for later today." Isaiah's eyes grew wide, and he pushed the pastries back.
"Mister, I can't pay for those."
Despite his words, the kid's gaze lingered on the pastries, longingly. Kin took Isaiah's hand and settled 2 of the paper-wrapped pies there. He spoke around a mouthful he'd already taken. "Consider it small payment for you saving my life this morning. Now come on, and I'll show you to my room. I can't be late for work." Kin practically ran through the underground streets. In places, the above-ground walkways had already been built above their heads. Grids of glass skylights revealed the brightening sunlight and lit their way. At the corner of First and Yesler, he took a ladder to the top. 1 block over, he led Isaiah at a trot up the rickety stairs at the back of Mrs. Houston's building. Kin's attic room was hot in the summer and cold in the winter, but it kept him dry and was cheaper than anything else he'd been able to find in the city. On the first landing, he dashed inside to the washroom, grabbed up a bucket, and put the pump handle to good use. He thrust the filled bucket at Isaiah and set to filling another. With that done, he hurried toward his room once more. "Come on, kid." They rushed up 3 more flights of stairs, and Kin bumped the door to his room open with his shoulder. He pointed toward the flimsy divider that sat in one corner and set his bucket near it. "There's a galvanized tub behind that and a toilet. When you flush, you have to go down to the washroom for more water to fill the tank, but—" He skimmed the kid from head to toe once more, taking in his golden pecan skin. "On second thought, I think it would be best for you to stay in my room out of sight for the rest of the day. You take my meaning, kid?" Isaiah's lips twisted into an understanding grimace.
"Yes, sir, I understand."
"Good." Kin spoke as he shucked out of yesterday's shirt and tugged on his only other one. "Mrs. Houston, she's a kind lady. You've nothing to fear from her. But there are others who live in this building on the floors below, and I can't speak about them." With that, he gave a nod and headed toward the stairs. He called over his shoulder, "I work until 6, then I'll return and we'll get some dinner." He paused with his hand on the railing and looked back at Isaiah, who peered at him, wide-eyed, from the bedroom doorway. "Take a bath before you crawl under my blanket, okay, kid?"
Isaiah smiled. "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir."
Kin gave him a wave of acknowledgement and hurried down the stairs. The moment the man disappeared into the stairwell, Isaiah Coleman closed the bedroom door, sank onto the floor, held his head in his hands, and cried. "Lord, I done prayed for you to send me help, and you answered. I don't know why you done took Pa, but you answered Ike, just like you did for some of them Bible people." Sobs shook him so forcefully that he collapsed onto his side. The floor pressed cool against his damp cheek. Relief and gratefulness gave way to a sorrow so deep it stole his breath and made it near impossible to inhale. Pa gone, all alone in the world now, nowhere to go. He cried until the exhaustion of days on end without food or sleep dragged him under. Hours later, he woke, shivering from cold and hunger. He rose and jogged in place, swinging his arms to get the circulation moving. He wished for a fire. He wished for a lot of things. Pa had planned to outfit them for the Yukon once they arrived in Seattle. He'd been saving up for nigh on 3 years, and when he'd heard about the gold up in the Yukon, he'd told Isaiah the Lord had good plans in store for them. They'd rented out their house and purchased their tickets. But then Pa'd taken sick and died only hours before they arrived in port. And before Isaiah could get Pa's money from his billfold, the ship's captain had found and confiscated it. The captain claimed all of it was necessary to cover Pa's final expenses, but at the service in the pauper cemetery, Isaiah had only seen him pay $1 for the digging of the grave, and one more to the minister. When he'd asked for the rest of it, the captain had told him the remainder was owed to cover their passage. Isaiah was fairly sure Pa had paid for their passage up front, but he was only a kid. Who would listen? Besides, without proof, he had no recourse. So after the ceremony, he'd waited until the captain was busy talking with a couple of other men, and then he darted away from the assembly of strangers who stood around Pa's grave. He hadn't gone back to the ship. He'd only had one other change of clothes in his knapsack anyhow. The only thing he'd cared about, he'd already been wearing, and that was Pa's thin coat. It still carried his scent. Plus, the last thing Pa had admonished him before he'd slipped into unconsciousness was not to be parted from his jacket. Days later, he'd been wandering the docks and praying for the good Lord to send him help when he'd literally tripped over Ken Davis's body. At first, he'd thought him dead and planned to steal his clothes, but when he'd realized he was simply dead drunk, he'd started to walk away. Yet something had made him stay. He couldn't quite say what it was since he was wary of the docks, but maybe his near-death brush from his first night in the seaport had raised a protective spirit in him. He hadn't wanted the helpless man to meet such a fate. And now? Isaiah lifted the one remaining sausage pie and sniffed it with appreciation. His stomach rumbled loudly, as though belying the fact that he'd eaten a whole one only a few hours ago. He forced himself to set the pie down and wait for later. Who knew how long it would be before he had food again? The man had said he'd return at 6, but what if he forgot to come back for him? Since he'd warmed slightly, he took one of the buckets and poured it into the galvanized tub behind the divider. Carefully, he shimmied out of his clothes and washed as good as he could with such a small amount of water in such a little tub. He used the water in the other bucket to rinse himself, gasping as the cold water sloshed across his skin. He smirked. What he got, he supposed, for throwing that bucket of seawater in Mr. Davis's face this morning. With a towel wrapped around himself, he started to dress, but grimaced at the sight and smell of his clothes, and chose to use the leftover bathwater to wash them instead. Once they were wrung out, he draped them over the divider, then crawled beneath the warmth of the covers. He was asleep again, almost before he closed his eyes. Chapter 2. Wyldhaven, Washington, February 1898. With her hands tucked behind herself, Cora Harrison leaned against the wall at the back of the sanctuary where the women of Wyldhaven had gathered. At the center of the room, Leora Rodante and Dixie Griffin sat amidst a circle of chairs, surrounded by a gaggle of womenfolk. Cora smiled as both Leora and Dixie oohed and awed over the matching baby blankets that Charlotte Callahan had quilted for them. "They're so beautiful." Leora fingered the spring green satin edging. "Look at this stitching." Dixie clucked her tongue and traced a finger over the intricate vine Charlotte had sewn. "Ma, Charlotte, is it anything you can't do?" She raised her brows in awe. Charlotte's lips pulled into a smile that offered thanks and a dismissal of the compliment all at once. Dixie and Leora set the blankets aside and each moved to open another gift, but something in Charlotte's expression snagged Cora's attention. As soon as she was no longer the center of focus, the woman smoothed her skirts and dusted at a bit of invisible lint. Anyone looking at that moment couldn't have missed the sorrow dimming Charlotte's eyes. But a quick search of the room revealed that Cora was the only one paying attention. Before Charlotte could catch her watching, she returned her gaze to Dixie and Leora. They were each expecting a second child, and Charlotte had yet to conceive a first. Though Cora realized it was only a guess, she figured Charlotte's sadness stemmed from that. At least Charlotte had a husband, Cora thought grimly, then immediately asked the Almighty for forgiveness. She ought to trust more in God's timing, but based on the distinct lack of eligible bachelors in Wyldhaven, she figured the Lord was going to have to do something supernatural to get her a husband. And in all honesty, she wasn't certain she was important enough to warrant such a miracle. Oh, sure, there was Talby Eklund, but Cora knew he only had eyes for Wyldhaven's beautiful red-headed schoolmarm, Zoe Castaigne. There was also the handsome bronc-buster Kane Carver, but he was so busy with his work and with supporting his younger brother and sister that Cora would lay down money on the fact that it would take one of the aforementioned supernatural events to get him to notice her, the mousy blonde woman who cleaned rooms at the boarding house. Besides, she doubted Uncle Merle and Aunt Betsy would approve of a mere bronc-buster as a suitor, no matter that they ought not to get any say, seeing as Aunt Betsy had considered her nothing but a burden when she'd first come to town. Cora didn't live with or depend on them. A woman who paid her own way in the world should be able to make her own decisions about who she wanted to marry. The problem was, she couldn't think of one man that held her fancy. A pair of warm pecan eyes, nearly hidden by a shaggy swoop of dark curly hair, rose unbidden to taunt her with that lie. She gave herself a little shake and thrust the image away. No matter that Kin Davis had been a gentleman and rescued her 2 Christmases ago when she'd arrived in Wyldhaven, and no matter that he was the only man who'd ever ignited an ember in her belly, he wasn't the man for her. After the way Pa had left her and Ma to fend for themselves in the years before Ma passed on, she'd vowed that any man she took as husband would love the Lord God first and foremost. Besides, Kin had left town a little more than 2 years ago and hadn't come back even once. So it was plain that she'd had stronger feelings for him, sinful though they might have been, than he'd had for her. The women in the room rose and began returning pews to their rightful places, and Cora gave herself a little shake, realizing she'd wool-gathered the whole party away. She hurried forward to help Mrs. Holloway clear the table laden with food. Priscilla Hines, wife of Wyldhaven's mercantile owner, collected her covered dish from the table and then paused to speak rather loudly to Charlotte.
Don't you worry, Charlotte, about the fact that you haven't conceived yet. The good Lord will send you a bundle of joy when he deems you fit and ready."
Cora winced. So maybe she wasn't the only one to have noticed Charlotte's discouragement, but did the woman have to be so demeaning in her attempt at support? When the Lord deemed Charlotte fit and ready? Wasn't that the same as saying she was currently unfit and unready? From the way Charlotte's cheeks paled, Cora couldn't help but think she had certainly taken the words to mean as much. Cora stepped forward, though she had no idea what she might offer in the way of comfort, but she was slower than Aurora Clay, the parson's wife, who hurried to Charlotte's side. Aurora wrapped one arm around Charlotte's shoulders as she spoke. "I'm sure what Priscilla means to say is that all of us will be thrilled when we get to have a gathering like this on your behalf, Charlotte, and that she in no way intended to mean the Lord is withholding a child from you until he deems you worthy." On the last words, Aurora pegged Priscilla with a frown. The woman's mouth gaped, snapped shut, then gaped again.
"Of course, I in no way meant to imply— my apologies. It seems I'm forever putting my foot in my mouth."
Face downcast, she fiddled with the lid on her cast-iron Dutch oven. Cora frowned. Her words seemed too syrupy to be sincere, but were those tears in her eyes? Priscilla jerked her head up, chin angled.
"Forgive me. I'd best get home to Jerry and David."
She spun toward the door. Not tears, then. Maybe anger? Charlotte squeezed Aurora's hand in thanks before hurrying to catch Priscilla near the back of the sanctuary. They were too far away now for Cora to hear their words, but after only a moment, Charlotte gave the woman a hug, and then they left together. Cora's eyes narrowed. Maybe she'd been too quick to judge the situation. Priscilla herself had never conceived. Perhaps she'd truly been trying to encourage Charlotte, but had spoken her words poorly. That didn't lessen the good intentions of her heart. Whatever Priscilla's intent, Charlotte was very kind to have forgiven her so quickly like she did. Aurora's shoulders sagged. She looked at Cora with soulful eyes.
"Perhaps I spoke too quickly? I was about to say something myself, so you weren't the only one to feel her words were rather thoughtless. But maybe she didn't intend them as they sounded. Maybe."
Aurora didn't seem at all sure. Kane Carver stepped past the wall that separated the sanctuary from the doors. Hat in hand, he searched the room. His dark hair was a touch on the long side, and he used one hand to scoop it away from his face. Cora took him in, from the dust of his hand-stitched boots to the soft brown of his eyes. Could she learn to care for the man? Would he even consider a woman like her? Her heart didn't thrill at the prospect, but he was a good man. She could learn to enjoy his company, couldn't she? Perhaps. Cora's dear friend, Belle Castaigne, and Kane's sister Maud hurried to greet him. Maud said something, and Belle reached to smooth a lock of Kane's hair that protruded at an odd angle, offering a chuckle that Cora could hear all the way across the room. Belle's gesture, and the way Kane fiddled with the brim of his hat as he smiled down at her, made Cora aware that there was something more brewing between them than she'd realized. She would have to pry that bit of information out of Belle the next time they had dinner together. She tucked her lower lip between her teeth. Looked like she wouldn't need to bother with trying to decide if she could learn to enjoy his company. Kane might be taken after all. She forced her focus back to her companion. Discouragement tugged at Aurora's lips, but from the faraway look in her eyes, she wasn't focused on the man near the door, even though she continued to stare in the direction Charlotte and Priscilla had disappeared. "I think you're right. I'll have to pay her a visit and apologize for my hasty judgment." When Aurora reached for her nearly empty pie tin, Cora squeezed her hand.
"Don't be too hard on yourself."
Aurora blew a frazzled breath. It seems I've a very long way to go before becoming a proper parson's wife. She crossed her eyes. Cora smiled. She wanted to ask Aurora if she and Parson Clay might be thinking of starting a family soon, but clenched her jaw before she blurted the inappropriate question. Instead, she set herself to being useful, wiping down the table, and then helping Jacinda carry it to its place in the front corner of the church. During the week, the table was used as a desk for the town's teacher, Zoe Castaigne, though that wouldn't be necessary for much longer. The town had already held several fundraisers to procure the funds to build a separate school building, and the final one was set for later this month. Cora's heart did a little flip of excitement at just the thought. There would be music and dancing, plenty of good-natured competition, and various and sundry items for sale. Cora herself had crocheted several large rounds of lace to sell, and the proceeds from the gathering should be enough to get the school board's approval to start building next month. The site for the schoolhouse was already platted across Wyldhaven Creek in the flat beneath the forest line. Zoe twirled onto the platform just as Cora and Jacinda finished settling the table in its place. "I'm so excited." Her words trilled, and she gave another whirl that was strong enough to balloon her skirts. "These next couple of weeks are going to fly so fast. The students and I have so many details to attend to. This time next year, we'll be in our own building. Imagine!" She stretched her arms wide and grinned at the ceiling. Cora exchanged a smile with Jacinda. "Someone is just a smidge over the moon." "Am I ever?" Zoe clasped her hands to her chest and eyed the room. "I am going to miss this place, though." Jacinda's lips twisted. "You'll be in here every Sunday." "I know. It just won't be the same." Marshall Holloway poked his head around the back partition. "You ready, darling?" Jacinda offered Cora and Zoe a parting wave as she hurried toward her husband. "Yes, dear, I just need to gather my coat." As they trailed in Jacinda's wake and stepped into the church entry, Cora realized she and Zoe were the last two in the building. "How are you getting home?" She only had to walk down the hill into town to get to the room where she stayed at the boarding house, but Zoe lived a couple of miles outside of town. Zoe gathered her coat from one of the hooks in the entry and peeked out the window beside the double doors. "Talby is going to escort me." Cora gave her friend a sly smile. "He's a mighty fine-looking gentleman." She only felt a little guilty for her attempt to ferret out whether Zoe was interested in the man. Zoe's cheeks pinked. "He is." Blushing must mean she was interested, right? Cora despaired. No matter how nice she found Mr. Eklund to be, she would never attempt to coerce him away from his interest in Zoe. And godly, too. A nod was the only reply Cora got for that bit of teasing. She decided to let her teasing drop as she set to buttoning up her own coat. She knew that Zoe had harbored feelings for her childhood friend, Washington Nolan, but he'd been gone for a couple of years now, since he'd enlisted in the cavalry. "Do you hear anything from Wash?" A tiny frown crimped Zoe's delicate brow as she settled her powder blue hat at a jaunty angle on her gorgeous red curls. "Not for a couple of weeks." Cora tugged on her gloves. "I'm sure he's just busy, or the post has been slow." "Yes, I hope so." They stepped onto the church porch, and Zoe drew the door shut behind them. Cora politely greeted Talby when he clambered from the bench of his wagon. "Miss Cora." He tipped her a nod and offered his hand to assist Zoe aboard. Cora bade them farewell and headed down the path toward town, but for some reason the interaction weighed heavy on her heart. Was she the only woman in the world who didn't have a man interested in her? Kin's teeth clamped together so tightly that his jaw ached as he stormed from Mr. Riggs' office. 2 minutes. That was how late he'd been for work. And after 2 solid years of breaking his back for the man, and showing up early most of the time, he might add. He was dismissed, but only after he'd put in a full day's work, which the man declared he wouldn't pay for on account of Kin's tardiness this morning. He barreled down the shaky wooden stairs 2 at a time, but when he got to the bottom, he hesitated. For the first time in 2 years, he didn't have any place he had to be. His thoughts drifted to the saloon. He gave himself a shake. That bone-deep thirst would pass, but only if he mastered it. Yesterday, he'd let it get the best of him, and now look where that had gotten him. Truth was, if that kid, Isaiah, hadn't come upon him sleeping on that dock, he'd be lying on a table down at the morgue about now. And if the cutthroats had somehow missed finding him in the dawn-shadowed docks, he likely would have arrived to work even later. Either way, it was his weakness for drink that had brought him to this place, and he had no desire to go back. He started toward his tenement. Thankfully, he was paid up through the end of the month. That would keep him from having to dip into his savings at least for a couple of weeks. He'd always been good at saving his money. If there was one thing living with Pa had taught him, it was to save. There had been weeks when he was a kid when there had been no food in the house. Pa had practically lived at the saloon and had eaten the little bit of food he'd consumed there. Many a time, it was Wash Nolan's extra lunch sandwich that had been Kin's only meal of the day. Now, looking back as an adult, he had a feeling he owed Wash and his pa more than a little for keeping him alive all those years ago. Despite knowing how much he had in savings, he already fretted over the fact that he was out of work. What was he going to do? The kid had mentioned the Yukon Gold Rush. He could do that. Take the kid with him. But prospecting involved many a long, hard hour of work without one guarantee of reward. Give him a job that was steady and consistent any day over something as speculative as panning for gold. No, he didn't want to go to the Yukon. He thought about the set of law books beneath his cot. He'd spent a good bit of coin on those books, and even more in time studying them. Many a Saturday and most evenings, he'd been studying law under Mr. John Townsend. The lawyer had been more than kind to help him understand what he needed to do to become a lawyer himself. Kin wasn't quite sure when the idea had taken hold of him. He'd thought about law a few times when he lived back in Wyldhaven, but the impetus that had spurred him to begin his studies had happened just down the street. When he first came to Seattle, he witnessed a crime. A woman had been knocked out and her reticule stolen. Kin had felt so helpless as he'd sat with her until her husband and a doctor had arrived. Later, in court, even though he'd been able to identify the man who stole the purse, the criminal's lawyer had systematically torn Kin's reputation apart. He'd still been drinking heavily back then. That was one of the things that had driven him to give it up. But more than that, he'd wanted to fight back. Mr. Townsend had been the woman's lawyer, and he'd offered to help Kin learn the law for himself. Mr. Townsend had been telling him for a couple of months now that he was ready to take the exam, but he'd been too nervous to try. If he failed, well, he didn't want to fail.
You good-for-nothing idiot. You don't have the brains God gave a squirrel.
Kin shook away the memory of his father looming over him and the spilled coffee beans as he'd cowered into the corner of the cabin with his arms protecting his head. He sighed. Seemed all his life he'd been trying to escape the appraisal of his father, and always failing. Parson Clay said things happened for a reason. It sure seemed unreasonable that he'd gotten fired for being 2 minutes late, so maybe the Almighty was trying to get his attention. He paused at the street corner to wait for several wagons to pass and angled a glance at the sky. You couldn't have gotten my attention some other way? He snorted. Great. Now he was talking to God? Would the all-perfect Creator even listen to a less-than-scratch two-bitter like him? The traffic cleared and he continued toward home. He scuffed a boot against the dirt of the roadbed. Much of this soil had been hauled in and tamped down by his own hand. Labor. That was something he could do. But there weren't many jobs like this around town, especially not this time of year. He needed the weary muscles at the back of his neck. Each day had enough worries of its own. Yet another saying from the good book which the parson had drilled into him as a boy. It was true enough, he supposed. Tonight he'd take Isaiah to buy a new set of clothes and get them both some grub. Then tomorrow he'd figure out what to do about a new job. He rounded the corner just this side of his building. Mrs. Houston stood on the walk speaking with two rough-looking men. From the broad spraddle of their legs, it seemed they were braced for the sidewalk to dip from beneath them at any moment. Sailors, then. "You sure you ain't seen him?" one of the men prodded. He held a hand flat, indicating a height just above his waist. "About yay high and half." His partner cleared his throat loudly and tipped a nod to Mrs. Houston, as though reminding him that a woman was present. "Right. Sorry. Half black. Kinda mealy gray eyes that don't look right on a boy of his color." Kin's heart rate kicked up a notch. For a split second it was due to anger at the man's demeaning and untrue words about Isaiah. But in the next second, when he fully realized that it was indeed Isaiah the man had described, Kin's gaze darted to Mrs. Houston. Had she seen the kid today? Would she tell these men if she had? Of their own volition, his boots ground to a stop on the walk a few paces from the group. He needed to hear how this conversation played out. "I told you, I've seen no such boy." Mrs. Houston threw back her shoulders. "What do you want of him, anyhow?" The sailors exchanged a glance. "He's one of our crew, is all. We want to make sure he's safe, but we also need him back aboard." Kin's eyes narrowed. His fists clenched so tight that his fingers ached. "Well, I ain't seen him, so be off with you. I'll send word if I catch sight of him." Mrs. Houston flapped a hanky to shoo the men on their way. Seemingly displeased not to have found the kid, the sailors turned to mosey Kin's direction. He recognized one. Farnham had worked several weeks for Mr. Riggs nigh on 9 months ago now. Kin hadn't seen him since he'd been let go for punching another man over some misplaced tools. Farnham nodded at him. "Davis?" Kin returned his greeting. The other man lifted his chin. "What are you looking at?" Kin shrugged and strode forward. He motioned toward the door to the tenement that they'd all been standing in front of. "Was just waiting for you to clear the doorway so I could go inside." He held his breath as he brushed past Mrs. Houston and started up the stairs. Behind him, he heard the door close. "Kin?" Mrs. Houston's voice was quiet but insistent. He stopped with one foot on the landing and looked back at her. She tucked her hanky into her sleeve and arched her brows. "You and I both know that boy isn't part of their crew. I don't know what they want with him, but it ain't good. However, I can't have trouble round here, understand?" Kin blinked slowly. Mrs. Houston sighed and propped her hands on her hips. "Just keep him out of sight, you hear?" "Keep who out of sight?" Kin's lips tilted with dry humor. Mrs. Houston returned his smile with a nod. "Exactly." With that, she disappeared into her own apartment and shut the door with a firm push. Chapter 3. The table at the back corner of the Seattle saloon lay in shadows, just the way he liked it. He could keep his back to the wall and study the room, yet remain mostly hidden. He sank into a chair and hooked his boot heel against the crosspiece between the legs. When the barmaid came by, he ordered a plate of beans and a beer. "Only one," he promised himself. And it was only beer. He could handle that. His men hadn't arrived yet, but he'd come early. He always liked to be early. It allowed him to get the lay of the land before anyone else. He'd downed a quarter of the beer and almost the full plate of beans before they approached. Even before they reached the table, he could tell they'd failed. Hats curled in their fists and slinking along like two cats just dragged from a water barrel. He dropped his fork against his plate and pressed his spine to the slats of the chair. He hated failure, his own most of all. Why hadn't he hidden that deed better? Yet these two's only task had been to find a paltry boy. How could they not succeed in something so simple? You didn't find him. He snapped the words as they gingerly eased into the seats across from him. Farnham only swept a finger at a knot in the tabletop. Carr spoke. Not yet, Captain. Not yet. Not yet. He mimicked. You two are as useless as a hole in a hull. Where have you looked? Everywhere. Farnham snapped. Everywhere in a pig's eye. That kid isn't more than 9 years old. He can't have gone far. Carr raised his hands. We asked at every tenement and establishment in a 10-block radius. We'll work our way further out tomorrow. That's right, you will. Because what that kid has is mine. So you get back out there at first light. And if you don't find that kid, don't plan on picking up your pay, understand? Farnham and Carr exchanged a look. It was nearly the end of the month. Maybe his edict wasn't fair, but he was too angry to care. If he didn't get that deed back, he would have killed a man for no reason. Besides, she would want him to have it. He didn't let his thoughts linger there. He glowered at the two men still sitting across from him. Go on. Get away from me. If you plan to get started at the crack of dawn, you'd better get some sleep. We were hoping to eat. Carr couldn't seem to meet his gaze this time. In disgust, Captain Sherman thrust back from the table. Same time and place tomorrow. Yes, sir. He snatched up his stein and downed the contents. Blast, but he wanted another. He stalked from the premises before his weakness could conquer him, leaving the two men to their repast. His stomach was already sour and roiling. The stress of this situation just might be his undoing. The next morning, Kin nudged the kid to awaken him. Isaiah grunted sleepily. He'd slept on the floor, using the extra blanket and pillow that had mysteriously showed up outside Kin's door the evening before. Kin smiled at the memory as he sluiced down with cold water in the tub behind the divider. By the time he'd dried off, dressed, and emerged, Isaiah had his blanket folded and stacked somewhat haphazardly with the pillow at the end of Kin's bed. He tucked away a grin. He'd give the kid credit for trying. There's a cafe about a block from here where we can get porridge and hot coffee. Sound good? Then, where should he start looking for work? The docks, maybe? He thought again about the law exam, but shook the inclination away. He wasn't ready. He needed to do a few more weeks of studying at least. Isaiah's lips twisted to one side, and his gaze dropped to the floor. I don't mean to be a burden to you. My pa, he had some money, but that captain, he took it. Kin kicked himself, realizing the kid must have misinterpreted his introspection and thought he was worrying about having to spend money on him. Still, if the captain of his ship had stolen his money... How much? Isaiah shrugged. Maybe $20? Kin contemplated. 20 was a good sum, but not enough to go after. Besides, he didn't mind taking care of the kid. He ruffled a hand over Isaiah's head. Isaiah raised tear-filled eyes to Kin's. Oh, kid. Come here. Kin stepped forward and rested a hand on the boy's shoulder. A flood of feelings from the days just after his own father had passed rushed through him. He sank onto the edge of the bed so he'd be more on Isaiah's eye level. You had a good pa, did you? The kid nodded, as the tears spilled over to streak polished tracks down his cheeks.
Yes, sir.
Kin hesitated, not wanting to rush ahead and offer empty platitudes as some had done with him.
I haven't said anything to you, but I lost my pa when I was just a little older than you are.
Isaiah searched his face.
You did?
Kin swallowed.
I did. And I missed him something fierce.
Even though his own father hadn't deserved the emotion.
I won't tell you that the days get easier, even though they do at some point. You'll always miss him. But you take life one day at a time and live it in such a way as to honor your pa. Pretty soon you'll be able to look back and see, well, you'll see that life is short and that the way we tackle it matters.
The truth of his own statement hit him like a punch in the gut. Had he ever uttered a truer phrase? For most of his sorry existence, he'd been living in a way that reflected his blamed excuse for a father who'd been nothing but a mean drunk. But there was another man, one who had disciplined him with a gentleness made all the more evident because it held no compromise. One who'd had no obligation to put up with an ornery cuss of a kid, but had done so anyway. Kin straightened. From here on out, he wanted to live in a way that would honor Parson Clay, the man who had sacrificed so much to take him in and raise him. He wanted to live in a way that mattered. That thought shored up his backbone. He would go talk to Mr. Townsend today about taking that test. He could always try again if he didn't pass this time. Kin returned his gaze to Isaiah.
It's okay to grieve over your pa, kid. I just want you to know that if you ever want to talk about it, I'll understand. And I don't mind helping you, not one bit.
Isaiah nodded.
Thank you. I just want to pay my own way, that's all.
Kin stood.
Tell you what, as payment for breakfast, you can help me study all day for a big test I need to take. How does that sound?
Isaiah sniffed, lifted his focus.
I am a sight hungry.
Kin grinned.
That's what I'm talking about.
He reached for their coats on the hook behind the door.
While we walk to the cafe, tell me about your pa. What was he like?
Isaiah slipped his arms into the coat sleeves and lowered his nose to the collar, inhaling deep. Then he lifted a distant smile.
He told me stories, always funny stories. Sometimes about a cow who thought she was a queen, or a dog who wanted to sleep in the master's bed. I think Pa laughed more than I did.
He hesitated, growing serious.
Pa had a good laugh.
As they trotted down the stairs, Kin settled a hand against the boy's shoulder.
I bet you have a laugh just like his, Isaiah.
Ike. Kin glanced down to meet a timid gaze.
My pa called me Ike. You can too if you like.
Kin dipped his chin.
All right. Ike it is.
They reached the bottom landing, and Kin cracked the door that led outside to subtly check the walk in both directions and the area across the street. Seeing no one, he felt some of the tension leave his shoulders.
Let's get some breakfast. After that, it's just a couple blocks to the law offices where I need to set a date for my test.
Cora stood behind the front desk at the boarding house, attempting to balance last month's books. With a huff of frustration, she tugged the tabulations closer and re-examined them. Her calculations were off by 11 cents. But at least Mrs. Griffin's cash drawer had 11 cents more than Cora thought it should. If the books had to be off, that was the better predicament, she supposed. The bell above the front door jangled, and she looked up with a smile, relieved to give her mind a break from the tedious task of tracking down where she'd gone wrong in her figures. A blond man strode toward her, likely fresh from the stagecoach she could now hear pulling away. She'd been so concentrated on her work that she apparently hadn't heard it arrive. If she had to guess, she'd say the man was only a little older than she was, and definitely from a city. He wore a brown suit and carried a matching rounded bowler in one hand and a shiny new leather valise in the other. He was clean-shaven and might have been accused of having a childlike face, except for the wisp of blonde stubble gracing his soft jaw and upper lip. His gaze sharpened with interest as it settled on her. She wouldn't call him handsome, maybe something more like presentable. His shoulders were a bit sloped and his chin too receded. But he definitely seemed intrigued by her. His blue eyes drilled into hers with an intensity that made her wonder what he might be thinking. It was slightly disconcerting. Her hands fumbled to straighten the books. Heavens! It truly had been a long time since a man had scrutinized her in such a way. She glanced down and then up again, wishing he would do something besides stare at her. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I help you?" Oh, mercy. She hoped he hadn't noticed the tremor in her question. He might take it wrong. He'd stopped before the desk now, and a nervous smile tilted his lips. "I certainly hope you can help me, miss. I surely do. It is Miss, isn't it?" There was an awkward tilt to his head and an assessing glint in his gaze, but he smiled with an easy camaraderie that left her at ease. Still, the way he said the words made a curl of caution twist through Cora. His charm, though flattering, seemed unpracticed and had probably not been put to use on all sorts of women. Despite that, there was something a bit unnerving about the way he continued to search her over. She'd obviously been deprived of a man's company for much too long if the mere sight of a new man had piqued such curiosity. From here, she would withhold her judgment. After all, he was probably only in town for a night or two. "It is Miss, sir, and I'm pleased to say so." She waited a beat for her words to settle before adding, "Would you like a room?" He plopped his bowler on the counter and swept her with an appraisal that slowly turned serious. "I apologize, ma'am, if I've made you uncomfortable. I forget myself sometimes. In the city, such questions are common between people of our age. I didn't mean to cause you any discomfort. Please forgive me." Perhaps her earlier thoughts had been incorrect. His statement seemed to prove that he'd often practiced such charm on other women, yet his words were coated with gentility and concern. She studied him. Was the man simply used to getting his way and perturbed that she hadn't responded to him, or was his apology genuine? "Yes, I'm here for a room." He offered her a coaxing smile. "Do forgive me?" Cora gave in to the kindness in his eyes. She spun the ledger to face him and nudged the fountain pen closer. "There's nothing to forgive, sir." "On the contrary, ma'am. I fear I've made you uncomfortable. 'Twas not my intention." "All is forgiven, sir." Heavens, were her cheeks as rosy as they were hot? Best she get back to business. "I have 2 rooms left. Would you prefer a west-facing one or east?" She forced a calm expression that she was far from feeling. He lowered his gaze to the book, seemingly willing to let her change of topic slide. "Well, now I don't know." He signed his name with a scribble that Cora couldn't read, then lifted his focus to hers once more. "Which would you recommend?" There was still a hint of his charm in the twinkle of his blue eyes, but she could tell he was trying to withhold his personality to keep her at ease. And somehow it was working. Mercy, the man had her all in a muddle. She felt sweat break out on her forehead. One moment she'd felt distrusting of his charm, and then next she seemed to have been taken in by it. Was it only that a man was finally paying her some attention? Or was there something more here than she realized? "I'll give you the western one." She lifted the key from the rack behind her and handed it to him. "It has a lovely view over the valley. Right up those stairs. Last room at the end of the hall on the right. Enjoy your stay." He settled his round hat on his head and tugged the brim. "Miss." With that, he departed up the stairs. Cora eased out a breath and sank onto the stool behind the desk. She felt her shoulders relax. She'd probably made more of that than it was, but she was thankful to have the man out of sight. "Everything all right?" Cora gasped and spun toward the voice. "Oh, lands, you nearly set me to glory before my time." She pressed one hand to her chest, nervous laughter bubbling up. Dixie Griffin, the boarding house owner, stood in the dining room doorway wiping her hands on a towel. "Sorry, was that the new guest?" Cora nodded. "All the rooms are filled today except for number 2. "Oh, wonderful." Dixie took in her face. "You sure you're all right?" Cora flapped her hand. "It was nothing, I'm sure. I guess just... Well, at first I wasn't sure about him, but I've decided that he's quite charming." Now she was certain her face was as red as a hot poker. Dixie searched her countenance and a slow grin spread. She glanced toward the stairs where the man had just disappeared. "What's his name?" Cora bent to study the signature in the book. She slid it closer to Dixie. "Your guess is as good as mine." Dixie looked at the scrawl and her brows winged upward. "Is he a doctor, do you suppose?" Her smile and the gentle swipe she was taking at her own husband's handwriting eased a little more of Cora's tension. "How's Doc doing these days? It seems like an age since I've seen him around." Dixie blew out a breath. "He's practically been run off his feet this week. But that's nothing new. And this time his busyness has relief in sight, because some of what's keeping him busy is that he's been preparing the way for the new doctor who's coming to town." "The new doctor? He's finally coming?" "Yes." Dixie's hands raised toward the ceiling. "Glory be! Flynn hasn't wanted to say anything until he was sure the man could come. He's supposed to be here by the end of the week. He's fresh out of medical studies in California. Flynn has been corresponding with him. Seems to think he's going to be a great boon for our town. I only hope that half the man's resume is true." "Well, I'm pleased that Flynn will have some more help. He and Aurora need the assistance. Oh, do they ever?" With one more glance toward the stairs, Dixie poked Cora's shoulder. "You let me know if our guest makes you blush again, will you?" Dixie winked. Cora felt her embarrassment rise. "It really was nothing. He was very kind and apologetic when he noticed he'd made me uncomfortable." Dixie's eyes narrowed. "How did he make you uncomfortable?" Cora hesitated, but decided there was nothing for it other than to admit the truth. "It was the way he looked at me. A little too forward, perhaps. And his words were like syrup. Oh, blast. Was her face going to be crimson all day?" Dixie chuckled. "He really did make an impression. I can see that. Maybe the good Lord has finally brought round a man who can turn our dear Cora's head?" Cora gave her friend the best glower she could muster through her smile and nudged her back in the direction from which she'd come. "Don't you have work to do?" Dixie's laugh tinkled like bells. "I guess I had best return to the kitchen and finish the dishes." "Yes'm." Cora gave a nod to urge her on her way. Dixie was still chuckling as she disappeared, and Cora couldn't help but feel a wave of gratefulness to be working for such a caring and compassionate woman. The Lord truly had blessed her when Ken Davis had connected her with Dixie about this job. Her vision blurred against one wall. Ken Davis. After all these years of his absence, why did that man still come into her thoughts? She wondered for the 1,000th time where he was. Was he even still alive? She prayed for him often, but hadn't heard the parson speak of him for months now. Too bad that the man had been harder toward the Lord than a Cascade Mountain rock. She'd felt connected to him on so many levels, but that was an area where she refused to compromise. Her relationship with the Lord was too important for her to risk it by yoking herself to a man who didn't share that value. Even if she discounted the fact that he'd been a kind, thoughtful, and humorous man, her attraction to him would have pulled her toward him like a magnet, and to be pulled toward him would have distanced her from the Lord, no matter how diligently she might have tried to prevent it. Besides, heedless of her attraction, he'd left town, and that told her plenty about the level of his interest in her. So all her thoughts didn't amount to much more than tea on a biscuit. She released her thoughts of him with a sigh. Her gaze fell to the accounting books and a grunt escaped. Now she just had to figure out where she'd made the mistake in her mathematics. Her nose crinkled. Blessed she might be, but it wasn't a very glamorous life. After breakfast, Kin kept an eye on the surrounding people and buildings, with a tension tightening his gut, as Isaiah trailed him down the walk toward Mr. Townsend's office. He probably should have left the kid in his room, but Isaiah had perked up so much over breakfast that he hadn't wanted to return the kid to the solitude of the room and resurrect his morose thoughts and sadness over the death of his father. So far, Kin hadn't seen anyone giving them undue attention. His worry was probably for nothing. What danger could a kid Ike's age be to a ship's crew anyhow? Perhaps the men only wanted to make sure Ike was safe, as they'd claimed. Kin blew a puff of dismissal. Not likely. At any rate, they'd arrived now. He nudged the kid off the street. Mr. Townsend's office took up the first floor of a new brick-and-stone building on the corner of Pine and First. Gold lettering on the door's glass proclaimed James J. Townsend, Esquire. A brass bell tinkled an announcement of Kin and Isaiah's entrance. "Be right there," Mr. Townsend called from behind the heavy gold drapes that curtained off an arched doorway. From past experience, Kin knew the man's cluttered desk lay on the other side, along with cabinet after cabinet of pigeon-holed shelves, each one dedicated to the case of a particular client. A burgundy brocade settee and 2 matching chairs clustered around an oval table to the left of the door. Kin motioned for Ike to have a seat, but couldn't seem to relax enough to be seated himself. Instead, he paced the short distance along the rear of the settee and back again. The curtain rustled. "Kin!" Mr. Townsend hurried forward, hand outstretched in greeting. "I wasn't expecting you this time of morning. Everything all right?" "Morning, sir. This here's my friend Isaiah Coleman. He's staying with me for a while." Curiosity lit Mr. Townsend's eyes, but he was polite enough not to voice his questions. "Pleasure to meet you, young man." He stretched a hand to Isaiah. The boy stood. "Same to you." His handshake was firm and polite. Kin smiled. The kid had been taught his manners, that was certain. Mr. Townsend returned his gaze to Kin. He didn't prod this time, but Kin could read the concern in his gaze well enough. "Riggs fired me. I was 2 minutes late to work yesterday. I'm sorry to hear it. It's his loss if I know anything about you, and I do. He'll have a time finding anyone who works as hard as you do." Kin shuffled his feet, uncomfortable with the compliment. He never knew how to respond to something like that. "Thank you, sir." "So, what brings you here? Something to do with the boy?" His gaze skipped off of Ike. No, sir. I thought, well, since I'm out of work, I thought I might take you up on your prodding to take the bar exam." A grin bloomed on Mr. Townsend's face. "Well, I'll be." Kin rushed ahead. "I thought I'd study for a couple more days and then—" "Nonsense! Nonsense!" Mr. Townsend waved him to silence. "I've had the test ready and waiting for weeks now. You don't need any more time to study. Follow me. There's no time like the present." Kin hesitated. "But I've got—" He gestured to Ike. Townsend waved away his concern. "The kid'll be fine. He can pass the time with me. You like iced cream, son?" Isaiah's eyes widened. "Yes, sir." Townsend smiled at Kin. "There, you see? We'll be fine. The boy and I will chip up an ice block and crank the handle while you take the test. I'll even bring you lunch and have dinner ready for you this evening." Kin felt helpless to delay. Was he ready? He hadn't been prepared to take the test on the spot. "What happens if I don't pass?" A flick of Mr. Townsend's wrist brushed the protest away. "I'm certain you'll do fine. No more protesting." The man practically pushed Kin toward the gold curtain. "Come on, Isaiah, follow us." In the back room, Mr. Townsend directed Kin to an empty table. From a chair, he removed a stack of crates filled with jumbled papers and plunked it behind the table. "Sit, sit!" Slowly, reluctantly, Kin did. He rubbed the sweat from his palms onto the knees of his trousers. Swallowed. He should have known to do his studying first before coming to tell Townsend he wanted to take the test. The lawyer rifled through a drawer. "When I was first studying law, we took this exam orally, but they're pushing us now to use a written test, so I've prepared a little something for you." With a flourish, he brandished a sheaf of papers from the depths of the drawer. Satisfaction gleamed in his eyes as he placed the stack in front of Kin and straightened them just so. He plucked the fountain pen from his shirt pocket and laid it on top of the pages. "Right, you're all set. I'll be back in—" He tucked his hand into his vest pocket and extracted the watch connected to the gold fob that dangled from one of his buttonholes. The face of the watch popped open with a soft click. 4 hours, with some lunch. After that, you can take the second part of the test." Second part of the test? Kin's stomach twisted tighter than one of Mrs. Griffin's kitchen rags at the end of a long day. Behind Mr. Townsend, Isaiah's eyes widened.
"That there's a long test."
It wasn't the amount of time that bothered Kin, but whether he would adequately know the information required. Mr. Townsend chuckled. He ruffled a hand over Ike's curls. "Gives us plenty of time to make and eat that iced cream." With a sigh, Kin gave in and picked up the pen.
"Go on, then. I've got a test to take. But,"
he pointed the end of the pen in Ike's direction,
"you better save me some of that iced cream. And tell Mr. Townsend to put some chocolate in mine. If he's making me take this test right away, that's the least he can do."
Isaiah exchanged a smile with the lawyer, his teeth a slash of white between bunched cheeks.
"Yes, sir."
One glance at the first question immediately returned Kin's stomach to knots. He ought to have known that Mr. Townsend wouldn't make this test easy on him. He put pen to paper and scarcely even noticed when his two companions left the room. Chapter 4. Cora was still at the front desk an hour later, attempting to find the mistake she'd made in tabulations. She'd gone back 2 weeks and hadn't found it. Now she was working through the third. "Seems like some pretty serious work you've got going on there." She jolted, taken by surprise, and only in that moment realized that his footsteps had been sounding on the floorboards for a few moments. The blond man, whose name she still didn't know, smiled at her. "Sorry, didn't mean to startle you." He'd taken time to shave, she noted. His lack of facial hair emphasized his youth. Did the man's age even match her 20? "No, it's all right. I was just so concentrated on finding my mistake," she gestured at the books, "that I didn't hear you approach." She returned his smile. "How can I help you?" He fiddled with the bowler hat in his hands. "I wondered if you might direct me to the clinic?" Cora frowned. Was the man sick? Or was he, in fact, the doctor the Griffins were expecting? "Do you mean the doctor?" "Well, yes, I suppose. Do you know where I could find a Dr. Griffin?" Her excitement grew. He already knew Dr. Griffin's name. He had to be the new doctor, didn't he? "I suppose Doc is still out on his rounds, but if you'll wait 1 moment, I can fetch his wife. She can probably tell you better where he is." "His wife is here?" "Yes, she owns this establishment. 1 moment, please." "Fine. Yes, fine. I'll wait right here." Cora bustled through the boarding house dining room and found Dixie in the kitchen. "That new boarder. He's looking for Doc. Do you know where he might be?" "He's not back yet." Dixie swiped a wrist across her forehead and gave the batch of jam she was cooking another quick stir. "He's still out at Camp 65, but he should be home shortly, providing there were no emergencies out there today." "That's what I thought. The man asked to be pointed toward the clinic." Dixie chuckled. She lifted the pan and set to filling the waiting jars with an ease that came with long practice.
Poor, unsuspecting city folk, always expecting our little town to have the latest amenities."
Her humor abated abruptly.
"Is he sick?"
Cora shook her head and laced her fingers in a tight tangle.
I think he might be the new doctor."
She suddenly felt sure her hunch was right.
"Oh, lands. Here a few days early? Wouldn't that be a blessing? Belle,"
Dixie called to Belle Castaigne, who worked for her in the boarding-house kitchen.
"would you be a dear and finish sealing this jam for me? The wax is already prepared and melting at the back of the stove. I think another 5 minutes should be enough."
Dixie was already pulling off her apron.
"Of course."
Belle smiled at Cora as she took Dixie's place.
"Hi, Cora."
Cora returned her friend's greeting.
"We still on for dinner in the dining room after you finish?"
Belle nodded.
"Perfect. See you in a bit."
Dixie rinsed her hands and quickly dried them, then Cora followed her out to the boarding-house entry. All energy and happiness, Dixie stretched a hand toward the man who paced the floorboards.
"Are you Dr. Polson? Alexander Polson?"
A smile bloomed on his face, giving emphasis to his lack of a chin.
"The very one."
He accepted her handshake.
"And you are Dr. Griffin's wife. He's mentioned you several times in his letters. It's a great pleasure to meet you, ma'am."
"I can assure you, Dr. Polson, that the pleasure is all mine. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have another doctor come to these parts to help lift some of the burden from my dear husband's shoulders."
"Yes, ma'am. I'm anxious to get started. I arrived a few days early in the hopes of acquainting myself with the clinic and its practices."
Cora rolled her lips in and pressed them into a thin line as Dixie cast her a wide-eyed look.
"I'm sorry to inform you. It's just that—"
The women both spoke together and then stopped with a chuckle. Cora motioned for Dixie to continue.
"I fear, Dr. Polson—"
"Alex, please."
Dixie gave him a placating nod. "I fear, Alex, that our little town might not be as civilized as you're expecting."
A frown settled between his blonde brows.
"I don't understand."
Cora felt sorry for the man. She hoped he would stay even after he learned that his duties would be more travel than standing in a clinic and waiting for the patients to come to him. Dixie laced her fingers primly and gave the man a steady look.
"There is no clinic. Even now my husband is out on his rounds at Logging Camp 65.
"Logging camp?" The doctor's words broke away, and his gaze searched out the window as though a view of the town might reveal the missing clinic to his travel-weary gaze. Cora stepped behind the entry desk and straightened her books, but she couldn't keep her gaze from the distressed features of the poor doctor for long. Would he hightail it right back to the big city once Dixie finished her explanation? That would be a tragedy indeed. Doc and Aurora certainly needed his help.
"I don't understand."
The doctor's brow slumped into a veritable plowed field of perplexity. She almost giggled as she thought how she would explain this conversation to Belle later when they had dinner. Forcing her mind back to the present, she realized she'd missed some of the conversation. Dixie was still explaining.
"And so, you see, surrounding Wyldhaven are a number of logging camps, a little like the tent cities one might find around a mining camp, only these are near the areas where trees need to be felled."
"Right. I see now." The man glanced down at his shiny shoes. He lifted one and tilted it in both directions.
"I guess if I'm to do a lot of riding to logging camps, I ought to trade these in for a pair of sturdy boots."
His self-deprecating smile was infectious. Cora felt an ease in her spirit at his quick acceptance of Dixie's explanation. She smiled and nodded at him encouragingly.
"Pop down to see Bill Giddens at the livery. He'll fix you right up."
He slid his bowler through his fingers, gaze lingering.
"I'll do that."
Beside him, Dixie quirked a brow at Cora. She felt her face heat and returned her focus to the books.
"Dixie, I'm afraid I'm off by 11 cents to your good, but I can't find it anywhere. I've been trying for a couple of hours."
"Oh." Dixie strode toward her. "I should have mentioned it sooner. A man left some extra money beside his plate during a rush, and I dropped it in the drawer without marking it down. That must be the extra. I apologize." Behind Dixie's back, Dr. Polson gave a friendly roll of his eyes. "Sorry," he mouthed. Cora didn't dare respond for fear of Dixie seeing it, so she merely lowered her gaze to the register again. "Right. Not to worry. I'm just happy to have found it. I'll mark it down now." Dixie squeezed her shoulder and started toward the kitchen. "Thank you, Cora. I'm not sure what I would do without you." When Cora lifted her gaze, Dr. Polson was at the door. He tugged at the brim of his hat, then stepped onto the street. She blew a frazzled breath. Why did she feel as though this new doctor's arrival in town would mean a new trajectory for her? It was an odd feeling. Was the good Lord trying to make her aware of something? "Lord, whatever it is, direct my steps." The next morning, Kin stood before Mr. Townsend in his office, staring down at his test score. "I passed?" He gaped at the score sheet in his hand as awe threatened to take his knees from under him. Townsend's deep laughter filled the room. "You did indeed, son. You did indeed. Been a long time since I've had any student score so well on an exam." Kin lifted his gaze to the man. "So, I can practice law now?" It was a stupid question. He knew the answer, of course, but it didn't seem real. The lawyer's meaty hand clapped one of Kin's shoulders. "You sure can. Anywhere in the state of Washington, as you know." A longing for home washed over Kin. He suddenly knew what his decision would be. He'd left Ike in his room this morning. The boy had seemed in a better frame of mind, and Kin only planned to be here long enough to learn his score. He'd have to check with Isaiah. He hoped the kid would want to come with him because he couldn't fathom leaving him here on his own. He'd cross that bridge when he came to it. Ever since they'd left here the day before, he'd been keeping Isaiah hidden and trying to decide what to do. Isaiah hadn't seemed to know why the sailors might be looking for him, and on further questioning, he'd sworn up and down that his pa didn't owe those men anything. Kin believed him. Kin stretched a hand to his mentor. "You've been very kind to me, Mr. Townsend. I want to thank you for all you've done." "Nonsense, lad. Working with you has been my pleasure. I take it this is goodbye?" Kin nodded, still feeling a bit of the wonder at finally having direction. "I think I'm heading back home, sir. Back to Wyldhaven." "Well, that's good, son. Real good." He pumped Kin's hand like a handle on a fire wagon. "I wish you all the best. I truly do." "Thank you, sir. The way you've allowed me to read the law under you, well, it means a lot." Townsend flapped a hand. "Go on with you now. And write me a letter once in a while, would you?" "Yes, sir. I'll do that." He felt a bit of nostalgia as he stepped out to the tinkle of the doorbell one last time, but a swell of joy, and yes, he'd have to admit it, pride, washed through him at the realization that he'd done it. He'd really done it. Kin hustled through the streets of Seattle back to the boarding house. When he burst into his room, Isaiah jolted upright on the bed where he'd been reading Kin's copy of Huckleberry Finn. Kin grinned at the boy. "If I leave Seattle, do you want to come with me?" Isaiah's eyes shot wide. After a brief moment, his countenance fell, and his shoulders drooped. "Don't suppose there's anything keeping me here." Relief swept through Kin. If he was honest, he hadn't known if the kid would want to come with him, and he knew he wouldn't have been able to leave the boy here on his own. He tugged his small trunk from beneath the bed. "Pack up, kid. I'm taking you to the prettiest little town this side of the Mississippi." He gave a pointed look to Isaiah's reading. Isaiah grinned. "I do like this story. Mr. Mark Twain sure do know how to make people laugh." "That he does, kid. That he does. The train leaves in 2 hours. Nothing keeping us here. We might as well leave today as next week." It only took them a few minutes to stuff all their belongings into the trunk. Kin stripped the bed and folded the sheets and blankets together. He instructed Isaiah to wait with the trunk, then carried the bedding down to Mrs. Houston's room. When she opened her door, he gave her the bundle. "Ma'am, you've been a fair and kind landlady. I'm lighting out and won't be needing my room anymore." She set the bundle to one side. "I'm sorry to hear that. Let me get you a refund for your remaining rent." Kin held up a hand. "That won't be necessary. I know it might take a few days to find a renter, and I didn't give you any notice that I was leaving. I think it's only fair that you keep it. And I appreciate you not saying anything about, well," he chuckled, "about the guest that I do not have in my room." She returned his smile, but then gave a shake of her head. "Not sure what the world is coming to when there are thugs hunting down children in the streets. I pray you will be safe, Ken Davis. And that might, too." "Thank you, ma'am." With a tip of his hat, he left her to hurry back and fetch Ike. He just needed to send a wire ahead to Wyldhaven, then they'd buy their tickets and get a quick lunch in the diner near the station. He'd be home by this evening. Anticipation quickened his steps. Chapter 5. Bill Farnham slunk along the walk near the train station. He was supposed to be searching the tenements on the other end of Yesler, but the kid was gone. There was no point in looking for the little rat anyhow. Too bad they'd lost him, though, because it was going to be a very slim month without his pay. He gritted his teeth. It really wasn't fair of the captain to do that. After all the months he'd spent working for the man, too. If he did somehow find the kid, it would be a miracle, and he wasn't holding out hope for that. He'd much rather sleep on one of the benches in the cool air of the train station than spend the day walking in today's hot sun, looking for a kid he was never going to find. Today's eastbound train was just about to leave, and then the station would quiet right down, and he could get a nice nap. He sank onto the end of one bench near a mother and her baby in a basket. She cooed to the child and then tucked a blanket around him. The little tyke stuck his thumb into his mouth and promptly fell asleep. The mother raised her eyes. He shouldn't have stared. As a way of apology, he offered a smile. "Cute little guy." "Thank you. He's right tuckered." "All aboard," the conductor called. The woman rose with a parting waggle of her fingers, hefted the basket onto one arm, and hurried toward the train. Farnham shucked out of his jacket and swung his feet up. He'd planned to tuck his coat behind his head and close his eyes, but blinked instead at the sight of Ken Davis striding toward the train just 2 cars down. Ken Davis, and the very kid Farnham had just been thinking it would be a miracle to find. For one moment, he sat frozen, partially reclined on the bench. It was the thought of his paycheck that lurched him into action. He shrugged back into his jacket as he dodged around a cart loaded with trunks. "Ken Davis!" Ken spun toward the sound of his voice, one hand resting on the kid's shoulder. His eyes widened for a moment, and then he bent to say something into the boy's ear. They both hurried forward. An attendant near the entrance took their tickets, and they clambered aboard the passenger car. Ken bent to study Farnham through the windows as they made their way down the aisle inside. Farnham hesitated, hands plunked on his hips. He had no money for a ticket, but by the time he went to fetch the captain, the train would already be gone. This was a dilemma. If he told the captain he'd seen the boy but didn't catch him, he was going to be in for a long lecture on the stupidity of his failure. But if he didn't tell the captain, then he would never see his pay. Ken continued to watch him through the window. What made him do it, he wasn't sure. But he formed his hand into the shape of a gun and pretended to pull the trigger in the kid's direction. Ken's lips thinned. He remained watchful, scanning the area as though searching for Farnham's accomplices. He was alone today, but next time, he would have company. Giving Ken a jaunty wave, he turned and angled through the lines of people waiting to board. This train was headed east. First stop would be the station near Wyldhaven. He paused at the ticket booth on his way out, gave the portly woman behind the counter his most charming smile. "I was to meet my brother and his adopted son here, ma'am, but I fear I'm a little late. Can you tell me if you saw them buying tickets? I'm not sure if they made it on the train or not." He described Ken and the boy as best he could. Her eyes lit up. "Yes, they just purchased tickets a while ago." Farnham winced dramatically. "That brother of mine, he's a bit of a no-good, and I'm worried about my nephew. Can you tell me how far they bought tickets for? I'd like to check up on 'em once in a while." The woman's lips pinched with a moment of hesitation, but then she must have overcome her doubts because she glanced at the register before her. Her fingers traced a line. "Looks like they're only going as far as Wyldhaven." She smiled. "Good news for you, that's not too far." "Thank you kindly, ma'am." He tugged on an imaginary hat brim. "I appreciate the information." "Would you like to buy a ticket?" His heart gave a thump, but a lie came quickly to mind. "I have some responsibilities I have to deal with in town. I'll have to follow 'em on the next train. I'll get my ticket then." With a wave, he turned and hurried out of the station before the woman could ply him with more questions. The captain would likely be at his favorite saloon, and might just give him his paycheck after all.
"Lost him. What do you mean, you lost him?"
Rage seethed through Captain Sherman's chest. Why did he have such incompetence working for him? Farnham shifted and ran trembling fingers down the buttons at the front of his shirt. His voice was barely audible when he spoke.
"Well, sir, I caught a glimpse of the boy, leaving town with a fella by the name of Davis. Why didn't you stop them?"
Farnham exchanged a look with Carr, who had come crawling into the saloon just before Farnham.
"You're talking to me, not him. Spit it out."
Farnham wetted his lips.
"I was at the train station, asking around like you told us to. I was asking a woman if she'd seen the boy, when I suddenly caught a glimpse of him climbing aboard with Davis." "You're sure it was him? I don't want to go off on some wild goose chase." "I'm sure. Through the window of one of the cars, I saw Davis helping the boy to a seat. I ran, honest I did, but the woman at the counter said it was too late to buy tickets. The train pulled out of the station before I could get to 'em, but I found out where they were going. They only bought tickets as far as Wyldhaven."
How did he get connected with this Davis fellow, I wonder? And how do you know him? Carr stepped forward.
"Before he took work with you, Farnham used to work with Davis at Riggs Dirt Works. He seemed a good sort of man, hard worker."
At the granite look the captain gave him, Farnham cleared his throat.
"All I mean is that I think he'll take good care of the kid until we can catch up with him."
Captain Sherman tapped his fingers on the table. This was all a muddle. A very irritating muddle. He was tempted to let it go, wash his hands of it. Yet every time he thought about that home, mansion, more like it, right along the shore, a swirl of madness swept through him. Would he live there? Maybe someday. But until he was ready to roll up his sails, he could rent the place. It would bring a mint. It should have been his. His fist clenched. Would have been his, if it weren't for that conniving man who had wormed his way into Cassandra's heart while he was away to sea. A darky to boot. How could she have betrayed him in such a manner? He lifted his hand and, when the barmaid stopped by, ordered a whiskey.
"Make it a double."
Each time he remembered the pitying looks he'd gotten when he walked the streets of Santa Monica. A curl of bitterness swelled inside him. Women had given him sad smiles and then whispered to each other behind their hands. "There goes the man thrown over by Cassandra McKnight for a former slave. She's Cassandra Coleman now, and married to a Negro. Imagine! Oh, yes, I heard. How awful Captain Sherman must be for her to take a black man over him." Oh, they'd been careful that he never actually heard the words, but he was good at reading expressions, and sympathetic looks, and quiet giggles. It had vexed him sorely. Still vexed him. And then, planted with the vile man's cursed seed, his dear Cassandra had passed, while giving birth to his abominable offspring. It was such a scandal. A former slave and his whelp living in the grandest house on Ocean Avenue. Whatever had possessed the man to head for the Yukon, Captain Sherman might never know. All he'd known was that opportunity had come knocking when Coleman and his son had stepped onto the deck of his ship. Had the man even known that he, the captain of the ship on which he'd purchased passage to the Yukon, had formerly courted his deceased wife? He strongly doubted it. He'd been gentle at first, asked sympathetic but probing questions. Grudgingly, he'd had to admit that Isaiah Coleman Sr. was a quick wit. The man hadn't trusted him. He'd been able to see that right off. But the man's suspicions hadn't filled him with enough caution. A few drops of poison in his food each night aboard ship, and his decline had begun slowly. A search of his cabin, while the man and his sniveling brat had been atop, had provided him with the deed he'd expected he would find. But it had nearly brought him to a rampage when the rumors had proved true. Cassandra had indeed bequeathed her family estate to Coleman before she died. Unthinkable. Even now, the memory caused his fist to clench on the table. The barmaid set his drink before him, and he dropped his coin onto her tray before he downed it in one gulp. Cassandra must have been coerced. Perhaps Coleman had even killed her. Sherman thunked his glass onto the table. Cassandra would have wanted him to rescue her estate. She would have wanted it to go to him instead of the low man who had somehow ensnared her. So he'd hidden the deed in the floorboards of his cabin. He should have checked more often, but there was always a guard posted. No one should have had access to his stateroom. He hadn't even worried that the deed might be lost to him a second time. It wasn't until they docked in Seattle and already had the man buried that he discovered that Coleman must have snuck in at some point before he died and retrieved the document. Only the piece of string remained in the compartment beneath the board. Had the man taken the deed with him to his grave? Sherman's drink threatened to return to the tabletop. No, it couldn't be. The boy had to have it. He just had to, and that meant they had to find him. Cassandra would want it. And so, to honor her memory, he would hunt the boy down and make him sign over the property. He could always have a fake one drawn up. But it would cause no end of trouble if the boy returned with the real document in a few years' time. No, it was better to fetch the legitimate papers. He would have to cancel his next sale. But the income from the house would more than make up for the lost income of one trip to the Yukon. He looked at the men across from him. "Buy 3 tickets on the next train. We're going after that boy." Chapter 6. Kin had wired ahead, asking Jackson Nolan to pick them up at the train station, but it was Lincoln Nolan who waited for them with his pa's buckboard. He couldn't deny that he was thankful to have arrived in town without any to-do. It was clear from Farnham's threatening pose back at the Seattle train station that he did indeed have some beef with Isaiah. What kind of grievance a grown man could have with a mere slip of a kid, he wasn't sure. But Farnham had been with the sailors searching for Isaiah that first day as well. Whatever it was, it would behoove Kin to inform the sheriff that trouble might be brewing. Thankfully, Isaiah had been preoccupied with excitement over the train, and Kin didn't think he'd even noticed Farnham or his threatening gesture. For the remainder of the trip, he'd been careful to keep his concern from Isaiah, and he didn't plan to change that now. However, it wouldn't take too much questioning for the sailors to discover that he and Isaiah had purchased tickets only as far as Wyldhaven. Kin felt sure they hadn't seen the last of those men. A problem for another day. For now, he strode down the station steps and inserted levity into his tone. "Howdy, Link." Kin pumped his hand. "Land almighty, I think you've grown a foot since I was last home." Lincoln hung his head with a shy smile. "Yes, sir." "Sir?" Kin laughed. "Aren't you the same kid that used to put frogs in my bait bin?" Lincoln's smile grew to a grin. "Guess I'm guilty on that charge indeed. Jackson sends his apologies for not being here. He's been hired by the new mill in town and doesn't get off till later." "Not to worry. This here is Isaiah." Lincoln and Isaiah exchanged nods of greeting, and Kin was pleased to see Link hold out a hand to Isaiah without pause. Kin hefted his trunk and motioned with a nod for Isaiah to keep up as they followed Lincoln to his wagon in the lot. "What about Wash? You all hear from him?" Lincoln's steps faltered for only the briefest of seconds, but it was enough for Kin's heart to plummet. Lincoln lowered the tailgate of the wagon bed. "He was writing right regular, but his letters stopped a few weeks back. I'd be lying if I said Pa wasn't concerned." The news nearly took Kin's breath. He dropped the trunk into the back of the wagon with a loud thunk that made the horses shift and bob their heads. He swept a hand to the back of his neck. "I'm sincerely sorry to hear that." The tailgate creaked like an old rocking chair as he latched it back in place. Lincoln dipped his chin in appreciation and motioned for them to join him on the seat. "We're all hoping that his letters have simply been delayed for some reason. Pa keeps saying we can't borrow trouble from tomorrow, but—" The way the sentence trailed off left a hollow feeling in Kin's gut. He tried not to think too much about Wash as they took the road away from the station. The trip into town was uneventful, and it wasn't until they drove onto the main street of Wyldhaven that he realized they'd taken the whole trip in silence. He bumped Lincoln's shoulder with one fist. "Wash is the strongest, stubbornest person I know. I'm sure he's fine." Lincoln swallowed, sniffed a little. "Thank you." To Kin's right, Isaiah squirmed and methodically studied each building along the street. After a moment, he leaned close to Kin. "Where's the schoolhouse?" Kin took a quick glance past the new building that had gone up since he'd last been home. It looked like it might be the mill Link had mentioned. Beyond it lay the flat area on the other side of Wyldhaven Creek, where for years it had been planned that a schoolhouse would be built. Still no building. He directed Isaiah's attention toward the church. "I guess classes are still being held in the church." He gave the kid a nudge with his elbow. "Don't worry, Annie. I'll be sure to get you enrolled just as soon as I can." To Link, he asked, "Zoe still the teacher?" Lincoln nodded with a little roll of his eyes. "She is." Kin chuckled. "Let me guess. You wanted to be done with school, but she paid your pa a visit and talked him into sending you for one more year." Lincoln sighed. "That about sums it up. I should be doing man's work. Instead, I'm squished into the back row scratching out ciphers that I'm never going to need to know." Kin felt a swell of pride over his childhood friend now being the town's teacher. He thumped Link's knee. "This will be over before you know it, Link. Try to learn everything she sets in front of you. You'll never be sorry about that down the line." Lincoln's lips were pressed into a tight line of disagreement, but he gave a lift of one shoulder.
All right.
Ken turned his focus to Isaiah. Miss Castaigne was one of my best friends growing up. You'll love going to school with her as your teacher, and I'll make sure to talk to her and get you all the books you need. Ken didn't miss the glimmer of gratitude in Isaiah's eyes as he said,
My pa would like that.
Here we are. Lincoln Nolan pulled his wagon to a stop in front of the post office. He gave Ken a look.
You sure you don't want me to drive you on up the hill to the parsonage?
Ken shook his head and motioned for Isaiah to hop down.
This'll be fine. The walk'll do us some good after that long train ride.
Truth was, he was a little nervous about being back home and simply popping in on the parson unannounced. In a past letter, Parson Clay had told Ken about his marriage to Aurora. Ken couldn't be happier for them. He just wasn't sure if the extra bed in the room he'd shared with Tommy at the parsonage would now be occupied by a squalling bundle of joy. They might not have room for him, much less Isaiah. As Isaiah grabbed one handle of the trunk and Ken grabbed the other, he pointed in the direction of the path leading up the hill past the church. But a glimpse of Isaiah's wide eyes made Ken realize this was all probably a bit terrifying for the boy. He gestured to the little log cabin at the top of the hill. Smoke spewed from the chimney in a welcoming spiral. That cabin up there is where I spent a lot of my growing-up years. You already know the man who raised me as a parson. Of course, that building there, well, that's the church. Isaiah nodded, but his eyes were still as wide as a pair of horseshoes. Ike. Ken waited until he had the boy's attention. I promise you, these are good people. They're going to take care of you, just like they took care of me. Isaiah darted him a wary scrutiny. Ken held up a hand. I don't mean to say that I'm going to leave you in their care. I'm not leaving you. The boy's shoulders slumped in relief.
Yes, sir.
You hungry? A silent nod was Ken's only answer. Aurora, she's like my sister. She married the parson. Anyhow, if Aurora doesn't have dinner on, we'll come back down here to the diner and eat. He motioned across the street to Dixie's boarding house. Sound good? Isaiah gave another silent nod. Ken kept quiet after that, figuring he'd done the best he could to ease the kid's mind about this whole situation. He would see soon enough that PC and Aurora would be welcoming. When they reached the porch, they set the trunk that contained all their worldly possessions to one side of the door. Ken tugged off his hat, motioning for Isaiah to do the same. Then he took a deep breath and knocked. From inside the house, there came the sound of shuffling and Aurora's ladylike chuckle. Just the sound of it shot him through with a wave of nostalgic belonging. He was home. Why had he waited so long to come back? The door swung open to reveal Tommy, lanky and rough-shaven. For one brief moment, his jaw dropped, and then he surged forward, all gangly legs and arms. Ken! Ken was almost knocked backward by Tommy's enthusiastic lunge of a hug. He braced himself with one foot as he clapped Tommy on the back. Hey there, Tom-Tom. It's been a long time. Oh, you're looking good, real good.
You look good. You feel good. And you smell good, too.
Tommy inhaled deeply. Ken chuckled, feeling a bit awkward as Tommy practically buried his nose in his hair. Isaiah grinned at him from beyond Tommy's shoulder. Tommy still clung to Ken as though he never intended to let him go. Ken nudged Tommy back. All right. You gotta release me now. I'm not going anywhere. Reluctantly, Tommy released him and allowed him a spare inch of space. Ken pressed the tips of his fingers against Tommy's chest and urged him to retreat a little more. It's real good to see you again, Tom-Tom. He swung his hat to indicate Isaiah. This here is Isaiah. You can call him Ike.
Hi.
Tommy scanned Isaiah from head to toe and back again.
How come your skin is so dark?
Ken gasped a laugh. He opened his mouth to reprimand Tommy about the impoliteness of his question, but Isaiah beat him to it.
Because my mama was white and my daddy was black. How come you're so pale?
Isaiah punctuated his question with a grin that showed he bore Tommy no animosity. Tommy blinked a couple of times.
I don't know.
Ken tapped Tommy's chest with his hat. Next time, you tell old Ike here that it's because both your pop and your mom were white. Tommy nodded. His gaze swept Isaiah again.
He's like coffee with cream. I'm just cream.
He thrust the back of his hand next to Isaiah's to compare.
He looks nice.
Isaiah smiled. He clasped Tommy's hand in both of his own and gazed up at him sincerely. There was a shimmer in the kid's gray gaze.
You look nice too, Tommy. Real nice. Thank you.
Tommy giggled and bounced up and down a couple of times. To Ken, he said,
He thinks I look nice.
That was when Ken noticed PC and Aurora standing in the doorway behind Tommy. Aurora grinned from ear to ear and burst past Tommy. "Oh, Ken, it is so good to see you." She stood on her tiptoes and threw her arms around his neck. "Welcome home." Ken barely had time to get his arms around her before she had leaped back and motioned for them to follow her inside. Come in. We were just sitting down to dinner. I'll throw a couple extra plates on the table." "We don't want to be an imposition." Ken kept his gaze on Parson Clay's stern features that hadn't yet indicated whether he was welcome or not. Aurora didn't seem to notice. "Nonsense! Why would you be an imposition? This is just as much your home as it is ours." Her voice trailed away as she disappeared toward the kitchen. The parson stepped back and indicated they should come inside. Ken nodded for Isaiah to follow in Tommy's footsteps, but he remained where he was, studying the parson's face. PC had his lips pressed together in a tight pinch that made Ken think he probably wasn't as welcome as he'd hoped he would be. But he didn't want to disappoint Aurora, so he gave a nod and started to step past. However, just as he came abreast of the man, one strong hand shot out to grip Ken's forearm. Startled, he glanced up, and that was when he noticed the sheen of tears glazing the parson's eyes. "Come here, Ken. It's so good to see you." PC pulled Ken into a warm clasp. Being wrapped in the arms of the only man who'd ever truly been a father to him canceled all his doubts about coming home. Parson Clay gave a self-deprecating chuckle as he pushed him back and swiped at his eyes. "Do come in. Come in." He reached past Ken to close the door. "I'll just grab the extra chair from the sitting room. Then I'm really looking forward to hearing all about how you've been." Ken realized he maybe should have written more often than he had. Dinner passed in comfortable conversation, while Aurora and Preston plied him with question after question and filled Isaiah's plate so many times that the boy finally raised a hand and declared he was set to bust if he ate another bite. After that, Isaiah and Tommy planted themselves in front of the checkerboard, and Aurora poured Ken and Preston each another cup of coffee and then started washing the dishes. Preston blew on his cup, studying Ken across the rim. "How has work been? What have you been doing?" Ken filled him in on the job he'd worked, hauling dirt to raise the streets of Seattle. And then, before he could lose his nerve, he blurted, "And I've been studying law under a man named Townsend. Took the bar exam not long ago. I'm a lawyer now." Preston's cup clanked against his saucer, and he grinned like a calf in alfalfa. "You don't say." Ken nodded. "Then, when Isaiah there needed to get out of the city, I thought we might as well come back and settle in Wyldhaven. See if I can set up a practice here. I know it's been a while since I've been in town. Any solicitors already set up here?" "No, you would be the first." The parson still grinned from ear to ear. Kin Davis, a lawyer. He stared into his coffee with a shake of his head. If that don't beat all. Kin opened his mouth, closed it, then pressed forward before he lost his nerve. Made a decision not long ago. Oh, yeah? Decided that I'm tired of being the man my pa always claimed I would be. I want to be a man like you. The parson's gaze drilled into his. Well, I'm flattered. It's not me you want to be like, Kin. Not really. Kin frowned. Who else would it be? The parson pointed a finger toward the ceiling. Jesus. That's who I try to be like. Any good you see in me is only because I'm trying to be like him. Kin sighed, roughed a hand through his hair. That seems like a mighty tall order. When I'm doomed to fail, I wouldn't even know where to start. You start one day at a time, each one surrendered to the Almighty. Kin stared into his cup, feeling as though the task were too daunting. But he said, Okay, I can try. The parson smiled. The good news is that the work of salvation is already complete, Kin. All you have to do is surrender. There was that word again. Surrender? What did that even mean? The parson leaned forward and gripped his shoulder. Rescuing that lad the way you did? That's something like what our Lord did for us. Isaiah didn't have to come here with you, but he surrendered to your leading. I'm praying for you, son. And I'm right proud of the man you've become. Kin allowed himself a moment to relish the wave of warmth that swept through him. Lord knew he'd had his share of disapproval from the man because of his shenanigans. It sure felt good to finally have done something that made him proud. Now he just had to find space to set up a practice. Nervousness rattled through him like a buckboard with no springs. When the last of the dinner crowd had cleared out, Cora took a quick moment in her room to freshen up and then made her way through the empty dining room to the kitchen where Belle waited for her. Belle still leaned over the sink, up to her elbows in suds as she tried to hurry through the last few dishes. But Cora talked her into pausing to eat with the promise that she would help her with cleanup once they finished their own meals. Belle grinned. You don't have to ask me twice. She rinsed and dried her hands, then pulled 2 plates from the warming drawer. As the savory scent of Dixie's rosemary pork chops, buttery mashed potatoes, and steamed cauliflower wafted toward her, Cora's stomach let out a loud rumble. She covered it with one hand and a chuckle. Oh, pardon me, it's been too long since my noon repast, I suppose. Belle tugged 2 forks from the drawer in the sideboard, pushed through the bat-wing doors into the dining room, and set the plates on their corner table. I'm starving too. Sit. Cora set bread, butter, and honey on the table, and then sank into her seat. They said a quick prayer before they both dove into their meals like starving puppies around a bowl of mash. After they'd each taken several ravenous bites, they lifted their gazes to one another on a laugh. Belle covered her mouth with one hand and spoke around a mouthful of potatoes. I hadn't realized just how hungry I was. Cora lifted her fork. I, on the other hand, have been fighting off a fainting spell since the first wafts of this delicious meal drifted to me over 2 hours ago. Belle giggled and reached for the basket of rolls. She moved them to the middle of the table along with the crocks of butter and honey. Oh my, I do love honey, Cora exclaimed as she snatched up some bread and swept a drizzle across half of a golden brown top. Is this from the Nolan farm? Belle nodded and took one of the rolls for herself. It is. Now, no more keeping me in suspense. Tell me all about this new doctor. Despite herself, Cora felt her face heat. She stuffed a bite of warm, yeasty bread and sweet, clovery goodness into her mouth. You're blushing, Belle grinned at her. Cora tilted her friend a look and quickly swallowed her bite. I just might be at that. I confess that I don't find him overly handsome, but he's quite personable, and that's much more important than his looks. There's also the fact that he's the first man to show an interest in me for a very long time. A vision of teasing pecan eyes and swoops of brown curls taunted her with the memory of the last man to pay her any mind. Oh? Cora blinked away the apparition and stabbed a piece of cauliflower rather forcefully with her fork. She gave the steaming vegetable a little wave. He stopped to talk to me several times today, and I think he was making eyes at me. Of course he was. He'd be a fool not to. Belle grinned. I'm happy for you. He's gone up in my estimation, and I haven't even met him yet. And I know you have a good head on your shoulders. Cora felt a wave of shyness. She flapped a hand at her friend. Oh, do go on with you. But I confess that it wasn't quite as enchanting as I remembered to have a man show interest in me. However, it was somewhat relieving. I'd begun to think that I might be an old maid for the rest of my life. Belle snorted. Nonsense, you're beautiful. Well, thank you for saying so, but it doesn't seem that the men in this town feel the same. Oh, pfft, you can't pay them any never mind. Men like us to think they're bold and brazen, but really they're just as shy and scared of commitment as we are, if not more so. Belle gave a definitive nod, but her gaze lingered on Cora in a searching manner. What is it? It's only, I wouldn't want you to rush into anything, simply because you don't feel you have any other choices. Cora felt a little taken aback. Was that how she perceived herself? Out of choices? She supposed that was true enough. She reached across the table to squeeze her friend's hand. Never fear, dear Belle. I promise not to rush into anything. And speaking of men, Cora eyed her friend across the table as she finished her last bite of potatoes. Seems that you and Kane were rather intimate when he fetched Maud from the women's gathering the other day. Belle's cheeks turned a shade to match Dixie's new red checkered curtains. I knew it! Cora exclaimed triumphantly. How long has that been brewing? In all honesty, I wonder if the feeling is all one-sided. Belle blew at a strand of hair on her forehead. I've had such feelings for him for months now, but he said nary a word. Oh, do tell. Belle pondered for a moment before responding. He came upon me when I was in rather a state one day when I was missing Pa something fierce. He was so kind and understanding. I think I fell for him on the spot. But I rather fear that he only sees me as a weak kitten in need of constant help. Cora dropped her chin and gave Belle a stern look. Anyone who truly knows you knows that's not accurate at all. Well, you know what they say. Belle lifted one shoulder on a sigh. First impressions are hard to erase. For some reason, Belle's comments brought to mind Kin's quick wit, kind heart, and taunting grin. Cora despaired of ever getting the man from her thoughts. Yes, I know what you mean. Chapter 7. It was a glorious early March morning filled with golden sunlight and wisps of rising mist when Cora looked out her bedroom window the next day. She paused for a moment to tip her face into the sunrise, simply relishing the feel of the sun warming her skin. But all too soon, she realized she was going to be late for her shift if she dawdled much longer. She rushed through her morning ablutions and had only just reached the dining room, where it was her job to seat customers, when Dr. Polson stepped through the bat-wing doors. She offered him a smile, determined to be kind, yet also to keep Belle's advice from the evening before in mind. She would not rush into anything. Good morning, Doctor. If you'll follow me, I'll get you a table near the window so you can enjoy this morning's glorious sun. She spun away from him without waiting for his reply. His footsteps trailed behind her until she paused at a small table beneath one of the windows and pulled out a chair for him. "Here you are." She straightened the set of silverware next to the empty cup. "What can I get you to drink this morning? Would you like coffee, or perhaps a spot of tea?" Dr. Polson settled his hat onto the finial of the chair, but didn't take his seat. She looked up to find him grinning down at her.
"Did you say spot of tea?"
He was teasing her without a doubt. She lifted her chin and embraced her heritage, turning on the thickness of the accent she'd never quite been able to shed throughout the years.
"Indeed I did, Gov. However, I'm right sorry to say we've nary a crumpet to accompany it."
Dr. Polson threw back his head on a laugh, and Cora felt satisfied to have ignited his humor. After a moment, he slowly grew serious. Oh, Lord have mercy. The man's intent gaze all at once filled Cora with a recognition of her femininity and a horror to realize he was about to ask her a question she felt certain she would need to decline. Just as she'd suspected, he clasped his hands behind his back and leaned toward her with a serious expression.
"Miss Cora, I wondered if you might agree to—"
"Dr. Polson, good morning." Dixie stopped by them with a coffee pot in her hand. Cora stepped back with a relieved shudder of her eyelids. God bless Dixie Griffin. "I hope you slept well," Dixie continued. The doctor straightened. His gaze remained on Cora for a moment before he turned his focus completely to Dixie.
"I did, thank you."
Cora felt a jitter of nerves. What had the man planned to ask? She wasn't certain she was ready for anything like what she suspected he'd been about to request. She thought again of Belle's warning from the evening before and suddenly realized that Belle's advice was needless. She had absolutely no desire to rush into anything with any man. Even if he had made it clear he found her attractive, it was a freeing feeling. Dixie seemed unaware that she'd interrupted. "Excellent. Flynn will be down in a moment. He's saying goodbye to our daughter, Ellery." Dixie's eyes crinkled at the corners. She was having a hard time with the parting today. "Please." She tugged his chair further from the table. "Be seated. What can I fetch you this morning?" Cora tucked away a grin at the befuddled look on Dr. Polson's face as he sank into the seat.
"Whatever you recommend is fine, Mrs. Griffin."
"Fine, then. I'll bring you the same as Flynn. Pancakes and eggs and bacon. There are brown potatoes, too, and plenty of syrup and butter. It's a meal that'll fill you up, and that's certain. Coffee?" Without waiting for his response, Dixie bent over his cup. Cora noted by the wrinkles in the bow at Dixie's back that she was wearing her apron a little looser than normal today.
Yes, thank you. With cream if you have it."
The young doctor's gaze once more sought out Cora over Dixie's shoulder. Dixie remained oblivious. "Of course, I'll fetch that right out. Oh, here's Flynn now." As Dr. Griffin squeezed his wife's arm and then sank into the seat across the table, Cora realized the two loggers who had just entered the dining room were her excuse for escape. "If you'll excuse me, I really must see to the others." She tipped her head to the two men who waited near the doors. He dipped his chin.
"Good day to you, Miss Cora. Perhaps we can resume our discussion a bit later?"
Her nerves flapped to life again. Her resolve strengthened. Surely it wasn't trepidation that she ought to feel at the prospect of a man asking her... Asking her what? She still only had guesses as to what he wanted. She offered an obligatory, "Of course," then hurried away before the apprehension swirling through her could reveal too much to the assessing looks Flynn and Dixie leveled on her. She tried to smile as she approached the men at the door to take them to a seat, but she feared she failed rather miserably. Kin woke to find Isaiah's feet crammed into his armpit. While the parson and Aurora had not gotten rid of his bed, he'd rather forgotten how narrow it was. Still, the spring nights were too cold for either of them to sleep on the floor, so he and Isaiah had shared the bed, heads toward each end and legs alongside each other. At least, that was the way they'd started out. Somewhere in the middle of the night, he'd woken with Isaiah's knees in his back, and now it seemed that the kid had gotten cold and invaded Kin's side of the bed. Kin shoved the kid's feet to one side and scrubbed a hand over his face. "Isaiah, wake up. We have to get you to the school. I'd like us to be a little early so you can meet Miss Castaigne before all the other kids arrive." As though the words had launched him from the bed, Isaiah sprang to his feet. Before Kin could even roll to a seated position, Isaiah was splashing water from the wash basin against his face. Across the room, Tommy gave a sleepy chuckle from beneath the quilt on his own bed.
He's bouncy in the mornings.
Kin suppressed a yawn.
Seems so. Not always.
Isaiah flicked water from his hands and thumbed his suspenders over his shoulders.
But today, I get to go to school. Ain't never been to a real school 'fore.
Kin frowned as he reached for the towel that hung on the bar at the side of the wash basin and handed it to Isaiah.
"You've never been to school?"
Isaiah shook his head and patted his face dry.
In our neighborhood, we had 2 schools, one for white folk and another for black. The white school wouldn't have me 'cause I was too black, and the black school wouldn't have me 'cause I was too white.
He hung the towel back on the bar.
Pa said he could pay to send me to one that was farther away, but it would have had taken over an hour there and back, and he didn't want me gone for that long each day.
That must have been disappointing.
Kin wondered about the kid's upbringing. If his father could have afforded to pay for schooling, they must have been fairly well off. Isaiah shrugged.
My daddy done taught me everything he knowed.
Kin didn't miss the tears that the kid did his best to blink away. He rose and roughed a hand over the boy's head.
"Well, things are different here. You'll see. Tell me about your life in California."
Isaiah stared into the wash basin for a long moment, then lifted his head with a smile.
I miss the sound of the ocean.
He motioned to the window.
Here there's wind and branches clacking and birds that chirp like they playing a piccolo.
Kin didn't let on that he had no idea what a piccolo was.
But back home, well, there ain't nothing quite like waking to the sounds of waves pounding the shore. And back there, the birds, they cry like they always missing their mamas. They more like a squawky oboe than a high-pitched piccolo.
Isaiah was smiling now.
And the sound of the wind in palm trees is some different than the sound of the wind here. Sharper there, more clatter to it somehow.
So your house was right on the shore?
Isaiah nodded.
Yes, sir. Right across Ocean Avenue from the prettiest golden beach you ever did see.
What made your pa want to head for the Yukon?
A lift of one shoulder, and Isaiah's face fell a little.
Pa said that after Ma died, the place didn't hold much appeal for him anymore.
So he sold it?
Oh, no, sir. He let it out, he said. He told me so when he was so sick there at the end on that ship. He made sure to tell me several times.
I see. So you get some money from the house being let out?
Isaiah wagged his head.
Don't know nothing about that. Weren't for you, I think I might have starved to death on the streets of Seattle.
Kin tucked the information away. He'd have to think about what he needed to do to get Isaiah his money. For now, he tousled Isaiah's hair.
Why don't you see if Mrs. Clay—
The sound of her name elicited a grin. Would he ever get used to calling Aurora that?
Why don't you go see if Mrs. Clay needs any help with breakfast? I'll be out in just a minute.
I help too,
Tommy exclaimed, following Isaiah out of the room. Kin grunted and stretched aching muscles. He definitely didn't want to spend another night crammed onto the tiny bed with Isaiah's feet in his back. As soon as he dropped the kid off at school, he would mosey on down to the boarding house to see if Mrs. Griffin had any rooms available. The thought of the boarding house brought to mind a pleasing face with hazel gray eyes and golden blonde wisps of hair framing it. Did Cora Harrison still work for Dixie? He couldn't deny that he was more than a little curious to see. Likely, some lucky man had made her his wife by this time. After gasping his way through a face wash from the just this side of ice water in the basin, he stepped out to the table. Aurora was just settling a pot of steaming oatmeal onto a trivet. She beamed a smile. "Good morning, Ken. Sleep well?" His back twinged with the question. "Slept fine, thank you," he lied. "I did too." Isaiah nodded happily from where he sat, with his hands folded, as he waited politely for breakfast. "After breakfast, Mr. Davis gonna take me down to meet the teacher so's I can go to school today." Aurora poured Isaiah's glass full to the brim with creamy milk. "You will love Miss Castaigne. She's a wonderful teacher who loves her students." She got pretty red hair all piled on top of her head." Tommy's face was almost the same color as the mentioned coiffure. Ken chuckled and couldn't resist teasing. "You got an affection for Miss Castaigne, Tommy?" PC cleared his throat and gave Ken a shake of his head as he approached and sank into his seat. His look said, "Don't encourage this." He thought quickly. "I think she's beyond our reach, Tommy. Unfortunately, that Wash Nolan holds her affections." Tommy nodded. Yeah, I know." Ike perked up. "Who's Wash Nolan?" "He was one of my best pals growing up. He's off in the cavalry now." He didn't like the way PC and Aurora exchanged worried glances. Maybe he won't come home." Tommy's tone was hopeful, though he looked guilty for it. "We all hope that's not the case," PC said firmly. Tommy hung his head. Yeah, I'm sorry." Ken returned his gaze to Tommy, who was still blushing and squirming in his seat with his head hanging. Of course, PC was right. Nothing could come of Tommy falling for any woman. It didn't seem fair. Not to Tommy, and certainly not to PC and Aurora, who would end up caring for him for the rest of their lives. And what if dear, sweet Tommy outlived them? Then what would happen to him? The whole line of thinking shot Ken through with a hot surge of anger. It wasn't fair, not in the least. And yet, God was the one who had created Tommy the way he was in the first place, or at least had allowed him to become so. None of them really knew if Tommy was born the way he was, or if something had happened to him. PC had taken him in after the town had rescued him from an outlaw gang. He had come into their lives full-grown but sweetly childlike. What purpose could God have had in that? What need had he of such a loving simpleton? Just as quickly as his anger had risen, it faded away. There must be some reason, because God never made mistakes. Ken sank into his seat, giving PC a nod of understanding. It was in that moment that his musings registered with a bit of surprise. God never made mistakes? When had he come to believe that? He wasn't sure. What he was sure of was that here in this moment he believed it with all of his heart. They passed the rest of the meal in quiet conversation. PC was heading to Camp 63 today for a funeral and a baby dedication. Aurora was heading into town to help with final preparations for this month's last fundraiser for the schoolhouse. Tommy was instructed to paint until he got hungry, and then, after he ate the sandwich Aurora had left for him wrapped in paper in the icebox, to take Allegra on a walk. "I thought I might ride out to see the Carvers at my place," Ken offered. "Would you like to ride with me, Tommy? I don't think I'll have time today, but we can go tomorrow after you take Allegra on her walk." Tommy's eyes widened in excitement.
Yes, Tommy like that.
All right, then. I'll rent us a couple of horses from the livery, but not until tomorrow, okay? Tommy nodded.
Tomorrow.
PC took a sip of coffee. Castains are still boarding your mare? Ken nodded. They are. I'll need to talk to Zoe about when might be a good time for me to come get her. But until I have a place of my own, she might as well board there as here in town. Aurora's words were soft when she said, I know they've really appreciated the little bit of extra that boarding your horse gave them. But now that Susan has remarried, I think they're doing better financially. Ken twisted his cup in a circle and eyed Isaiah across the table. It suddenly hit him full force that, just like PC and Aurora had taken on the care of Tommy, he'd taken on the care of Isaiah. Sure, he wouldn't have to care for Isaiah for his whole life, but was he ready to be a father figure? He gulped apprehension at the thought. The last person he wanted Isaiah growing up to be like was someone like him. The kid certainly needed a better role model, and yet, if he could learn to be like Jesus, as PC had instructed yesterday, maybe the kid would be all right. He certainly couldn't give him up without hurting his feelings, and he didn't want the boy to feel like he wasn't wanted.
Thank you very kindly for breakfast, Mrs. Clay.
Isaiah pushed back from the table.
You ready, Mr. Ken?
Ken didn't miss the amused exchange between Aurora and PC over the way Isaiah had labeled him Mr. Ken. He scooted back from the table. The kid was way more polite than most his age, Ken would wager. I am at that. Get your coat. Aurora spoke low as she watched Isaiah slip into his coat across the room. That coat is awfully large on him, Ken. Doesn't he have one that fits him better? It was his pa's. He won't be parted from it. I've already tried. Tears misted Aurora's eyes, and Ken knew that she understood very well what it was to lose both parents at such a young age. Well then, he mustn't be parted from it. But perhaps this evening he'll allow me to alter it so that it fits him a little better. Kids can be very cruel over the smallest of details. Ken felt the parson's gaze on him and met the man, scrutiny for scrutiny. Both of them transferred their gaze to Isaiah's in-between skin tone at the same time. Ken sighed. Though he knew Zoe would be more than welcoming of Isaiah, and though Wyldhaven definitely wasn't California, he suddenly had a fist of apprehension clenching his stomach. If the only confrontation the kid faced at school was over his too large coat, it would be a miracle. Chapter 8. Charlotte Callahan felt restless. The house was spotless. All today's desserts for the diner were baked. She'd started at least 3 books and rejected all of them this morning. None had held her interest. She checked the weekly to-do list she kept on the kitchen counter. She needed to bake the pies for the fundraising social, but she didn't want to start those for a couple of weeks yet. She paced through the kitchen and paused in front of the window. It was a gloriously sunny day. Perhaps she ought to be outside enjoying it before summer swept in to steal the cool of the spring days filled with sunshine. Her work coat hung on a peg by the back door. She slipped it on, following it with gloves. Marching outside, she took the garden rake from the shed and then paused to study the empty fields around their cabin. Their cabin sat on a hill that gave her a good view of the surrounding countryside. The path that led toward town swooped into a little valley and then climbed the other side, cutting a ribbon of brown through the new-growth gold of the fields. The leaves on the large oak near the top of the hill were a vibrant green and made a soft, soothing sound as they waved in the breeze. Beyond that, the clear sky was such an azure blue that her heart ached with the beauty of it. An eagle soared, studying the field for some unlucky rabbit or mouse. A soft wind swept through the grasses, whispering to her to feel joy at being alive on such a day as this. She lifted her face to the sun. Eyes closed, she inhaled the warmth of the loamy spring breeze. Her restlessness eased. If she were honest with herself, her disquiet had started the moment Priscilla Hines had spoken those thoughtless words to her at the gathering the other day. She hoped Priscilla hadn't meant to be unkind. After all, Priscilla herself had confided that she longed for a child of her own. However, no matter that Charlotte hoped the words had been spoken without malice, her heart seemed to have taken them in and chosen them as barbed pets.
When he deems you fit and ready. Oh, Lord, you know how those words have tormented me so over the past few days. Is it because of me that you are withholding a child from us? Something I've done or haven't done? Your word says children are a blessing, and I long for that blessing. Yet you've withheld it from us. Please help me to be content, to trust even when I don't understand. My heart hurts. I feel less loved by you, if you'll forgive my saying so, because I know it isn't true.
She felt a coolness on her cheeks and realized tears had slipped free to track down her face. Hoofbeats startled her, and she quickly spun to put her back to the cabin path and swipe at her cheeks. "Charlie, darlin', what's the matter?" Charlotte's shoulders sagged in relief. Just the sound of Reagan's voice soothed the portion of her sadness. But how to explain to him what she was feeling without causing him pain as well? She remained where she stood, fist clenched around the handle of the rake to keep her grounded. His saddle squeaked as he dismounted. Grass rustled beneath his boots, and then his hands were warm and firm against her shoulders. His thumbs kneaded at the knots of tension, shooting a welcome torture up her neck. He leaned into her and pressed his lips into the hair just above her ear. "What is it? I'm here. Talk to me." His thumbs kept working over her muscles. After a long moment, she let the rake go. It clattered against the side of the cabin as she turned to collapse into him. Her cheek settled against the steady beat of his heart. Her hands smoothed over the taut fabric of his shirt until she could draw him closer with a firm hug. Strong arms enveloped her. The stubble on his chin brushed her forehead as he dipped down to rest his head against hers. And then she cried. Without a sound, without movement, without hope for change. Because she suddenly knew that this was a dream she had to let go. There was no understanding it, no changing it, no reasoning with the inability to have children. It was simply a truth, a part of her that she couldn't wish away. And so she must give in, accept, make peace with it. Reagan held her in silence. The steady beat of his heart, a sure comfort beneath her ear. She remained in the comfort of his arms for as long as she dared. Finally, she eased back from Reagan and smoothed her palms over the damp patch on his shirt that had absorbed her tears. "What brings you home this time of day?" He looked down at her, a worried pucker between his brows. "I was coming by to tell you I need to ride out to 65 to investigate a theft, so I won't be home for lunch." His gaze drilled into hers. "What is it, Charlie?" She fiddled with the front pocket of his shirt and lifted one shoulder. "Just saying goodbye, I suppose." "Goodbye?" Her gaze blurred against the oak in the distance. "To the dream." He touched her chin, drawing her focus back to his. "The dream of having children?" She nodded, searching the blue of his eyes. His thumb softly caressed her chin. "I love you. We're gonna make it through this, you and me. Together." His voice broke on the last word. Her lips found the center of his palm, and then she offered him a watery smile. I know. She considered for a moment, and then whispered tentatively, Am I enough, Reagan? Enough to make you happy? Satisfied? He cupped her face firmly and bent till she couldn't avoid eye contact. Of course you are, without a doubt. And what about me? His lips quirked up at one side. Can you settle for being stuck with only an old lawman like me for the rest of your life? A teary giggle spurted past her lips. I can indeed, Mr. Callahan. All right, then. He nodded emphatically. I guess we are a pair meant for each other. Charlotte stood on her tiptoes and gave him a soft kiss. We are at that. She blew out her breath. But I have to find something to do, Reagan. More than baking desserts for the diner. I'm going stir-crazy here without much to occupy my time. All right. He nodded. Just like that? His brows rose in surprise. You thought I'd try to stop you? She brushed the thought away. I don't know what I thought, but I'm glad to know you'll support me. What'll you do? Nothing came to mind. She gave a shake of her head. I'm not sure yet, but the good Lord will bring something along. I'm sure he will, with a little aid from your ingenuity. Reagan smiled before he lowered his head to give her another lingering kiss. After a moment, she gave him one last peck and a gentle push. You can go to work. I'm fine now. He pouted playfully and waggled his brows. Maybe I don't want to go to work anymore. She laughed. Do you want a sandwich to take with you? An exaggerated grumble was his only answer, and a pleading, teasing glint beckoned her to cave to his desires. Charlotte felt the thump of her heart against her ribs. My, but the man was a temptation. However, he was expected out at the camp. Charlotte raised a firm finger. All you are getting from me at this moment, Sheriff Reagan Callahan, is a sandwich. Take it or leave it. Fine, I'll take your measly sandwich, he groused. But he sidled a step closer and settled his hands at her waist as he lowered his voice. I'll be back this evening with expectations. A girlish giggle burst from her, and she felt her cheeks heat. I promise to have something more than sandwiches prepared for dinner. She made a dash for the house then, leaving him lamenting and laughing behind her. Isaiah nearly skipped along the path beside Kin, the tin lunch pail that Aurora had prepared for him swinging precariously by his side. Kin realized he was walking a bit fast and slowed his steps. Careful there, or you'll dump the whole parcel into the dirt. He chuckled. Ike tempered the arc of the bucket. Wouldn't want that. She packed me late strawberries from her garden and the biggest piece of cake you ever did see. She told me she didn't want me going hungry for afternoon classes and I could pop up to the house if what she give me wasn't enough. Gave. Sir? If what she gave me wasn't enough. That's the correct way to say it. The boy eyed him. Yes, sir. Gave. Kin offered a shoulder squeeze of encouragement. You take her up on it, too. Aurora always means what she says. Ike chuckled. Not sure my stomach'll be able to hold all the fixings in this here pail, but I expect she knew that and gave me extra so's I could share with the fellas. Kin plucked a shaft of grass and tucked the end into his mouth. You might be right about that. He angled the kid a glance. You nervous? Isaiah pondered for a long moment. Finally he said, I guess the truth never hurt no one. Yes, sir. I got me a whole parcel of butterflies fluttering round my insides. Kin grinned. He pondered his next words for a careful moment before finally speaking. You'll be fine.
Folks round here are a good bunch, and there are plenty of boys your age, you'll see."
He eased out a slow breath, hoping beyond hope that he was right on that count. He'd decided against raising any caution that there might be concerns. Zoe wouldn't kick up any fuss or even bat an eye over the color of Isaiah's skin, but he wasn't so sure about some of the townsfolk. Ahead of them, the bell started ringing, and Ken realized that it had taken them longer to escape the house than he'd anticipated. They hadn't arrived early like he'd hoped. Ken glanced up to see Zoe's slight form topped by a mass of red curls, standing on the porch as she tugged the pull. He grinned. It did him good to see her again. Children tromped up the steps, and she paused to greet each one while still ringing the bell. But when Ken and Isaiah came to a stop at the bottom of the stairs, the rope fell limp in her hands.
Ken Davis, I do declare.
Zoe hurtled down the stairs and threw her arms around Ken's neck. From behind her back, Isaiah grinned and gave a sly pump of his dark brows. Ken ignored the kid and relished the feel of his childhood friend's welcoming embrace.
"Zoe, so good to see you."
She was thin, concerningly so. He could feel her shoulder blades poking out, as though she'd sprouted wings while he was away. She pushed back from him.
"I didn't know you were in town. When did you get home?"
"Just got in last evening."
Ken motioned to Isaiah.
"This here is Isaiah Coleman, Ike to his friends. Got an extra desk in that school of yours?"
He took her in from head to toe. Her dress hung on her like it had been made for someone twice her size. His concern mounted. Yet, despite how much weight she'd lost, she looked as vibrant as ever.
"I certainly do."
Zoe faced the boy and stretched out a hand.
"Isaiah, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'll let you tell me when you consider me enough of a friend to call you Ike."
Her smile was so warm it could have thawed ice.
"Ma'am?"
Isaiah shook her hand like a perfect gentleman, even bowing over it at the end.
"Happy to meet you. I'd be honored to consider you a friend."
Ken couldn't resist a chuckle. The kid was laying it on a bit thick. But Zoe didn't seem to mind. She ruffled a hand over Isaiah's curls, drawing Ken's attention to the fact that the boy could use a haircut.
"Well, don't you have polished manners? I'm so excited to have you join us in class."
Isaiah beamed.
"Thank you, ma'am."
Zoe met Ken's gaze for a moment. Ken wanted to ask a whole slew of questions, but now was not the time. Instead, he said,
"We should catch up."
"I'd love to get together for a chat."
They spoke over top each other, then laughed. Zoe backed toward the stairs.
"We must catch up. Would you be able to meet me for dinner this evening in the diner?"
A sheen of moisture glossed her eyes, but she quickly blinked it away.
"I'll pay my own way. I'd just love to hear how you've been these past few years."
Ken felt a tension grip his temples. Something was obviously worrying her, but she had her students to think of. He'd have to wait till this evening to find out what was on her mind. Did she know more than the Nolans about something that had happened to Wash? His voice was a bit gritty when he replied,
"I'd like that. Shall we say 5 o'clock?
"Sounds perfect."
She turned, placing a hand on Isaiah's back to urge him up the stairs, calling over her shoulder,
"See you then."
Isaiah threw a wide-eyed glance over her arm. Ken smiled as he lifted a hand of farewell to the kid. He'd wager those butterflies had started to flap their wings in earnest, but the kid would be fine. He tossed the stem of grass he'd been chewing to the ground and turned to survey the town, hands propped on his hips. He might not be able to do anything about what troubled Zoe, but he did need to figure out what to do about starting a practice. He'd need to put up a building. He had plenty of money for that. He swept his gaze along the street. What he needed was land. Where would the best place be? Not to the south. That would be too close to the livery. From here on the hill by the church, he could see that street after street of row houses had been built on the west side of 2nd Street. He shook his head. He remembered when Wyldhaven had only been Main and Second. The properties west of the row houses would likely be cheap, since they were so far from the heart of town, but he discarded that notion. He wanted to be closer to the business district. He turned his gaze toward the north side of Wyldhaven Creek. Just past the mill, across from the cleared lot where the new schoolhouse would be built, there was a piece of property. But that might be a bit noisy during the children's lunches and playtimes. His focus landed on the building Isaiah and Zoe had just entered. There was a parcel of land here just behind the church, up the hill from the mercantile. He strode past the building until he felt certain he was on the adjacent land, and then he turned to look out over the town. He had a view of the whole valley, all the way to the foothills of the Cascades to the west, and the terrain would make it easy to build a road right to the office from down near the livery. His pulse thrummed excitement in his ears. If he remembered rightly, Butch Nolan had purchased this parcel a while back. He'd just mosey out to the Nolan place and say hello. But first, he needed to speak to the sheriff. There was no horse tied to the rail in front of the jailhouse, however, so the sheriff was probably out on his rounds. Dixie's boarding house first, then. He'd see about a room. It was only practical. Hopefully, they'd be able to rent him one until he could find other arrangements. He needed to talk to the Carvers about his place, which they'd been renting, but if they had no other options, he couldn't simply ask them to vacate. They'd been good tenants. On the other hand, it wouldn't be practical to remain at the boarding house long term. His gaze angled back to the parsonage, and a twinge shot through the muscles of his back. He worked a fist into the knot of tension along his spine. Sharing a room with Tommy and Isaiah wasn't going to work if Ken was expected to get enough sleep to function during the daylight hours. So for now, the boarding house was his only hope. As he picked his way through the field, back past the church, and toward the path that led down to town, his stomach crimped. He realized that in the rush to get Isaiah out the door to school, he hadn't taken time to eat much of Aurora's oatmeal. That could easily be solved with a stop into the diner for one of Dixie's cinnamon buns and a hot cup of coffee. Then he could see if the little missionary still worked there. He hadn't wanted to ask PC and Aurora about her last night for fear of giving them ideas. But it sure wouldn't hurt his feelings any to lay eyes on Cora Harrison, just to see how she was faring. That was all. Chapter 9. Cora had pushed the entry desk stool aside in favor of standing as she collected payment from 2 men for their meals. The last notes of the morning school bell stroked the air as she handed the second man his change. He gave her back 2 pennies, then tipped his dirty slouch hat. "For you, Miss Cora, simply for brightening my morning with your beauty." His grin revealed a dark gap between yellowed teeth that seemed no more than a chomp or 2 from falling out. She tucked the pennies into her skirt pocket and gave him a polite reply, knowing his intentions were harmless. Regardless, she might have fled his scrutiny and gone back into the dining room, but at this time of morning it was her duty to remain here and collect the payments from customers as they left. Thankfully, when she looked up, both men were stepping onto the front porch. Behind her, the doors of the dining room swished open, and several other patrons stepped out. She gathered their payments and wished them good day. They tipped their hats politely and headed toward the doors as she bent to mark their receipts as paid. Footsteps stopped before the desk. Busy morning. She glanced up, her trepidation rising. Dr. Polson smiled down at her, seeming to be on a mission of some sort. And just like that, Cora's earlier nerves reappeared in full force. Surely he wouldn't ask her anything too forward this early in their acquaintance. She realized he was waiting for a reply and blurted, "Oh, my, yes, but it's almost always this busy until the breakfast hour is past." Maybe she could sidetrack him from the question that her intuition told her he'd planned. She tucked the latest receipts into the pile of bills that had already been paid this morning, attempting to look busier than she was. That done, she pretended great focus on dusting the already dust-free desk.
"Did you enjoy your meal?"
He gave a mock groan and settled one hand against his belly. I haven't tasted any breakfast that fine in, well, ever. He held his bowler to his mouth conspiratorially. I pray those words never reach the ears of my own dear mother. Cora stepped to the far end of the welcome desk, keeping the duster moving.
"Mrs. Griffin can certainly coax mouth-watering flavors from just about any dish."
If all her meals are as good as the one I just ate, that's certainly true. His gaze lingered on her. His voice softened. Would now be an acceptable time to finish our conversation, Miss Cora?
Oh, dear heavens. The man apparently couldn't read cues, and by her calculations, the rest of the diners had now departed, and the doctors were the last to leave. Doc would likely spend a few minutes chatting with his wife, as was their habit. There would be no interruptions to rescue her, and yet there was no honest excuse she could offer to escape him either. She nodded, mouth dry. Had he really been about to ask her to dinner? Surely not, since they'd only met the day before. Dr. Polson reached across the desk and took the feather duster from her. Cora bemoaned the loss of her busy work. She opened her mouth, intent on telling him to give it back, but then thought better of it. Let the man ask his question, receive his rejection, and then be gone. He ran the feather fronds through his fingers, seeming to ponder his next words thoughtfully. She couldn't seem to find a place to settle her hands. They rested on the desk for one moment, then smoothed at her apron, then fiddled with the little pile of bills. Finally, she twisted her fidgeting fingers into a clench before her, feeling prickles crawling along the back of her neck. The door from the street opened, but Cora kept her focus steadfastly on the doctor, determined that they not be interrupted. She didn't want to dread facing this conversation yet again. Whoever had just entered could simply wait until the doctor finally got up his nerve and she had politely told him they didn't know each other well enough. Perhaps spurred on by the threat of another interference, the doctor blurted, "Miss Cora, I can see your nerves are roiling just as strongly as mine." He gave the duster a little shake. But there's no need to delay when two people such as ourselves find such a mutual attraction. Cora sputtered, trying to decide on a reply, but he hurried on before she could belay his assumptions. "I wondered if I could talk you into having a spot of dinner with me this evening." Cora's stomach gave a little roll. So he had wanted to ask her to dinner. A wash of relief at finally having this out in the open swept through her, and also because he'd presented her with a perfect opportunity to decline him in a kind manner. "I'm afraid that's not possible." Immediate disappointment clouded his eyes. She hurried before she lost the opportunity to finish her refusal. "You see, spot is reserved specifically for tea, so it can't be used with reference to supper." She grinned to lighten her refusal. "Also, I'll be working through dinner. Perhaps another time, Doctor." She held her breath. "Take my meaning at face value and walk away, Doctor. Just walk away." But the man did not. Instead, he cackled and shook one finger. "I see you are a woman who will keep a man on his toes, Miss Cora." His scrutiny swept over her face once more. "I like that in a woman." Dr. Polson leaned in until his elbows rested on the counter. "Shall we say 6? Such gumption. Cora angled so far back that her shoulders came up against the wall. The man was determined to make her cut him to the quick. She dredged up every scrap of kindness she could muster. "I'm sorry, I can't. As I said, I won't be off work yet." Surely he would give up now. He frowned and gave a quick glance at the patch of morning sunlight playing across her desk. "You work from now all the way past 6? Annoyance swept through Cora. He didn't believe her? "Not all day, no. You see, Dixie's offers no noon meal. On that account, I work until 10, and then I have off until 4 when I return and work again until 8.
Thankfully, she knew he would be preoccupied with his doctoring during those lunchtime hours.
I see.
He pondered for a moment.
In that case, perhaps we could enjoy a dessert and coffee this evening at 8:15?
Cora waffled, feeling her mouth opening and shutting like a banked fish. Did the man have no social graces? Could he really not see that she was sincerely trying to put him off? The doctor leaned even closer.
I can see that my insistence has startled you, but I have to tell you that I'm not a man who lets any moss grow under my feet, dear Cora.
Her mouth gaped. How could the man address her in such an intimate manner, without the least compunction?
If you'll only say yes, you'll find my company quite agreeable, I assure you.
Cora felt at a loss. To decline him again would plunge her rudeness to a level to which she wasn't sure she could descend. And maybe having coffee and dessert would be a way to ease into knowing him better? If she didn't grow to like him more, a skeptical thought that didn't bode well for their future, she realized, she could gulp down her pie and beg off to her room. And if they did end up being as incompatible as she now feared, perhaps it would only take that short torture to get the message across to him. The doctor's feet shuffled.
So, what say you?
The hopeful arch of his brows was the last nail in her coffin. She released a lungful of air. All right. She would have to scarf down something to eat as soon as she got off work, or she'd be famished with only dessert. But at least this would all be over by tomorrow. Near the door, the newcomer coughed pointedly and shifted. It was only then that Cora remembered someone had entered. I'll see you tonight. She offered the parting words to the doctor and turned toward the new customer. Good morning. How may I help? Her knees went so weak that she collapsed against the high stool beside her. Her heart was suddenly dodging about like a kite on a fickle wind. Kin Davis stood in the entryway, hat pressed to his chest. His contemplative gaze swept over the doctor before swinging to her. One corner of his mouth tipped up, nudging to life the slash of a dimple in his cheek. His eyes sparkled.
Morning, Missionary Harrison. How have you been?
Cora fumbled to grip the stool and settle onto it more firmly. Heavens! Had Dixie added too much wood to those kitchen stoves? Kin Davis had started calling her missionary the moment she'd spoken to him about his need for Jesus. He'd left town on the very next train. But now, here he stood, bold as you please. She felt like the room had gone hazy around the edges. Love him. As though hearing them afresh again, she remembered the words that had reverberated through her when she'd prayed for the Lord to show her how to help Mr. Davis. And just as she had the first time, she felt her face blaze at the thought. How many times had she thought of this man over the past few years? Too many to count, which was just plain inexplicable. Yet every curve and angle of his face, the exact shade of those brown eyes, the maddening quirk of his full lips, and the way his stubbled jaw had tempted her fingers to feel of the texture that last morning, even while she was witnessing to him, Lord forgive her, none of that had ever faded in her memories. The Lord's instructions were unaccountable, since Kin had made it clear he didn't need God, and as the word instructed, she had determined to hold out for a godly man. She surely hadn't heard the word right. Or maybe she simply hadn't understood how the Lord meant for her to love the man. There were any number of ways to show a person the Lord's love other than loving them, well, in the way a woman loves a man. Oh, drat her heated cheeks. The stool wobbled beneath her so severely that she had to put out one foot to brace herself. For she couldn't deny that Kin Davis, with all his pulchritude and charm, stirred every last one of her worldly senses in a most heady way. His small smile had turned into an outright grin now.
I can see that I've surprised you.
Dr. Polson made a sound of displeasure at the back of his throat. He stepped forward and held a hand toward Kin. I'm Dr. Polson, newly arrived. And you are? Kin's focus lowered to the dust mop the doctor still held in his left hand. Doctor, huh? You'll forgive me for thinking you must be one of Dixie's help. A glint of mischief filled Kin's eyes as his broad, brown hand engulfed the doctor's smaller, pale one. The muscles in his taut forearm flexed as he squeezed the doctor's knuckles, and Cora saw Dr. Polson wince. She pressed her lips together. Really? There was no need for Kin to flaunt his obviously stronger physique. Name's Kin Davis, not newly arrived. Miss Cora and I are old friends, aren't we, Mish? In fact, we were nearly forced into a shotgun wedding. Devilment tugged at his lips. She flicked the perplexed doctor a look. Sure, she hadn't been ready to take a meal with the man, but she didn't want to smash any bridges before they could even be crossed. It was not as bad as he makes it sound. After that, Cora couldn't seem to find any more words. She ought to toss him to the wolves by retorting that they barely knew one another, yet she couldn't seem to bring herself to do so. He'd been handsome when he left town 2 years ago, but looking at him now, she realized that a boy had ridden the train out of town, and a man had ridden it home. His hands were dark and thick with a strength that only came from hours of hard work. His face was more angular, and his shoulders... mercy. The man couldn't have looked broader or leaner if he were chiseled from stone. Cora was saved from staring longer when Dr. Griffin stepped into the entry from the dining room. Well, I'll be. He rushed past Dr. Polson to enfold Kin in a manly embrace, complete with several slaps on his back. Kin's Stetson was crushed between them. Kin Davis, I fully confess I wondered if we'd ever see you back in these parts. He set Kin back from him. It's so good to see you. What brings you home? Cora noted the irritated twist of Dr. Polson's lips as he rushed toward her and tossed the duster down onto the desk. But she was too fixated on wanting to hear Kin's reply to give the doctor's annoyance much thought. Kin fixed the crown of his hat, then swung it toward the street outside. I'm home to set up a law practice. Just here to see if there's a room available for a few days, and then I'm heading out to talk to Butch Nolan about that property he owns behind the church. A law practice? Doc chuckled. I can't believe it. He strode to the dining room doors and pressed them open. Dixie, get out here, darling. You'll never believe who's here. Who is it? Dixie bustled into the entry, drying her hands on her apron. The moment her gaze landed on Kin, her eyes shot wide and her fingers flew to her mouth. Oh, my lands. Kin, it is so good to see you. This time, Kin had time to move his hat to the side before it was crushed a second time. He chuckled warmly and returned Dixie's embrace. It's right good to be home. Dixie released him, brushing tears from beneath her eyes. When did you get here? Are you hungry? Breakfast is over, but I still have one of those big cinnamon buns you're so fond of and plenty of black coffee. There was a brief flash of disappointment in Kin's eyes before he wagged his head. You do know how to tempt a man. But really, I just ate up at the parsonage, and I've got some business to take care of, so I can't take the time, even if the thought of your cinnamon buns does have me all a quiver inside. By his tone, Cora figured that he'd wanted breakfast, but didn't want to be a bother. Dixie and Doc laughed, but from the look on Dr. Polson's face, he likely would never find humor in anything Kin Davis said. Do you need a room? Dixie asked. Kin nodded. I got in last night and slept at the parsonage, but... He made a show of stretching out his back. After only a few hours, it became clear that sharing a room with Tommy and my protege Isaiah wasn't going to work. I know it's short notice, but do you happen to have one available? Of course. Dixie flapped a hand in Cora's direction. You remember Cora, I'm sure. She'll get you fixed right up and... She gave Kin a sly smile. I'll be right back. With that, Dixie bustled toward the kitchen, leaving the dining room doors flapping in her wake. Doc stepped forward to clasp Kin's hand once more. "So good to have you home again, Kin. If you'll forgive us, Dr. Polson and I need to be on our way to Camp 63. Doc Griffin clapped the younger doctor on the shoulder and nudged him forward, not giving him any leeway to linger. Cora was left alone in the entry with Kin. She hoped he wouldn't notice the sheen of moisture suddenly drenching her brow. His gaze drilled into hers, warm and curious. "Gotta admit, Mish, that I figured at least one of the lunkheads in these parts would have swept in and married you by now. Instead, I arrived to find the new doctor fumbling all over himself in an attempt to ask you to dinner. That must mean you aren't spoken for." There was a hint of anticipation revealed by the crinkles at the corners of his eyes. Cora's chin nudged upward. He wasn't fumbling, and it wasn't an attempt. She nipped her lower lip between her teeth. Why in the world was she defending the man? He and Kin could both fall off the edge of the world as far as she was concerned, and she wasn't even sure why she was upset with Kin. He squinted one eye and cocked his jaw to one side. "Seemed like he was fumbling to me, and it was an attempt because he only asked you to dessert." He grinned at her cheekily. "Dunderhead didn't even think about the fact that you'll likely be hungry after finishing your shift. You can do better." Cora felt like a rod had been strapped to her spine. "I'll thank you to keep your opinions to yourself, Mr. Davis. You'll be needing a room, you said?" She lowered her eyes to the register, but drat if she could get anything to come into focus. She heard him sidle closer, and then felt the brush of air from his Stetson as he settled it onto the high top of the desk. "With 2 beds if you have one." He pressed his arms on the counter and leaned over to peer down at the book, which brought his face to within several inches of her own. But where Dr. Polson's similar action had made her retreat, now she was tempted to lean forward. Cora's heart kicked up like a fawn in sunshine. She swallowed and scooted the book a little way down the desk, forcing more space between them. She heard him give a low chuckle, but he was at least polite enough to remain where he stood. She could, however, feel his undivided scrutiny. If only she could concentrate, see, think. "So, how've you been, Mish?" His tone was low and layered with true interest. She could still feel him studying her. "Fine. Good, really. This job that you got me before you left that day has been a true godsend." She lifted her gaze to his. Heavens. Meeting his gaze had been a mistake, because now she couldn't seem to look back at the book. His expression was soft and serious, and somehow even the way he looked at her was more grown up than before. It filled her with an awareness that she had no business feeling for such an ungodly rogue. Why couldn't she dredge up even a fraction of this feeling for the well-intentioned doctor? There were new lines at the corners of Kin's lips, and the stubble on his jaw was even thicker than she remembered. He must not have taken time to shave this morning. But my, it was a good look on him. Her hands trembled against the pages of the register. Kin's gaze flickered from her face to her fingers and back again. One corner of his mouth angled upward. "I knew it would be. I'm glad it worked out." She tucked her hands out of sight in her apron pocket. "And you?" She hadn't meant to continue their dialogue, but curiosity burned within her. "How have you been?" He waved a hand and, thankfully, turned his focus to the desktop, where he seemed to be looking into the past. "Been good. Worked in Seattle for the past few years and studied law. And, as you heard, I recently passed the exams." He swept one hand around the back of his neck. "So, I guess that means I ought to do something with that honor. Ran into a kid that needed my help and suddenly had a longing for home and..." His gaze rebounded to hers. "For the people here." Her mouth was as dry as overdone toast. His soft scrutiny brought to mind the golden brown top of one of Dixie's pecan pies, tempted her to believe he could be just as sweet. With a quirk of his lips, Kin pointed past her to the key hanging on the rack behind her. If I recall, room 2 has a couple beds. Seems like that might be your last one. Humor sparkled in his eyes, like he knew she might have been having trouble focusing earlier. She swung her gaze to the sole remaining key on the wall. Yes, She spun the ledger to face him and lifted it to the higher part of the desk. If you'll just sign here. She nudged the fountain pen closer as she added, and indicate how many nights you'll be needing it. She tapped the head of that column. He signed his name with a flourish, but when it came to the column indicating his desired number of days, he hesitated. Number of nights depends on a few things. Can I pay for 2 weeks and then let you know in a few days if I'll be needing it longer? Yes, that ought to be fine. Her heart did a little flip. Her room was only across the hall from room 2. For 2 weeks he'd be coming and going, maybe bumping into her in the hallway. Why did that thought give her traitorous heart a little thrill? Dixie bustled into the entry, holding something wrapped in brown butcher paper. All settled? Kin tugged a leather wallet from his jacket pocket and withdrew several bills. Just finishing up. He set the bills on the counter. Will that cover it? Cora quickly penciled out the cost for 2 weeks and then returned the unneeded bills. She held up the remainder. This will cover it. Excellent. Dixie stepped forward and held the packet out to Kin. This is for your travels today, and I won't take a penny for it. She smiled wide and held up a hand to reject any money he might try to hand her. Kin tucked his wallet back into his coat and sniffed the package as he accepted it. You sure do know how to spoil a fella, Mrs. Griffin. Cora caught a waft of delectably yeasty cinnamon and sugar. It must be one of Dixie's cinnamon buns. Dixie only waved him on his way. Just my way of saying welcome home. Kin lifted the package in a gesture of acknowledgement. Thank you kindly. His gaze settled on Cora as he gave a little salute and added, See you this evening. With that, he moseyed out the door. Cora stared at his signature in the book, her pulse tripping along like a gangly colt. Belle's warning about not rushing into anything came to mind, and she clutched at it like a lifeline. Cora Harrison, there can be no future between a woman who wants to do things God's way and a heathen charmer like Kin Davis. Love him. Oh, gracious saints. She really needed to take herself in hand. This would not do. It simply wouldn't do. Chapter 10. Isaiah settled into his desk in the middle row at the schoolhouse. It would have suited him better to be in the back row with the bigger boys, but he was so happy to be at school that he didn't let that bother him too much. He was always taken for much younger than he actually was. Ms. Castaigne had given him several test papers, along with the instructions that he was to ignore today's lessons and concentrate only on the tests so that she would know at what level to place him. In all honesty, he had no idea what level he ought to be at since Pa had never told him. His heart panged something fierce at the thought of Pa, and he had to blink real hard to hold back tears. He tugged the mathematics assessment closer. If a wedge of gold weighing 14 pounds and 3 avoirdupois ounces is valued at $514, what is the value of each troy ounce? His breath caught. How many ounces were in a pound of gold? Had Pa ever taught him that? Was a troy ounce different than a regular ounce? And what in tarnation was this avoirdupois ounce? A longing for Pa's steady presence made him curl his arms over his aching stomach. He rocked a little, staring at the question, not daring to look at the next. It was nice having Mr. Kin and all, but he would give anything to have Pa back. To be able to feel the strength of Pa's arm swinging him in a wide circle just one more time, even though it had been a long time since Pa had actually done that, since Isaiah was too old for it. To hear the hearty guffaw of his laugh, or the way he could coax such a haunting melody from the old hymns he was fond of singing at the piano in their parlor. "Ike," a hand settled against his shoulder. "Are you all right?" He blinked and looked around. The room was empty save for him and Miss Castaigne. He glanced at the door. Where had everyone gone? Fear filled him, and he lifted his gaze to the teacher. He hadn't even answered one of the test questions. Would she be mad? Banish him from ever coming to school again? Ms. Castaigne sank into the desk next to his and leaned close to look at the top test in his stack. The old Troy ounce question. That one gets me every time. It's a very mean question for them to have put first on that test, don't you think?" Her sincere gaze held nothing but kindness. Isaiah wondered if he'd ever seen a pair of eyes so blue as Ms. Castaigne's. She met his scrutiny with a gentle, frank gaze. "Did you ever go to school, Isaiah?" He shook his head, still trying not to think about Pa, but failing miserably. His vision blurred with moisture. "My pa taught me because the schools wouldn't have me." He sucked his bottom lip in. He shouldn't have told her that. Maybe she would decide that she didn't want him either. Miss Castaigne's chin trembled a little, and she massaged one slender finger across it. After a moment, she asked, "And you lost your pa, did you?" Her voice was barely audible, and Isaiah felt an immediate kinship for her obvious understanding of his pain. He nodded. Ms. Castaigne squeezed his elbow where it rested on the desktop. She smelled like vanilla and the English lavender in their garden back home, and Isaiah came to a sudden comprehension of Tommy's affinity for the pretty teacher. Ms. Castaigne poked at a knot on the floor with the toe of her shoe. "I lost my pa a few years ago. There's no pain quite like it. I'm very sorry for your loss." He couldn't find his voice, so he only nodded again. "I know this settling in process isn't really much fun, but I want to assure you that we'll find a place for you here, and we will figure out what level to place you at." "Yes'm." "For now, all the children are outside for morning recess. Why don't you take a break, and then when you come back in, you can try the reading assessment, okay? If you don't know the answers, it's okay. There's no shame in that. There's always more for everyone to learn, even me." She smiled, and something like a ray of hope shot through Isaiah's chest. He sat a little straighter. "Yes'm." "All right, then, go on with you." She flapped a hand toward the door. "I'll ring the bell in a few minutes. After that, we'll have a couple more hours of class and then a break for lunch." "Thank you, ma'am." Isaiah escaped down the aisle, feeling his dread of the test slip away like dirt in a washtub on bath day. Lincoln Nolan leaned against the rail on the porch with a blade of grass between his teeth and 2 baseball gloves under one arm. He straightened when Isaiah stepped out. From his pocket, he pulled a knotted green apple with a blush of pink on it. "Brought you an apple from our tree." Isaiah took the apple, lifting his gaze to the older boy. A wave of sheer awe filled him. He'd never had a white kid voluntarily speak to him before, much less one who towered head and shoulders above him. "Thank you." Lincoln shrugged one shoulder, and a grin brightened his face. "You might want to wait to thank me till you tasted it. Those apples will pucker the inside of your mouth so tight that you'll be lucky to get in a spoonful of anything else all week." Isaiah turned the fruit in his hand. He liked apples well enough, though this one looked a bit wilder than the kind Pa had purchased at the fruit market. He took a big bite and relished the tart sweetness dancing on his tongue. The skin, though, Ooh, the moment he chomped down on a bit of that, he couldn't resist a grimace accompanied by a shiver. Lincoln raised a brow. See? Don't say I didn't warn you. A laugh slipped free. A niggle of guilt weighed down his heart over the joy begging to be freed. He ought not allow himself too much joy on account of Pa not being here. Yet even a hint of joy was a stark contrast to the low way he'd been feeling only moments earlier. He drew in a breath of contentment and blew out anxiety. Pa had gone on after losing Ma, and Isaiah knew that he'd loved her with his whole heart. If Pa could do that, then maybe he could face the future one day at a time as well. Want to play ball? Lincoln motioned with one hand to a group of boys under the large oak nearby. The fellas are playing catch. I've got an extra glove. He held one out to Isaiah. Isaiah bit the apple and held it with his teeth while he slipped his hand into the glove. Then he removed the apple and offered a ready smile. Sure. As they trotted down the steps, Lincoln bumped Isaiah's shoulder with his own glove. You have to watch out for David Hines' slider. And Hugh Legredo will always say he's safe even when he knows he's out. When the bell rang a few minutes later for them to return to class, Isaiah climbed the stairs with a great deal more hope buoying his steps. Kin stepped onto the boardwalk in front of the diner, still savoring the scent of Dixie's cinnamon bun. The brown paper crinkled invitingly beneath his fingers, and an ooze of frosting dripped over the edge onto his finger. He relished the sweetness, lifting his gaze to once more study the piece of land he was considering behind the church. But his mind wasn't on the land. It was on the pretty blonde he'd just left at the desk inside, as sweet and inviting as the frosting that now danced on his tongue. And it seemed that she remained unspoken for. Unless one counted the fumbling doctor whose invitation he'd interrupted. Kin smirked. Nah, he wouldn't count the doctor. She had said yes to the man's invitation, but it had seemed a reluctant yes. Any fool could tempt a lady away from a man such as that. At least, he thought so. And it would sure be fun to try. He grinned, suddenly even more happy that he'd brought Isaiah home to Wyldhaven than he had been before. He took a hearty bite of sweet cinnamon goodness, turning toward the jailhouse. Kin Davis. Well, I'll be. Sheriff Reagan Callahan strode toward him from his office, which was just 2 doors down. He stretched out his hand. Doc stopped in and said you were here. Had to come see for myself. The sheriff's smile was warm and welcoming. Kin quickly swallowed as he accepted the sheriff's handshake. The hitching rail that had stood empty in front of the jailhouse a few minutes ago was now occupied by the sheriff's horse. Sheriff? He offered the man a nod and a smile. I was just about to come and see you. A light of caution filled the sheriff's eyes. Oh? Kin figured the sheriff was likely remembering all the trouble he'd caused as a rambunctious lad. It would take time to prove to the town that he wasn't the same irresponsible kid who had left. Got a minute? Well, sure, but not much more. I was just heading out to 65 to see about a theft. Come on down and I'll get you some coffee to go with that cinnamon bun. Kin suppressed an audible groan as he trailed in the sheriff's wake. It was well known about town that the sheriff made coffee strong enough to rattle a skeleton's gizzard. Not only did he make it strong, but he left it simmering on the wood stove in his office all day. Often his coffee was so thick that it practically glugged from the pot. At least it was early enough in the day that the coffee would likely not be too thick at this point. Still, he would be jittery all day if he had to drink more than a sip or two of the sheriff's brew. On the other hand, he suppressed a yawn. After the night he'd had, maybe it was just what he needed. Sheriff Reagan led the way into the jailhouse. Sit, sit. He nudged the chair in front of his desk to create more space and motioned for Kin to make himself comfortable. As the sheriff tugged 2 tin mugs from the hooks by the stove and filled them with coffee, Kin turned his attention to the cells at the back of the room. His stomach churned. He would never be able to be in this building without remembering the way his pa had flown into a rage and died right there on the floor. The sheriff stopped before him, holding out one of the cups. "Go ahead and eat. Don't let me stop you. What brings you back to town?" Ken accepted the coffee and then balanced it on the edge of the sheriff's desk within reach. He folded back the paper on the cinnamon bun and reluctantly broke it in half, offering one portion to the sheriff. Settling into his chair behind the desk, the sheriff held up one hand. "No, thank you, though. I'm getting old enough that I can't handle too many of Dixie's sweets." He patted a hand against the flat of his shirt. Ken chuckled. He squinted, trying to envision the sheriff with a paunchy belly, but he couldn't quite get the picture to form. Ever since he'd known the man, he'd been lean and hard as shoe leather. "I find that difficult to believe." But he wasn't going to push to divvy the treat that he hadn't wanted to share in the first place. He took a big bite and chased it with a sip of caffeinated death. He resisted a grimace. "As for what brings me home, that's what I wanted to talk to you about." He explained how he had been helping Isaiah and about the sailors who had been looking for the boy. He also mentioned Farnham's actions at the train station. He ended the story with a lift of one shoulder. "I just thought you should know. I have a feeling we haven't seen the last of him, though I don't know why they would be after the boy. Maybe something his father did? His family apparently comes from money. After I get my law practice set up, I plan to take some time to go to California and help him get all of his affairs in order. Doc told me you're now a lawyer. Congratulations." Ken resisted a proud smile. "Thank you. I was just headed out to the Nolan Ranch to ask him if he might be willing to sell me that piece of property behind the church. But I did want to give you warning about those men who seem mighty interested in Isaiah." "Thank you for letting me know." The sheriff stood from behind his desk and stretched out one hand. "Really good to have you home." "It's good to be home." After they said their goodbyes, it only took Ken a few moments to rent a mount from Bill Giddens down at the livery, and soon he was on his way out of town. The children were out for recess as he rode by, and it did his heart good to see Isaiah playing ball with Lincoln Nolan and some of the other boys. The day was warm and sunny. His shadow stretched away behind him as he rode in the direction of the Nolan Ranch. 2 blue jays chittered at him from the low branch of a pine tree, and a squirrel dashed across the path ahead with a pine cone twice the size of itself in its mouth. Ken smiled. Nostalgia washed over him as he topped out on the ridge above the Nolan Ranch. How many times had he come here and felt that this place was more of a home to him than his own? How many meals had he eaten at the Nolans' table, always jealous that Wash had so many brothers? How many times had Mr. Nolan given him fatherly advice right there on the hard-packed dirt of that barnyard? Other than the half-built cabin in the distance, which was new, the place looked exactly the same. He shook the sentimentality away and, with the click of his tongue, urged his mount forward. When he rode into the yard, Mr. Nolan stepped out of the barn.
"Well, my stars."
A huge grin split the man's bushy red beard.
"Ken Davis, get down here and let me shake your hand."
Ken dismounted and stretched out a hand, but when Mr. Nolan wrapped his own beefy one around it, he didn't seem satisfied with just a handshake and pulled Ken into an embrace that just about smothered him. Thankfully, it was short-lived, and then Mr. Nolan set him back at arm's length.
"Let me look at you. Hang, but time does fly. I remember when you barely came up to my belly button."
He guffawed heartily.
"How have you been, son? Link tells me you're a lawman or some such now."
"Lawyer. Yes, sir. In fact, that's partly why I'm here to talk to you this morning. You still own that piece of property behind the church?"
"Sure do."
"You interested in selling?" Butch Nolan squinted one eye, pondering thoughtfully. His gaze skimmed the breadth of his land. Ken took it all in with a critical eye. The roof on the cabin was in need of new shingles, and there were a few broken boards on the near side of the barn, maybe more on the other side that he couldn't see. One window in the cabin was covered over in butcher paper, and the chimney was leaning and in need of repair. Mr. Nolan scratched his fingers into his beard.
For the right price? Sure.
Ken grinned, immediately recognizing the negotiator in Mr. Nolan, even though it was clear he needed the money.
I'm happy to pay a fair price, in cash.
Mr. Nolan nodded.
Well, all right then. I am happy to sell.
When Mr. Nolan named his price, Ken was pleasantly surprised at the amount. He'd be able to pay cash for the land and still have plenty left over to cover the cost of building an office. They shook on the deal, and then Mr. Nolan invited him in for coffee. Ken was much happier with this invitation than he had been with the sheriff's, and he was much relieved about having a place to build his office. It was good to be home. Chapter 11. After catching up some on the family with Butch Nolan, Ken handed him cash for a down payment with a promise to bring the rest of the money by the next day. Then he hurried back to town so that he wouldn't be late to pick up Isaiah from the schoolhouse. The closing bell was just ringing as he trotted into town, and by the time he stabled his horse and walked up the hill, Isaiah was waiting on the top step with his satchel beside him. Ken ruffled his hair.
Howdy, kid. How was your day?
To his surprise, Ike lifted eyes brimming with big tears.
You think they gonna let me come back if I failed all them tests?
Ken sank onto the step beside him and propped his forearms across his knees.
Tests harder than you expected them to be?
Isaiah nodded.
Miss Castaigne, she's as nice as can be, but those questions.
The kid shook his head in disgust.
Those questions, they was not nice. No, sir, not nice at all.
A chuckle escaped before Ken could prevent it.
I suppose we've all felt that way a time or two when faced with a test.
He scrubbed a knuckle along his jaw, searching for the right words.
Meantime, let's not expect skunks when we might get kittens.
Ike's attention flew to him.
We getting a kitten?
No, never mind.
He made sure he had Ike's full attention.
I've known Zoe, Miss Castaigne, almost my entire life, and I can guarantee she is not going to keep you from school.
Isaiah's whole countenance lifted, but then fell just as quickly when Ken raised a finger to indicate he wasn't through.
However, that doesn't mean that you might not have some catching up to do. We'll see. Let's just take things one day at a time.
Isaiah released a sigh that sounded like a blowing horse.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
Ken nodded his head for Isaiah to follow him.
I've got something I want you to see.
He led Isaiah out behind the church and strode to the center of his new property. He stretched his arms wide and indicated for Isaiah to take in the view. Below them, the buildings of Main Street gave way to the townhouses, separated by trees beyond. Wyldhaven ended where the ruffle of the shaggy evergreen forest began. And in the distance, the misty gray blue mountains rested against the horizon like a rumpled goose-down tick bursting at the seams. Isaiah smiled.
My pa, he would have liked the way those mountains is all covered with snow. In California, he often bellyached about the lack of snow.
Ken settled a hand against Isaiah's shoulder.
I kind of like 'em myself.
The kid nodded.
Me too. Yes, sir, I sure do.
They returned to the parsonage after that, and Aurora had a hearty snack waiting for Isaiah. He wolfed down the cornbread and milk like a child who had been denied food for 3 days. Ken grinned at him.
Slow down there, kid. Don't want you choking to death on Aurora's cornbread.
Isaiah swiped the back of his hand at the milk clinging to his upper lip and pushed back from the table.
I have to hurry, so's I can get to the lessons Miss Castaigne gave me.
Isaiah unhooked the leather satchel from where he had left it on the hook by the door and tugged several books from within. He was back at the table in moments, with a furrow of concentration creasing his brow. Kin mentioned his meeting with Zoe and asked Aurora if she would mind keeping an eye on the boy while he went down to the diner. She acted offended that he would even think he needed to ask, and practically swatted him out the door with her kitchen towel, much to Isaiah's amusement. Kin felt a wash of thanksgiving as he strode down the path toward town. How many times was he going to be overwhelmed with thankfulness to be home before it finally settled in that he really was here to stay? The diner was busier than a frog in a swamp when Kin walked in. Zoe hadn't yet arrived. The bat-wing doors had been pushed open and latched to give free access to those coming and going. Kin waited there, finding no difficulty in the task. He enjoyed watching Cora bustle from table to table. She had a water pitcher in one hand and a coffee pot in the other. A perpetual smile graced her face as she refilled cups and glasses and made small talk with the diners. Tonight, she wore a blue blouse that matched the exact shade of her eyes. It was tucked into a black skirt that drew his attention to how thin she'd become. Was she that tiny when she'd first come to town? He remembered how thin and hungry she'd been in the Clay Ellum saloon the night he'd first met her. Yeah, she'd always been that small. She was beautiful, but needed some more meat on her bones. He frowned, hoped she wasn't working herself too hard. A noise behind him drew his attention. The new doctor strode across the entry and paused in the diner's doorway beside him, bowler hat in one hand. His gaze latched onto Cora. Kin felt a roil of something ugly stir inside him. He shook it away. Whatever Cora might have going with the man was no concern of his. He only hoped the man would treat her right if he happened to win her heart. He thrust out a hand. "Evening." The doctor gave him a startled look, as if only just then realizing he was there. "Oh, good evening to you as well. Davis, was it?" Kin would give him points for the fact that he had a firmer grip this evening. "Kin Davis, yes. Alexander Polson. I remember. How was your day?" The man blew a breath. So many needs, and such a lack of necessary medical personnel and facilities, not to mention equipment. Kin felt another coil of an ugly feeling toward the man. "I'm sure Doc is doing the best he can." "Oh, I'm sure he is. I didn't mean to imply otherwise. But medicine is advancing so rapidly now. He should... Well, there are many opportunities available that we could be taking advantage of." Kin was prevented from coming to Doc's defense yet again by Cora's greeting. "Good evening, gentlemen." Both men turned to look at her. She divided a glance between them, hands twisted into a clasp before her. "Mish." Kin snatched off his hat. "You're looking lovely as ever this evening." It gave him great pleasure to see color rise in her cheeks. "Evening, Cora." Dr. Polson stepped forward to insert himself. "I'll take whatever table you have available, please." Kin could have protested that he had arrived first, and therefore ought to be seated first. Instead, biting back a devilish grin, he asked, "I thought you two were having dinner this evening after Cora's shift." When the doctor tossed him a sheepish look, he feigned remembrance. "Oh, yes, that's right. You changed it to dessert and coffee. Please, by all means." He swept a hand for the man to allow Cora to lead him to a table. Cora gave him a glower that could be interpreted as nothing other than behave before motioning for the doctor to follow her. "Right this way, Dr. Polson." As they moved away, Kin heard the man admonishing her to call him by his given name. He clenched his teeth and searched the entry beyond the nearby desk. Still no Zoe. When he turned back around, Cora was approaching once more. "A table for one tonight, Mr. Davis." She searched the room. "I'm afraid the doctor has just taken the last table, but
It should be only a moment for another. Several groups are just finishing.
Not a problem. And for two, please. I'm meeting Zoe, Miss Castaigne, for dinner.
Oh.
He tilted his head. Was that disappointment he'd heard in her tone? He'd better not conjure false hopes from thin prospects. You eating enough, Mish? His gaze drifted the length of her. What? Her frown revealed that his question truly had perplexed her. You look like a strong wind could blow you away.
Such flattery, Mr. Davis.
Her lips pinched into a thin line. He chuckled. I didn't mean it as derogatory. Didn't you believe me when I told you just a moment ago how lovely you look? There she went blushing again and making his stomach get all tight and dodgy.
If you'll forgive me, I need to deliver desserts to a couple. I'll return to seat you just as soon as we have a free table.
She rushed away without giving him time to respond. Kin grinned. Her fluster ignited a little hope in a man. From across the room, Dr. Polson scowled. And, well, if that made his smile grow bigger, Kin couldn't help himself. Zoe rushed through the main boarding house doors, puffing.
I'm so sorry to be late. I was grading papers, and I would wager Ma's last jar of peach preserves that sometimes time decides to play tricks on people and simply takes off at a sprint.
Kin swept his hat to dismiss her concerns. Don't worry about it. All the tables are full right now, but Cora said she'd come get us as soon as one comes available. Zoe's stomach rumbled, loud and long. She laughed and covered it with one small hand.
Oh dear, I'm afraid I'm rather starving. One of my students didn't remember their lunch today, so I gave them mine.
Kin winced. And you probably could have gone home immediately after school to get something to eat, but we're waiting for our dinner? How often was she giving away her lunch? That was probably partly why she was so bony. Where Cora was maybe a little too thin, Zoe was downright skeletal. She took his arm and smiled up at him, unconcerned.
And it was worth it. It's so good to have you home, friend. I can't wait to hear all about how you've been the last few years.
And I you. He relished the warmth of her welcoming smile. On one of his first weeks of school, when he'd had no supplies, Zoe had been the one to organize all his classmates to each give him something. He'd arrived at school one day to find a small pile of pencils, papers, a slate, and even a ruler on his desk. For many years, he'd been halfway smitten with her, but as soon as it became clear that Washington Nolan had staked a claim on her heart, Kin's feelings had changed. He would never try to horn in on Wash's girl, and that had made his feelings for Zoe change to mere friendship. Or maybe they'd always extended only as far as friendship, because if he'd truly loved her, would he have backed off so easily? Not likely, even if Wash was his best pal. For some reason, those thoughts made his gaze bounce between Cora and the annoying doctor.
What are you looking at?
Zoe giggled. Kin snapped his focus back to her. Just relishing being back home with all the people I love so much. A group of loggers brushed past them, and Cora stopped before them. She cleared her throat.
I have a table for you now. Excellent, thank you.
Zoe showered a bright smile on Cora, who led the way to the last table in the far corner of the room. Kin pulled out Zoe's chair and seated her before taking the other chair that would leave his back to the wall and offer him a good view of the room. And if his choice made it to where he could delight in the sight of Cora moving about the room for the remainder of the evening, so much the better. He and Zoe placed their order and then made conversation until their meals arrived. Kin filled her in on his time in Seattle and how he'd come to study law under Mr. Townsend, and Zoe regaled him with tale after tale of shenanigans her students had pulled over the past few years. He tried to focus on Zoe's stories, but his attention kept wandering to the beautiful woman in blue. The new doctor's gaze followed her too, but it wasn't only the doctor. Kin didn't like the sweeping look some of the loggers kept giving her when her back was turned, Why had he thought this job would be good for her? He should have talked to Jacinda instead and gotten Cora a job sewing dresses for the town's womenfolk. If she were his wife— The thought was such a surprise that it died mid-rise. He dropped his gaze to his plate. Zoe was still recounting something about an apple and a beetle and a kerfuffle it had caused in the schoolhouse. Kin finished the last of his food and set his plate aside. When her story wound down, he said, "Speaking of your students, I wondered if you've had a chance to look at the tests Isaiah took today?" Zoe swallowed the last of her mashed potatoes, then wiped her mouth with her serviette. "Yes, those were what I was grading just before I came down." Drawing his coffee closer, Kin twisted the cup on the saucer. He seemed concerned over his performance. Zoe's lips twisted to one side. "I wouldn't say he needs to be concerned, but I think there are gaps in his education. However," she waved a hand, "he's young. If need be, I can give him some extra tutoring." "What kind of gaps?" He felt his brow slump. Zoe rushed to say, "I don't think it's anything to be concerned with. He got several questions right that were levels above where he should be, yet some of the other questions that he should have known he missed. Some of that could be because he was educated elsewhere, but none of it is anything that'll keep him from excelling." "He'll be relieved to hear it. Do you mind if I ease his mind tonight by telling him? He'll likely sleep a sight better." Zoe smiled. "Aha, a true scholar, is he?" Kin chuckled. "You've no idea. In fact, when I came down to dinner, he was hard at studying the lessons you sent home with him." "Excellent. See, he'll be caught up in no time." While he tried to formulate the wording of a question about how Wash was faring, Kin watched Cora clear Polson's table. Zoe leaned forward and spoke through a sly smile. "You haven't taken your eyes off her all evening. You should ask her on a picnic. Not many more cool days before the heat of summer sets in." Kin cleared his throat and concentrated on the cup he was still fiddling with. "I won't deny that's a temptation. But she deserves someone better than an old reprobate like me. Besides, she's taking coffee and dessert with the new doctor this evening as soon as she gets off work." Zoe blew an unladylike sound. "Once a reprobate does not always mean a reprobate, and the Ken Davis I knew and loved never backed down from a challenge." He grinned at her. She'd obviously never known how hard it had been for him to step aside for Washington. The thought of his friend sobered him. "How is Wash, Zoe?" Her humor fell away, and to his dismay, large tears filled her eyes. "I don't know, Ken. I honestly don't. I haven't heard from him in weeks. He wrote regular as clockwork. Sometimes I'd get 2 letters with the post each week. Then they just stopped. I've written to him countless times without reply. My only hope is that Butch has had no word of his demise. Surely the cavalry would let his father know if something had happened to him." "I'm sure they would have." Ken reached across the table to squeeze Zoe's hand. "I'm sure he's fine." If only that were true, because he wasn't sure at all. "I hope so." She clasped his hand in both of hers. "I have simply felt so hollow." Cora paused by their table with coffee and water. Zoe released Ken's hand and declined both, but Ken nudged his cup and saucer closer to the edge to indicate he would accept more coffee. With his cup filled, Cora gave them a smile and then bustled off, yet Ken couldn't help but feel her cheer seemed a bit forced. Maybe she was just tired? Hungry? Or maybe she wasn't looking forward to her dessert with the doctor. That thought buoyed him rather more than it ought. Zoe yawned expansively, and Ken realized he'd kept her too long. He gulped one more scalding swallow of coffee and then rose. "Let's get you home, Zoe. You're about dead on your feet." He knew she truly was tired when she didn't protest.
I am rather at that.
They moved together to the front desk. When Zoe tried to pay for her meal, Ken brushed her money aside. "This one is on me. You can catch me next time." He knew she didn't make much in her position as Wyldhaven's teacher. For the amount of work she did, she really ought to be paid more. She gave him a disgruntled look, but again didn't protest. When Cora returned his change, he pushed a silver dollar back in her direction. "Get yourself something to eat before your dessert with the doctor. You look done in."
Cora's eyes widened a little. "It's too much."
"Nonsense." He'd better beat a retreat before she thought of another reason to decline it. Ken withdrew with the tip of his hat and then helped Zoe don her coat as they left the diner. He couldn't resist one glance over his shoulder as the door swung shut behind them. Cora remained behind the desk, watching them. Chapter 12. Cora stared at the silver dollar still resting on the desk before her. He'd just doubled her day's wages with one coin. She'd often had patrons give her an extra penny or two, but she'd never had anyone give this much before. Her mouth watered as she thought of Dixie's venison steak meal. It came with a big side of mashed potatoes and green beans fried with bacon and onions. The meal was the most expensive one on the menu at a whole 2 bits, so she'd never ordered it before. Dixie gave her $1 a day plus meals, but Cora had never felt right asking for the venison. But with this money, she could order it and pay for it with ease. She took up the coin and thrust it into her pocket. As she did so, her gaze snagged on the blue jar on the desk's high counter. Charlotte Callahan had placed it there with a note taped to the front. "Donations for Wyldhaven's new schoolhouse." Before she could think better of it, Cora dropped the dollar in with the few other coins that had been collected over the past few days. Soup and a roll would do her just fine tonight. She flicked a glance at the clock on the wall. Almost closing time. She'd best get to clearing tables. Thankfully, it hadn't been too busy. Some evenings she ran so hard and fast that she was practically in a lather by evening's end. Tonight, she was grateful the doctor wouldn't have to see her in that state. As she wiped down a table, hoping the last group of diners would leave soon so she'd have time to slurp down her soup before the doctor arrived, she pondered Zoe and Ken. A week ago, she would have laid money on the fact that Zoe would end up with Mr. Eklund, the mill owner, if her friend Washington Nolan never came back to town. But tonight... First, before Zoe's arrival, Ken's compliment on how nice she looked had filled her with such warmth. She really oughtn't be so vain, but his words had reverberated on repeat in her head all evening. Mostly in confusion, because just after his compliment to her, as she'd arrived to seat him and Zoe, she'd overheard Ken say something about loving Zoe so much. The man was a conundrum. And then Zoe had held his hand, right in public, and she'd said something about feeling so hollow. Had she meant that was how she'd been feeling since Ken went away? And now she was feeling better? She'd certainly looked happy and bubbly with him all evening. He'd paid for her meal, too. A man didn't do that for a woman he only considered a friend, did he? No, of course not. Yet, then he'd given her $1 tip. Forget conundrum. The man was a scamp, a rapscallion, a rogue. And what had he meant by saying it looked like a strong wind could blow her over? She worked hard, and she'd bet she was a lot stronger than he gave her credit for. Dixie poked her head through the swinging doors to the kitchen. "Cora, I'm getting ready to put out the stove. What should I make for you tonight?" Cora smiled, suddenly feeling quite proud of herself for her choice.
"Just a bowl of soup and a roll, please.
Oh, and..." Cora strode closer to her, lowering her voice.
"The new doctor wanted to have dinner with me this evening, but I told him I would be busy. However, he's going to come down so we can have dessert and coffee in just a few minutes. I hope that's okay. I'll be sure to clean up after."
"Of course," Dixie smiled, but then her eyes widened and her smile fell away.
But I didn't know that was the case, and I just realized we've sold all but the last slice of pie this evening. Of course, Charlotte will bring more in the morning, but—"
Cora waved away her concern.
"It's fine. Mr. Polson can have it, and I'll just have coffee." "But that's not the same. I wish I'd known. I'm so sorry." "Really, it's okay. Please don't worry about it. I should have thought to say something earlier."
Cora forced a smile, but despaired internally. She'd really been looking forward to the treat. Maybe the doctor would share with her. The last of the diners were soon gone, and Cora cleaned their table. She set up a tray in the kitchen with the one piece of pie and cups for coffee, made sure the coffee pot was keeping warm on the back of the stove, and then hurried to her meal. Sitting across from Belle Castaigne at their usual table in the corner of the dining room, she savored her soup and the warm, buttery roll. Belle looked displeased. She checked the foyer doors, apparently to make sure the doctor wasn't in sight, before she whispered,
"I thought you weren't going to rush into anything."
Cora swiped her mouth with a napkin.
"I tried to decline the man. I truly did. But somehow he worked me into a corner."
With her lips thinned and one brow quirked, Belle hummed a derogatory note.
"That knot she climbed yesterday, he just fell back to a lower level." "I can't say I disagree with you."
Cora spooned up more soup. She wanted to be finished before the doctor arrived, but it was not to be. She'd only made it halfway through the bowl when he poked his head into the room.
"Ah, there you are. Finished for the evening, then, are you?"
Belle gave Cora a sympathetic look as she rose.
"Yes, I'm just finishing."
With a sigh, Cora nudged her soup bowl, indicating Belle could take it with her into the kitchen, where she would likely finish her own meal before heading home for the evening. As Belle departed for the kitchen, Cora gave Dr. Polson her best smile, hoping it wasn't too wan around the edges.
"Let me fetch our coffee and pie. You can sit anywhere."
Standing, she swept a gesture to the empty dining room. In the next room, Belle held her soup out to her.
"You should finish."
Cora shook her head.
"I don't want to keep him waiting. I had enough. I can finish the rest after he leaves. Just leave the bowl on the stove, would you?" "If you're sure." "I'll be fine."
She settled the coffee pot onto the tray, then hefted it and hurried to meet the doctor. As she set the tray on the table and handed him a cup, she offered an explanation about the pie.
"So, you see, there was only one slice left. It's cherry."
She'd brought 2 plates in case he offered to share. Her mouth watered at the thought of Charlotte's delicious cherry pie. Her cherries were always the perfect blend of sweet and tart, and somehow she turned out the flakiest crusts. Cora had tried her hand at pies, and they always ended up dry and crumbly, with centers that were passable but not delicious. Dr. Polson shrugged one shoulder.
"Cherry is not my favorite, but it will be fine."
Cora placed the pie before him and scooted the tray to one side of the table as she sank into the opposite chair. Her taste buds abandoned hope as he forked off a big bite and savored it.
After eating this cherry pie, though, I might just change my mind about my favorite. Did you make it?"
"No. Actually, the sheriff's wife makes all the pies we sell here in the diner."
"Well, she does a fine job of it."
He slurped a sip of coffee and took another bite.
"So, tell me about yourself, Cora."
His gaze rose to hers and lingered. Cora rattled off a rote description of her childhood and what had brought her to Wyldhaven, but as she spoke, her thoughts were occupied elsewhere. And one thought was the most prevalent. It was a surge of amusement over how steadily her interest in the good doctor kept plummeting as she got to know him. Now, all she could think about was how much she wanted this to be over so she could finish her soup and go to her room. And if a handsome face with twinkling brown eyes and a swoop of brown curls popped into her mind's eye once in a while, as the doctor blathered about a little of this and that, well, She was the only one that knew her smiles were because of that, and not the doctor's unheard words. After walking Zoe home, Kin headed to the Clays. PC had the chessboard set up, and since Isaiah was still finishing up some arithmetic at the table, Kin dallied over the game. Tommy sat in a chair next to him, enjoying watching them battle it out. At one point he blurted, "Kin, you shouldn't moved there." PC chuckled with relish and swooped in to take Kin's queen. Kin winced and clutched his chest. "Tommy, why didn't you warn me sooner?" Tommy laughed heartily.
PC is the one who feeds me."
Both Kin and the parson threw their heads back at that proclamation. The game didn't last much longer. Kin had thoroughly enjoyed the time, even though PC beat him. "Your mind elsewhere tonight?" the parson asked. "It's not often that I beat you at chess." Kin shrugged. "Just out of practice, I guess." Truth was, no matter how much he tried not to think about it, he couldn't help but wonder how Miss Cora's dessert with the doctor was going. He'd like nothing more than to tromp through the entryway and interrupt them, but he made himself stay and make small talk with PC and Aurora. Finally, after Aurora had filled him in on all the details about the upcoming social, which they hoped would raise the final costs for flooring and desks for the new schoolhouse, he fetched Isaiah's satchel and informed the boy that it was time they returned to the boarding house. Ike was quiet on the way down the hill, and after all the talking Aurora had done, Kin was thankful for it. As they moved through the boarding house entryway, he caught the glow of a light emanating from the dining room. He looked over the doors. The dining room was empty, but there was still a light in the kitchen, and a sound indicated someone still worked in there. Surely both Dixie and Cora had long finished for the day. Kin dropped a hand against Ike's shoulder. "Stay here. Give me just a minute."
"Yes, sir."
The kid was tuckered out, and with school tomorrow he needed to get him off to sleep, but he really should check to make sure everything was all right. He soft-footed through the dining room, not quite sure what had raised caution in him. He pressed his back to one wall and quietly eased open one of the bat-wing doors to the kitchen. There was a clatter and an indistinguishable mutter of frustration. After a few swishing sounds, the light extinguished, throwing the room into complete darkness. Kin's heart thumped. Was this an intruder? His Colt slid easily into his palm, and he was just ready to push through the doors when he felt the brush of air as someone made to hurry past him. On instinct, he reached out and latched hold of an arm. "Don't move. I have a gun." A loud squeak, followed by a gasp, instantly had him holstering his gun. "Sorry, Cora. It's just me, Kin."
"Kin Davis."
Cora walloped his shoulder, but good.
"You practically stole a year off my life."
He couldn't withhold a chuckle. "Sorry. Really, I am." Now that his eyes had adjusted to the darkness, he could see her staring daggers at him. His chuckles probably weren't helping him any. I thought you would have retired by now."
"I have not, as you can see, but I would like to, so if you don't mind."
She started away, but just then her stomach gave a loud rumble. Kin's hand shot out again, this time of its own volition. "I thought you were going to eat before the doctor came." She sighed.
"I tried. However, he arrived sooner than I expected, and I was going to finish after. But I knocked the soup on the ground and just finished cleaning it up. I really am quite exhausted. I'd just like to return to my room."
"You'll sleep better with a full stomach. Give me but a moment. Here, sit." He pulled out a chair and urged her into it. "I'll be right back." Cora relinquished hope of ever making it to her room this evening. Weary as she was, she realized there was no sense in sitting here in the dark. She lit the lantern on her table. Kin returned only a moment later with a young boy at his side. "There's someone I'd like you to meet." Kin settled his hands on the boy's shoulders. This here is Isaiah Coleman. He's staying with me for a while. He nudged the boy forward slightly. Isaiah, this is Miss Cora Harrison. The boy smiled and stretched out a small hand.
Pleased to meet you, ma'am.
His searching gaze settled on her face and seemed to hitch a little. Was he just a little embarrassed? Or was it something more? Cora returned his smile. His handshake was firm. Lovely to meet you, Isaiah. How is it that you came to company with such a scoundrel as Mr. Davis? The boy searched her features for a second longer, but then he grinned up at Kin over his shoulder. Kin's soft laughter warmed her rather much more than it ought.
Well, ma'am, Mr. Kin, he come to my rescue, I guess you could say.
The boy would one day be sweeping ladies off their feet, right and left. His skin was the most beautiful golden brown touched with cream, and his blue eyes were so mesmerizing she found it hard not to stare.
Indeed I did,
Kin supplied. Isaiah's scrutiny settled on her again. He tilted his head and squinted one eye.
Do I know you, ma'am? From somewhere else, I mean?
I don't think so, no. I would have remembered a handsome fellow such as yourself. Why do you ask? The lad's lips twisted.
Don't rightly know. You just seem familiar somehow.
Cora lifted one shoulder, and an awkward silence fell. Kin angled Isaiah toward the doors.
All right. I just wanted you two to meet.
Good. Maybe now she could get some sleep. But when she started to rise, Kin stretched out a hand.
Give me one more moment, Cora, please.
When she sank back into her seat, he nodded.
Thank you. I'll be right back.
He urged the boy to the entry, and she could hear him giving instructions for him to head up to room 2 and get some sleep. Isaiah responded in the affirmative, and then Kin's steps returned in her direction.
Are your meals provided with your pay?
Yes.
Good. Then Dixie won't mind if I fix you something.
It's really not necessary.
Nonsense. You can't sleep on only a piece of pie and a few bites of soup.
She didn't bother filling him in. She doubted Kin would have anything good to say about the doctor if he knew the man had sat before her and eaten a whole slice of pie without offering her even one morsel. The man had also lingered much longer than was comfortable, telling story after story of his medical accomplishments. She hoped that all his stories were true, because Wyldhaven really could use someone of such expertise in the medical field. Dr. Griffin did his best, but most days he was quite literally run off his feet. She remembered Dixie telling of the time he'd arrived home so exhausted that he'd passed out on the stairs up to their apartments and nearly given her the scare of her life. Kin nudged her to her feet.
Come, sit in the kitchen so you can instruct me where things are.
Cora had to wonder over his tender treatment when he'd only just returned from taking Zoe home. Before she could think better of it, she blurted,
Don't you think Zoe would rather you leave me be?
He stilled, frowned.
What does Zoe have to do with my wanting to get a good meal in you?
Cora felt her perplexity rise.
You two seemed rather intimate.
She rubbed her thumb into the center of her palm. Kin barked a laugh.
We were just two old friends catching up, Mish. In fact,
devilment danced in his eyes.
She encouraged me to ask you on a picnic.
Cora spun toward the kitchen, lest he see the pleasure in her countenance at that thought.
Perhaps she was just testing you to see what you would say.
Nah, not Zoe.
His tread kept pace behind her.
But maybe I was just testing you to see what you'd say about a picnic.
She could hear the grin in his voice. Cora willed away the temptation to say yes.
I'm afraid I'll have to decline, Mr. Davis. It's much too dark out, and I'm far too fatigued.
I see. Well, that's my loss, then.
He didn't pursue it further, and she had to admit her thankfulness for the fact, because in her current state of weariness, He probably could have convinced her to say yes, just as Dr. Polson had. Chalk one up for Mr. Davis for taking her at her word. Once they were in the kitchen, with the lantern once more lit, she started toward the pantry. But he stepped in front of her with raised hands. No, you sit there. He indicated the little table in the corner of the room. When she sat, he moved the other chair from the two-person table around to her side. Here, prop your feet on this seat and boss me around. Cora laughed tiredly. I don't need to prop my feet up. Suit yourself. How does bacon, eggs, and toast sound? Cora's stomach rumbled greedily. That actually sounds rather grand. Good. He grinned broadly, because it's the only thing I know how to cook. Now, where do I find the bacon? Cora instructed him and watched in awe as he built up the fire, set the cast iron on the stove, and quickly layered several slices of bacon. I know where the eggs are kept, he said, moving to the bowl on the sideboard, unless Dixie has moved where she keeps them. Aha! I guess she hasn't. He withdrew too, and held them up like prized gold nuggets for her to see. She smiled, feeling a wave of weariness drooping her eyes. Her 4 a.m. waking hour had been a long time ago, and tomorrow's was fast approaching. He was right, though. She would sleep much better on a full stomach. And what woman would turn down a meal cooked especially for her by a handsome man? Kin worked quietly, but efficiently. He flipped the bacon, whisked the eggs, and even added 2 slices of bread to Dixie's long-handled oven toaster. A hand settled on her shoulder. Cora. She startled and realized with embarrassment that she'd drifted off to sleep. A plate sat before her. Scrambled eggs, crispy bacon, and golden toast. Kin nudged a crock of butter and a jar of jam nearer. Wasn't sure if you'd want butter and jam on the bread. Hope you don't mind that I snooped a little in the larder to find 'em. Not at all. Cora lifted the fork he'd angled across the plate and bowed her head to say grace. When she lifted her head, he was watching her carefully. Wasn't sure if you were praying or if you'd nodded off again. He smiled. She felt heat in her cheeks. Sorry. It's been rather a day. Kin wiped his fingers on a kitchen towel. If that man was any kind of a good doctor, he would have recognized he was overstaying his welcome. Cora didn't come to the man's defense. She couldn't have agreed more. The first forkful of eggs melted across her tongue. She hummed a little note of pleasure. These eggs are impeccable. What's your secret? He shrugged one shoulder. Onion, a little garlic, salt, pepper, and, he grinned roguishly, some good old Davis wristwork. Cora scooped up another bite. You could open your own diner with cooking like this. He shook his head. Folks would get mighty tired of bacon and eggs, I'm afraid. Not to mention, I have no desire to cater to grumpy, hungry loggers day in and day out. Cora chuckled. Isn't that the truth? Kin used the poker to separate the coals in the stove, and then set to cleaning up while she finished the rest of her meal. With her plate practically licked clean, she released a contented sigh and stood. She approached the sink, intent on washing her plate and utensils. Kin held out a hand. Tonight, the cleanup is on me. Get some sleep. Cora felt bad leaving him to wash her things. 'Twill only take me a moment. Less than a moment. He tugged the plate and fork from her hands and dunked them in the soapy water. Thank you, Mr. Davis. She hoped he knew she meant her thanks for more than just him washing her plate. He rested the heels of his hands against the lip of the sink and gave her a nod before he leveled her a look. Thought we talked about you calling me Kin. She recalled the moment as if it had been yesterday. Her, hunkered against the cold in the Clay Elm alley where she'd planned to sleep, and him towering over her. Shaking away the memory, she started toward the door.
We did talk about it, and I distinctly recall telling you it wouldn't be proper.
She pushed through the doors, taking the warm sound of his chuckle with her. Chapter 13. Kin woke Ike the next morning and hurried him down to breakfast. They were running a bit late, so he was thankful that a table was immediately available. He was also thankful to see that Cora looked well-rested when she seated them and poured his coffee.
I'll be right back with a glass of milk from the icebox for you, Isaiah.
Thank you, ma'am. The boy grinned at her shyly.
You can call me Ike if you like.
Cora plunked a hand on one hip and gave Kin a pleased look.
I think I've just been paid a rather high compliment, Mr. Davis.
He nodded.
I do believe you have.
Cora ruffled Ike's hair and bustled off to fetch his milk. A gaggle of women who were gathered around a table in the corner laughed and chattered, sounding more like a congregation of geese than one of the fairer sex. He recognized Mrs. Rodante, Mrs. Callahan, and Mrs. Holloway among them, as well as Susan, Zoe's mother. He'd heard she'd remarried but didn't know her new name. When Cora returned and set the milk before Ike, Kin tipped a nod toward the table.
What's that all about?
He knew all too well, but he had a plan. She smiled.
Oh, they're planning the last social to raise funds for the schoolhouse. We're set to start building in April and just need a little more money to complete the purchases of supplies, lumber and such.
I see. Will there be dancing?
He swept her with a look intended to let her know he had her in mind as a partner, then leaned back on two legs of his chair, looking up at her with what Mrs. Griffin had once labeled his mischievous grin. He knew what was coming and wasn't disappointed by the rise of color in Cora's cheeks.
I suppose there will be, yes.
Kin dropped his chair to all fours and propped his arms on the edge of the table.
Well, I'll look forward to seeing you there then.
Across the table, Ike grinned, bouncing a look between them. One of Cora's pert brows winged upward.
I'm afraid I'll be rather busy right here, manning the diner.
Disappointment reared.
Ah, everyone's lost then.
They gave Cora their orders, which included a sandwich, apple, and bottle of milk for Isaiah's lunch. But Kin determined that between now and the social, he would figure out a way to get her out of this diner and to the social. It seemed she spent far too much time working. After they'd both gulped down a bowl of oats smothered in cream and brown sugar, he hurried Ike to the schoolroom. Ike was chipper, prancing along like a frisky fawn. Kin bade the kid a good day and then headed for the livery. He rented 2 horses and then picked up Tommy from the parsonage. The ride out to his pa's old place filled him with memories, and surprisingly, some were not as painful as expected. A few times they'd gone fishing or picked blackberries. Those times Kin had almost been able to catch a glimpse of the man his father had been before Ma passed. But the glimpses had always been fleeting. Only an ungraspable hope between the anger and the beatings. The man had been living with his own emotional pain, Kin knew. Still, a stronger person would have realized that he needed to be a comfort for a son who'd been experiencing his own grief at the loss of his mother. Before he crested the rise above the house, he pulled his mount to a stop and simply rested his forearms on the pommel of his saddle for a moment. Working up his courage, he supposed.
You okay, Kin?
Yeah, Tom. Just give me a moment. He closed his eyes and listened. Birds chattered. Wind sighed through branches that clacked together once in a while. Off to the north, Wyldhaven Creek burbled happily. Robins chirped, and nearby the sharp caw of a blue jay warned them not to come closer to her nest. He searched her out. The jay perched on a tumbled tree, fallen so long ago that it had already started to crumble on one end. The bright blue of her plumage seemed at odds with the browns of the fir bark beneath her little black feet. She hopped several steps, tilting her head to assess the danger they presented. He smiled and lifted his gaze to the hills. All around him lay the greens of a typical Washington forest, emerald pines and olive oaks. Here the blue-green of a cypress, there the brighter golden green of a larch that would turn yellow come autumn. Glimpses through the branches revealed the shocking greens of spring moss climbing the trunks of the trees. Had he ever before realized how many shades of green there were? As a boy, his only desire had been to escape this place. He hadn't seen the beauty, only the pain. But it had taken leaving to realize that memories were things that couldn't be escaped. He could either let them bend him or break him. He blew out a breath. Lord, bend me into a better man than my father was. A better man than he was now. Surrender, PC had said. But Kin didn't quite know how to do that. While he'd been studying the terrain, Tommy had been studying him. I pray for you, Kin. All these years, I pray. Kin felt heat slide down from the base of his neck, as surely as if someone had drenched his back with warm oil. His gaze sharpened on Tommy, who now studied the blue jay with an intrigued smile. For such a time as this. The almost audible impression hit him at the same time that he felt a palpable presence. He squirmed in the saddle and rubbed at the goose flesh on his arms. The words came in answer to the question he'd asked himself about what God needed with a man like Tommy. He knew it beyond a shadow of a doubt. He simply hadn't expected God to answer, at least not like that. God needed Tommy for prayer? Could such a small thing really be so important? Prayer helps, Tommy declared, as though able to read his thoughts. You different. Good different. He nodded, smiled. God loves you. And me. His smile broadened. He's still got a lot of work to do, but I can see you. You coming. Even though Tommy straightened and clucked his mount into a gentle walk, Kin knew his statement had nothing to do with their physical destination, and everything to do with a spiritual one. With a shake of his head, he urged his horse in Tommy's wake. Who was he that God would be speaking to him? He grunted and forced his thoughts to other things. The clouds in the sky, the plummet of an eagle diving into Wyldhaven Creek just over the ridge, only to rise with a fish flailing in its claws. The way his horse's ears turned all the way from front to back as it listened to the morning sounds. When he topped out on the rise, the little cabin lay before him just as he remembered it, but in much better shape. The Carvers had taken good care of the place. The yard was swept. Bright red and yellow flowers bloomed in 2 pots on either side of the porch steps. A wisp of smoke spiraled from the chimney. As he neared, he could see there was new clear glass in the windows, and the corral had recently been rebuilt. The split cedar rails still had a new golden glow to them. A yearling dun peered at him from behind the rails, ears perked in curiosity. It was a gorgeous creature with a coat that glimmered more silver than gold. It had a mane and tail that were almost coffee black, and stripes of the same dark color around its legs that reminded Kin of pictures he'd seen in schoolbooks of the dark continent zebra. A black stripe along the ridge of its back seemed to divide the beautiful creature in half. Despite only being a yearling, its chest was already massive. Once it reached full growth, the horse would be impressively powerful. "Aren't you a beauty?" he cooed to the horse. Footsteps drew Kin's attention. Kane Carver stretched out a hand. "Davis, good to have you home." Though he said the words, there was a glint of defeat in the man's gaze. Carver's focus flicked around the property, and Kin could almost see the man assessing how much work he'd put into the place in the past couple of years. It was that look that solidified Kin's change of mind. He'd honestly come out here to tell them that they needed to find a different place. However, now that he was here, well, it was one thing to realize one couldn't escape memories, but quite another to force oneself into an environment that dredged them up with every other blink. There was the chopping block that Pa had dragged him to while in a drunken stupor. His father had threatened to cut off his hand because he'd spilled the last cup of milk in the larder. Kin's gut churned at the memory. He could still taste the fear on the back of his tongue. And though the boards were different, those were the steps his father had pushed him off countless times. It was a miracle he'd never broken any bones. One winter night, his father had locked him in the barn for some infraction he couldn't recall. With no fire for warmth and a coat that was barely adequate, he'd spent a sleepless night pacing and swinging his arms. On another winter night, he'd been banished to the porch. That night, he'd wished for the fractional warmth of the barn. He could go on, allowing the memories to crash over him in a crippling flood. Instead, he turned off the spigot. Kane was watching him. "Would you like to come inside?" "Thank you." Ken nodded. Tommy had crawled between the slats of the corral and was petting and cooing to the horse. "You want to come inside, Tommy?" He shook his head. "Nope, I stay here with Zoom." "Zoom?" Kane smiled. "He comes once a week to help me with my horses. That's what he named him. He'll be fine. Come on in." Kin complied, following him toward the house. "I hope I'm not intruding on your day?" A brush of Kane's hand waved away his concern. "The work'll wait. Another cup of coffee is always better than another wheelbarrow full of manure." Kin chuckled. Inside, Maud, Kane's sister, already had the pot of coffee settled on the hottest part of the stove. She gave a little dip of her knees. "Mr. Davis, nice to see you again." Her gaze flicked off her brother's, and there was a hint of the same concern he'd read in Kane's expression outside. "Coffee will be ready in a moment." Kin wondered at her still being here with her brother. He would have thought that she and Jackson Nolan would have gotten married by now. He supposed that Seth, their younger brother, was likely still in school. "Thanks, Maud." Kane stretched a hand toward the table. "Please, have a seat, Mr. Davis." "Kin, please." He gave the gentle reprimand as he sank into a seat at the table. Kane settled a jar before him. "This is the $12.02 that I owe you up to this point. The rest of the rent money has gone to the Castains, just like you asked, to cover the boarding of your horse." Kin scooted the jar onto a lace round that graced the middle of the table. "Seems like you've done quite a few improvements around here. I think it would only be fair that those be paid by me. Did you keep a tally?" "Nah." Kane shook his head. "I figured doing those things was only my duty as an occupant of the home. I'd do them for my own place, too." Kin studied his folded hands. He really ought to wait to broach business until the coffee had arrived, but now that he'd decided, he really didn't want to wait any longer. He lifted his gaze to Kane's. "Would you be interested in buying the place?" From her spot by the stove, Maud gasped. Her eyes sparkled at her brother. Kane wasn't so quick to get excited. "You sure you want to sell? This is a nice piece of property." Kin didn't hesitate. "I'm sure." He avoided searching the side of the stove for the mark that used to indicate where his shirt had melted to it the day his father had shoved him up against it. Only a moment after, Pa had blubbered and sobbed in repentance and hurried him into town, but of course the damage had already been done. Doc Griffin had been kind enough to pick the pieces of melted material from his burn for free. Kin wondered if the mark on his back had faded any since the last time he'd paid attention to it. He realized a silence had stretched and filled it with, "I just bought a piece of land in town. I'm planning to build there." He'd planned to build an office, but he could build that on the first floor and a home on the second, similar to what Dixie had done at the boarding house. Or maybe he'd choose another piece of land somewhere along Wyldhaven Creek and build a proper cabin. If he ever married and had children, that would be the better solution. Again, it was Cora's pretty blue eyes framed by blonde wisps that came to mind, and he quickly banished the vision. He looked at Kane. "So, what do you say?" "I'm overjoyed. Honestly, this place suits us perfectly. I've had some ideas for improvements I'd like to make specifically for breaking horses, but didn't want to implement them because it wasn't my place." His face broke into a broad grin. "I'm more than happy to buy your spread. More than happy. I've been saving up and can give you a substantial down payment." Kin did some quick figuring. "Land is going for about $15 an acre right now. Add on the house and barn for $100 and we'll call it a deal." Kane did some calculations of his own. "At 30 acres, that comes to $550. "It does. I'm willing to count the $24 you've paid over the last 2 years as a down payment, and we can draw up papers for you to repay the rest over, say, the next 10 years. That comes out to $4.39 a month. Can you swing that?" Kane shook his head. "Won't be that much. I can give you almost half of that as a down payment. And maybe you're interested in that horse outside?" Kin's brows shot up. Was he ever? "Is he available?" "Sure is. He's on pace to be fully broken by early July." "What are you asking?" $100. A whistle escaped, but after a moment of thought, he realized it was a fair price. His mare came from good stock and was still young enough to foal a colt or two. The pair could be the start of a good line. Kin grinned. "Well, all right then." He thrust out a hand. "It's a deal. You keep him and feed him until July, and I'll endeavor to have a place to house him by then." He suddenly knew he didn't want to live in town, and having that hefty influx of cash would also give him more leverage when it came to buying property along the creek. He felt as if a great weight had just been lifted from his shoulders. Maud brought coffee. He thanked her, then asked Kane to tell him what his plans were for improving the place. He spent several minutes listening to the man's excited explanations and finishing his coffee, and by the time he was ready to leave, he was even more sure that he'd made the right decision. They set up a time for Kane to come to town to sign the contract and make the down payment, and as Kin and Tommy rode away, Kin paused at the top of the hill and looked back over the land. He didn't plan to come here any more often than he was required to, and he wanted to seal the vision of the place in his mind's eye one last time. Finally, satisfied, he loosed a breath and reined his rented horse toward the Castaigns. It was nice seeing the legacy of the old place being changed, and that was certain. Now he just had to figure out what to do about a place for him and Isaiah to live. Chapter 14. After picking up his horse from the Castaigns with many thanks, Kin led it out to the Nolan Ranch and paid Butch the rest of what he owed for the town property. He asked Butch if he knew anyone who might want to sell a small property along the creek. Butch pondered for a moment and then recalled that Ewan McGinty had a small 5-acre parcel just east of town, right along the creek. Butch had once heard him mention that he'd like to sell it. Kin felt his hopes deflate. Ewan wasn't a man he really wanted to have doings with. The canny barkeep knew too many of his weaknesses. He thanked Butch and made his way back to town. He paid Bill to stable his mare, and then headed toward the boarding house to talk to Dixie about extending his stay. He grimaced. This moving back home business was getting expensive. Thankfully, Kane's sizable down payment would help, but the expense at Dixie's couldn't be avoided. There was no way he could find a piece of land and get a home built inside 2 weeks. Having the mill right in town would speed up the timeline considerably, but he and Ike might have to move into a shell of a place at first. Then he'd have time to finish it out before winter. As he moved down the street, he eyed McGinty's alehouse with dread. Much as he didn't want to talk to the man, there was nothing for it. Properties didn't just up and appear out of thin air. If he wanted a piece of land, he'd have to approach the man. He had just started toward the alehouse when he heard the caterwauling of a loud conversation coming from inside the diner. With a frown, he changed course and pushed into the entry of the boarding house as he snatched his Stetson from his head. Cora stood behind the entryway desk, pinching the bridge of her nose, eyes closed. Kin strode forward and didn't let the desk stop him. He rounded it and stopped by her side, speaking low. "What's going on?" She startled and spun to look at him. Her eyes were red, and he could tell she'd been doing her best to hold back tears. He would throttle anyone who'd hurt her. "Are you okay?" He glanced around, but the rest of the entry lay empty. She nodded and reached to touch his arm. "Oh, Ken, I'm fine, but you should get yourself into the dining room right this minute." He ought to have relished her use of his first name. Instead, he found dread mounting up inside him. "What is it?" He was already backing toward the batwing doors, and now that he was this close, he recognized Mrs. Hines' strident voice. Cora flapped a hand for him to hurry. "Just go." When he pushed into the dining room, he found Mrs. Hines pacing the aisle between two tables. Seated at one of the tables were Mr. and Mrs. Olin on one side, and Charlotte, Reagan, and Zoe on the other. He glanced at his pocket watch. What was Zoe doing here? It must be time for recess up at the school. It wasn't yet lunchtime. Mrs. Callahan rose. "Ken, we're so glad you're here." "Me? What did this have to do with him?" His gaze slid to Mrs. Hines, and his stomach dropped. So, here it was, and much sooner than he'd expected it. He clamped his teeth to keep himself from saying something he shouldn't and tossed his hat onto one of the empty tables. He folded his arms, leaned into his heels, wanted to be anywhere but here. "Where's Ike?" Zoe motioned toward the church. "He's at recess with the other children." Well, that was a mercy. At least the kid wouldn't have to witness whatever this spectacle was about to be. "What is it?" He addressed the question to Zoe. She shook her head morosely, swiped at her eyes. He could see now that she'd been shedding tears too. Zoe's voice was soft when she spoke. "Ken, Mrs. Hines has called for a meeting of the school board and asked me to be present. She doesn't feel—" "It's not only me," Mrs. Hines interrupted. "Some of the other parents feel the same." With a withering glower at the woman, Zoe pressed ahead. "Mrs. Hines has demanded that Isaiah should not be allowed to remain in school." Ken leveled the contemptible woman with a glare. "What sort of interaction have you even had with the kid?" She faltered and opened her mouth, covered her lips with her fingers and swallowed convulsively. So much anger seethed that before he realized what he was doing, Ken took a step toward her. She scampered to plunk herself into the empty seat next to the Olins, folded her hands, and lowered her gaze without so much as another word. Defeated, Ken slumped to prop his palms against the nearest table. Compassion radiated from Zoe's soft blue eyes. "The board rules state that if even two parents ask for an emergency vote, we are required to convene and put the matter at hand to the question." She remained silent for a long moment, but Ken was determined to wait her out. Finally, she continued, "Mrs. Hines and Mrs. Olin asked for a vote." She hadn't said, but he needed to confirm. "About Isaiah?" Charlotte sank against the slats of her seat. "Yes." The word was weariness itself. Ken's gaze slid to Zoe and onto the Olins, then back to Charlotte and Reagan. Mr. and Mrs. Olin refused to meet his gaze. Reagan's eyes glittered with a hard anger that Ken knew wasn't directed at him or at Ike. and Charlotte studied the table, failing to disguise the tears shimmering in her eyes.
So you 6 comprise the board?
Zoe's shoulders slumped. I'm not on the board, not allowed to vote. Ken felt a muscle pulse in his jaw, so the vote would not go Ike's way.
The Olins don't even have children of school age.
Mrs. Olin's chin shot into the air. Our Carmen will be in school next year. Close enough. She's smart as a whip, and Zoe tried to talk us into enrolling her this year. We've decided to take her up on the offer. Distress drooped Zoe's and Charlotte's shoulders. But Ken's back was suddenly ramrod straight. He strode to the table and pinned each of the 3 culprits with a steely-eyed scrutiny.
What's he done?
None of them seemed able to meet his gaze. Rage made his vision blur. His fists clenched so tight that he trembled.
Ken,
Reagan said. Mrs. Olin, the closest of the 3, flicked him a glance, then scooted her chair closer to her husband's. Ken took Reagan's warning and hauled in a calming breath. But by all that was just, he wasn't about to let them proceed with this travesty unchallenged. He spoke more calmly this time.
I demand to hear your reasons for calling this meeting.
Mrs. Olin fixated on the lace gloves she strangled in her lap. Mr. Olin cleared his throat, Adam's apple bobbing. Mrs. Hines worked a finger over her lower lip.
Cowards.
Frustration tempered his next words.
Every one of you.
Mr. Olin's nose shot into the air.
It's the what?
Ken planted his palms in the middle of the table and leaned so far across it that Mr. Olin flinched back, angling his head away. Ken was close enough to see the trembling of the man's lips when he whispered, he's a... The man's gaze darted to Charlotte, who, much to Ken's appreciation, was scowling at the man from across the table. A black child. Ken surged back, lest his fury get the best of him and he pummel the man into the next room. He paced several steps and then spun to face the table once more.
Child. Yes, child is the operative word you should be fixed on. A child whose father died only a few weeks ago. A child whose mother loved his father and married him. A child who can no more help the color of his skin than you can help that you're pale and pig-headed.
Mrs. Hines and Mrs. Olin gasped in unison. Mr. Olin sputtered. Reagan chuckled, drawing a glare from the banker.
Hey, pig-headed is nicer than what I've been sitting here thinking you are, he groused.
Well, I never...
Mrs. Hines slapped her hand on the table.
I demand that we take our vote.
Ken knew that he had lost. There was no more point in fighting. But he had one more thing to say.
I grew up in this town. None of you 3.
His gesture took in Mrs. Hines and the Olins.
Were here back then. And I have to say I'm thankful for it. Because this is the first time that I can think of where I have ever felt embarrassed to say that I'm from Wyldhaven.
He snatched up his hat.
All right. Get on with your travesty of a meeting then. But before you cast your vote, I want you to think on one thing.
He pointed toward the schoolhouse. That kid up there is just an orphan who wants the chance to learn like any other child. The color of his skin doesn't make him a danger. In fact, I'd wager he's much less of a danger than a couple of the forked tongues in this room right now. Mrs. Olin hissed her outrage, but Ken pressed ahead, ignoring her. That boy would go out of his way to help every one of the other students in any way that he could, no matter that their skin is paler than his. As I said, his father died not more than a few weeks ago. Is this really what you want to burden him with? That poor little fella." His voice broke, and he had to take a breath and calm down before he could regain the use of his voice. "He's barely holding on. Missing his father every moment, but doing his best to live in a way to honor his memory." He cleared his throat. "Yeah. So you go on and have your vote." Mrs. Hines looked at him. "If you'll just step from the room—" "Oh, no, Mrs. Hines." Her eyes widened, but Kin didn't care one whit if his manner may have offended her. "I'm not moving an inch. If you are going to have your vote, you're going to have it in front of me. Why would you need to hide anything if you're voting for what's right?" His heart was pumping so hard he felt as though it could burst out of his chest at any moment. Zoe stood and turned by his side to face the board. "And in front of me." Her chin lifted. Mrs. Hines gasped. "We could have your job for such impertinence." Zoe didn't budge. "Yes, you could." A sound rustled behind them, and Kin felt Cora stop beside them. "I agree that the voting should not be private. I'm not leaving either." Her aunt flashed her a withering glower, but Cora gave back as good as she got, adding, "In fact, I think it would be good for every school board vote to be conducted in public." Charlotte sniffed and brushed her fingers under her eyes. "What a grand idea, Cora. I think I'll bring it up with Mr. Heath the next time I speak with him." Her chin jutted in a determined set. "Which will be tomorrow." "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Mrs. Hines slapped her fingers against the tabletop to get everyone's attention. "All in favor of banning this boy from attending school, raise your hands." Her hand immediately thrust into the air, followed by Mrs. Olin's. For one short moment, Kin's hopes had life as Mr. Olin kept his hands beneath the table. But a sharp jab from his wife's elbow had him slowly lifting a hand. Kin grunted, spun on one heel, and stormed from the room. The doors slammed against the side walls as he passed through, then clattered and squeaked as they toiled to a close behind him. He strode onto the boardwalk and looked up the hill toward the church, where the children were all at play for recess. His chest felt tight and hot. How in the world was he going to find the words to tell Isaiah? Charlotte rose from her seat, hearing Reagan do the same beside her. She clenched her fists so she wouldn't follow through on the temptation to slap the satisfied smirk from Mrs. Hines's face. After they'd had such a connecting talk the other day with regards to having children, Charlotte had felt that her prodding should have more sway with the woman. But she hadn't been moved by anything Charlotte, Reagan, or Zoe had said in the boy's defense. She didn't want her stepson David taking lessons with a child she'd termed neither here nor there. Charlotte would have liked to show her where both here and there were. She rushed from the room and through the boarding house entry. When she stepped onto the boardwalk, her heart clenched. Kin presented such a defeated picture. His hat was pushed back on his head. His shoulders slumped. His thumbs, hooked in his back pockets, looked like they might be the only thing keeping him from sagging to the boards of the walk. She stopped by his side, tugging her gloves as though they needed adjusting. "Kin, I would like to make you an offer." He glanced at her. Still fiddling with her silken fingers, she hurried on. "I was just saying to Reagan the other day that I needed something more to do, and I think this fits perfectly with my qualifications. I'd like to offer to privately tutor Isaiah." Behind them, Reagan's boots sounded on the boardwalk. Kin blew out a breath and gripped the back of his neck. "That's very kind of you, Mrs. Callahan. But he's just a kid. How am I supposed to tell him he's been removed simply because of the color of his skin?" Charlotte didn't have an answer for that, only shook her head in dismay. After a moment, Reagan spoke. You simply tell him the truth. That in this world, there are some small-minded people who can't see that differences can be a strength. He's going to have to fight that thinking all his life. It'll be his choice whether he rises above it or lets it push him down. As though holding up his own weight had grown too burdensome, Kin sank onto the boarding house steps. His arms, propped against his knees, bore the weight of his torso. Why do people have to be so unbelievably unfair? Again, Charlotte had no words, and was thankful for the quiet wisdom of her husband. Reagan cleared his throat. I don't know, Kin. But even in the good book, Jesus says, in this world you will have trouble. But take heart, I have overcome the world. All we can do is take our pain and sorrow to the Creator and beg Him to help us be more like Him than those who've caused our pain. Kin sighed and lumbered to his feet. Thanks. I guess I'd better not put off talking to him. His gaze landed on her. As for your offer, Mrs. Callahan, thank you. You let me know what your salary needs are and I'll make it happen. Oh, no. Charlotte felt her ire rise once more. Don't you worry about the cost of my salary, Mr. Davis. I have a meeting with Mr. Heath in the morning, and I'm sure the town council will be most happy to pay my wages. It is our duty as a town, after all, to ensure that all the children who live here are supplied an education. I'm sure the bank and the mercantile will be happy to have their taxes raised for such a worthy cause. Well, Ken started toward the church. She could tell he hadn't really registered her tirade. Just let me know. Charlotte stood and watched until he'd walked all the way up the street to the churchyard. She saw the moment when Isaiah heard his call and trotted over to him with a big grin, and the moment when Isaiah's smile fell away and his shoulders drooped. The boy bent and tugged up a blade of grass, methodically shredding it with his thumbnails as Kin spoke to him. And then both of them headed on up the hill and disappeared into the parsonage, with Kin's hand resting on Isaiah's shoulder the whole way. Come on, Charlie. Reagan touched her back. I'll walk you home. She followed Reagan without protest, but as she did, she realized it was a good thing her meeting with Mr. Heath wasn't until tomorrow. Her blood was boiling so tumultuously, she didn't think she'd be able to string 2 sentences together right now. She needed to pray and plan. With the right words, hopefully she could get Mr. Heath to agree to her requests, if not, reinstate the boy in the regular school. Chapter 15. Kin paced the small confines of the parsonage parlor, while P.C. spoke quietly to Isaiah. He hoped he hadn't bumbled too badly in telling Isaiah what had transpired. There had been no good way to inform the boy that he couldn't rejoin the classroom. His only thought after the deed was done was to bring the kid to the parson. The man had certainly encouraged him enough times throughout his life. Maybe he could do the same for Isaiah. Despite the fact that Kin could tell the news had been shattering, Isaiah had yet to shed a tear. He currently sat on the settee, staring at the floor as he listened respectfully to the parson. P.C. sat beside him, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. He looked sideways at the kid. Rejection is never easy, Isaiah, especially when it's over something that is so out of our control. Isaiah nodded. Jesus was also rejected. Another nod.
Yes, sir. By all them people he came to save.
That's right. P.C. draped an arm across Isaiah's shoulders and gave him a gentle squeeze before releasing him. What do you think about Mrs. Callahan's offer to tutor you?
Isaiah's face scrunched up. Been thinking about that, but I'm not sure. Maybe the good Lord is trying to tell me that it's time for my schooling days to be over.
His little lips pooched in thought.
Pa said I was good at shoveling. Know anyone who needs to hire a shoveler?
P.C. bounced a glance off Kin. Every muscle in Kin's back was so tight that pain shot up his neck. PC spoke thoughtfully. Well now, sometimes it can seem like the Lord is saying one thing to us when he's entirely saying another. For instance, maybe the Lord wanted you to be tutored by Mrs. Callahan. You know, she used to be our town's teacher. She's very good at her job. Kin released his clenched teeth long enough to say, "She was my teacher." Ike straightened, a hopeful look in his eyes. "She was?" Kin nodded. "Taught me everything I knew before I went to work for Mr. Townsend."
"But I'd be all alone. No more playing ball with the other fellas?"
He scrubbed a hand at the back of his head, the only indication of his agitation. Kin felt another swell of anger pulse through him. "Leastwise, not at the schoolhouse. But I know Lincoln had a lot of fun playing baseball with you, and I'm sure I can take you to his place on some weekend so you can do some gallivanting together." The first signs of tears welled in the boy's big eyes.
"You think he wants to play ball with me?"
Before he could think better of it, Kin tugged the boy off the couch and pulled him into a secure embrace.
"You listen to me, Ike, and listen good. None of this had anything to do with the boys not liking you. It was two biddies and a—"
PC cleared his throat loudly.
"Two ladies who aren't much ladies at all, and a man with no spine."
PC rolled his eyes, but let the comments go. Kin figured he couldn't disagree with the truth.
"I feel kind of sorry for him."
Ike's voice emerged, muffled, from the front of Kin's shirt. Kin closed his eyes, wrapping the boy tighter.
"How's that?" "They must be kind of sad and lonely like. Mean people usually are."
The parson coughed to cover a laugh, but then lifted one shoulder and shot a grin in Kin's direction as if to say the kid was probably right. Kin massaged circles against Ike's back.
"The important thing is that you don't let ladies turn you into something similar to them. We have to be kind and respectful to them, even if we don't like what they did."
Ike heaved a long sigh.
"It's hard to love cranky people."
"Ain't that the truth?"
PC cocked a brow.
Kin relented. "But we have to try. The good book tells us not to pay back wrong for wrong, but instead to always try to be kind to each other and to everyone else."
The parson leaned back, his jaw going slightly slack. Kin offered the man a slant of a smile. He'd read the book the parson had given him that last Christmas a time or two. He really should start doing it more, he supposed, if he wanted to become a man with qualities like the parson. The parson thumped a fist against the side of Ike's knee. "You like to play chess? Kin here has lost his touch, and I need an opponent with some skill." Isaiah eased back from Kin's embrace and glanced over at the board.
"Not sure I know how, sir."
"Well," PC rose, "there's no time to learn like the present. Even if Kin there has grown a bit inept, he once was an excellent player. You and he can be on a team. Just don't be too discouraged when I beat you, and make sure to study all my moves so that Kin's amateurity doesn't rub off on you." Kin was thankful for the parson's burden-lifting humor, and chess was the perfect solution to get Ike thinking mostly about something else for a while. They whittled away the afternoon with game after game, and, just as PC had predicted, Ike was a quick study. The sun was dropping low on the horizon by the time Kin squeezed Ike's shoulder. "Best we get going, Ike. We need to get to the diner and have a meal, and then first thing in the morning we'll go out to the Callahans and have a talk about your new lessons. I'll get your tests from Zoe so Mrs. Callahan can look 'em over."
"Can we play some catch?"
Ike lifted hopeful eyes.
Kin smiled. "We can do that. Dinner first, all right?"
The boy nodded.
"Yes, sir."
Kin ruffled the boy's hair. They bade the Clays and Tommy good evening and headed back down the hill. To the west, the sun had dipped low along the horizon. Peach and gold kissed the boots of frothy clouds with a gilded gleam. Isaiah stopped to take it all in, and Ken let him look. After a moment, the boy continued forward. God sure do paint good, don't he, Missa Ken? Yeah, kid, he does. Ken couldn't help but wonder how a sunset could look so pure and beautiful on a terrible day such as this. The next morning, the train station lay quiet in the mid-morning sunlight that filtered through a thin layer of clouds. Captain Sherman was the first man off the train, followed by Farnham and Carr. His men trotted down to the luggage car to gather their few bags. While they did that, Sherman approached an attendant. He offered his most charming smile. Good morning. The man faced him, his little round cap making his short stance seem even shorter. Good morning, sir. How can I help you? I wondered if you might be able to help me find a friend of mine. Last I'd heard, he'd recently returned to these parts. His name is Ken Davis. The man's eyes lit up. Mr. Davis? Yes. He just arrived a few days ago. Had a cute kid with him. Sherman smiled. Excellent. He'll be so happy to see us. He motioned for Farnham and Carr to join him. They were indeed in the right place. Is there by chance a wagon that could take us into Wyldhaven? The attendant pointed down a set of stairs. There's usually a boy or two waiting with a wagon this time of day. Much obliged. Captain Sherman tipped the man his hat. There was indeed a lad with a wagon, and it only took them a few minutes to find themselves standing in the center of Wyldhaven. As Sherman scanned the street, he grinned. This town was so small, it would only take him a couple of hours to find Davis and the boy. He'd have his deed back in no time. And there was even an alehouse. Worry still niggled at the back of his mind. He really had nothing other than gut instinct telling him the boy had the deed. But it didn't matter. If he couldn't find it with the boy, he could go back to the pauper's grave he'd paid for in Seattle and dig the man up to search for it. But no matter how hard it was to find, he didn't plan to resume sailing until he had the deed to Cassandra's home in his possession once more. Charlotte had thought her temper would have cooled down by this morning, but as she marched along the path toward Wyldhaven, she realized that she could spend a month of weeks and still harbor just as much anger over what had been done to that poor child yesterday. She rounded onto the road near the livery at the south end of town and stormed up the steps in front of the bank. Her boots snapped sharply along the boardwalk, giving her only a moment's satisfaction that she'd finally talked the town into completing that long-desired amenity last autumn. Glowering through the bank's windows as she passed, she caught a glimpse of Mr. Olin behind the counter. He looked up from whatever he was tabulating and watched her storm by. She met him gaze for several steps, but then she noticed that there seemed to be a bone-tired, harangued expression on his face. Her conscience got the better of her. Charlotte faced forward and kept going, but her steps were a little less forceful this time. Town founder, Mr. Zebulon Heath, had retired to a little home he'd built for himself across the bridge and just west of the mill about a mile. Charlotte spent the rest of her walk praying. She prayed first for Isaiah to know that his worth was not tied up in the meanness of a few sorry souls. She prayed for Mr. Heath to be moved to help, and she prayed for her own bitterness and anger to ease into forgiveness. By the time she knocked on Mr. Heath's door, she felt in a better frame of mind. Still, Isaiah deserved justice, and she didn't plan to change her mind on that. Mr. Heath answered the door, leaning heavily on his cane. "Charlotte, my dear, so good to see you. Do come in." He left the door open and tottered across the room to his table. She remembered how frail she'd thought him all those years ago when he'd first come to see her in Boston, but that had been nothing compared to now. The man hardly had any meat on his bones, and by the way he nearly collapsed into one of the chairs at the table, barely any strength in his legs. Charlotte tugged off her gloves and accepted the chair kitty-corner to him.
"Anja, you can bring in the tea now," he called.
His voice was so soft that Charlotte wondered if anyone could have heard him, but she was thankful to learn that someone was caring for him. A woman bustled in, carrying a tray. Charlotte blinked in surprise. How had she not heard that Mr. Heath had hired such a young and pretty housekeeper? "Hello," she smiled at the woman. Mr. Heath gestured between them.
"Charlotte, meet Anja, my great niece, fresh here from Boston. Anja, Charlotte here also hails from Boston. I'm sure you two would have much in common."
The girl, who had her blonde hair plaited into a long braid that wrapped around her head like a crown, dipped her knees.
"It's pleased I am to meet you, Miss Charlotte."
Charlotte stretched out a hand.
"I feel the same. I'm sorry I haven't come around to meet you sooner. I had no idea you were here. How long have you been in town?"
Anja slid the tray onto the table and then settled a slender, pale hand against her uncle's shoulder.
"Uncle Zeb found himself in need of some house help, and I came, about a month ago now, Uncle?"
Zeb nodded.
"A great help she's been, too."
A month? Charlotte knew she was a bit isolated, since she no longer interacted as much with those in town, but she hadn't realized she was so secluded that she would miss news of this magnitude. She smiled at the man, relieved.
"I'm glad to know you have some help."
"I'm afraid she's been working herself to the bone and hasn't gotten into town much."
Mr. Heath motioned to the tray as Anja poured their tea.
"Cream? Sugar?"
"Oh."
Charlotte hesitated, not wanting to offend.
"I'm afraid that I can't drink black tea, Mr. Heath. Something in it gives me debilitating headaches." "Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. Can we offer you something else?"
There was nothing but kindness in Anja's gray eyes. Charlotte held up a palm.
"I really don't need anything. I only need a few words with Mr. Heath, and then I must hurry back home."
Zeb liberally scooped 3 heaping teaspoons of sugar into his mug and stirred.
"Thank you, Anja."
He gave the girl a nod that she seemed to take as dismissal, for she hurried off to the kitchen with a parting smile. Zeb's roomy gaze settled on Charlotte.
"If you're here about that school board debacle, I've already heard."
He puffed a weary sigh.
"I've tried to settle this town with good, decent, God-fearing folks, Mrs. Callahan. But it seems that, at least in part, I have failed."
"I don't see it as a failure on your part, Mr. Heath, but I do think we need to do something about it. I know they are duly elected members to the school board, but I also know that most in town who voted for them would be horrified by their actions."
He nodded.
"I agree with you. I have a plan, but it must wait until the evening of the fundraiser."
Charlotte felt her pulse trip with hope.
"A plan, Mr. Heath?"
The old man smiled mysteriously.
"Indeed. Can you keep a secret, ma'am?"
"From everyone except my husband, yes."
His smile grew. He sipped his tea.
"Oh, that's fine. I don't think the sheriff will cause any trouble."
He took another slow sip of tea, and Charlotte felt ready to jump across the corner of the table and shake the information out of him. Finally, his cup clattered into his saucer.
"There is a line in the school board bylaws that some of the more outspoken members of our board may have missed."
He added another spoon of sugar to his tea. Charlotte literally clamped her teeth against her tongue, determined not to badger the man to spit it out.
"You see,"
he sipped his tea once more and smacked his lips, seeming satisfied this time with tea that Charlotte could only assume tasted like syrup.
"I foresaw that there might come a day when the school board voted in a policy that many disagreed with. So I inserted a clause that allows anyone in town to call for an overriding vote. I plan to ask for this vote at the fundraiser."
Relief crashed through Charlotte.
"Oh,
That's wonderful. But, Mr. Heath held up a knobby finger,
it has to be a fair vote, with no preparation or manipulation, no trying to coax anyone to certain sides. Just a quiet vote without a lot of drama, if you please, Mrs. Callahan.
Charlotte nodded.
Thank you, Mr. Heath. That seems more than fair, and sways me to leave off my planned request that you quadruple the taxes on the mercantile and the bank.
Mr. Heath bellowed a laugh.
God love you, Mrs. Callahan. The Lord was certainly watching over Wyldhaven the day I hired you as our teacher all those years ago.
Charlotte grinned.
Why, thank you, kind sir.
She relayed that she planned to tutor Ike until after the vote, and the man assured her he felt that was a grand idea.
Now, let us get to the reason we set this meeting in the first place, shall we, Mrs. Callahan? I presume you asked to meet with me to discuss the details of the fundraiser?
I did indeed. Charlotte filled him in on all that they'd accomplished so far, but she was thankful that this meeting had been set merely to keep the men informed of the progress they were making for the fundraiser, because she didn't think she would have been able to keep her mind on anything more serious. An hour later, when she left to walk home, her heart felt about 900 pounds lighter. Because if there was one thing Charlotte believed about the people of Wyldhaven, it was that most of them would never stand by and tolerate such blatant racism. Isaiah would soon see that not everyone in town ought to be tarred and feathered. He would, wouldn't he? She placed a hand over her churning stomach. Lord, please don't let me be disappointed in anyone else in this town. She paused on the Wyldhaven Creek Bridge and peered into the crystal-clear water burbling below. Forget about me. Don't let Isaiah be disappointed in anyone else in this town. Speaking of Isaiah, he and Kin would likely be arriving soon. She released her cares to the Creator and hurried toward home.